The Rise of the Argentine Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Autumn Harvest and Relocation of the La Pampa Provincial Government. With the support of the Blanca City Hall, Cohen Heavy Industries has adjusted, utilized, and renovated 80,000 square meters of factory buildings, and is expected to build 50,000 square meters of new factory buildings supported by several large mechanical equipment factories under Philip Industries, such as Wren Machine Tool Factory and Wren Machinery Factory. Cohen Heavy Industries manufactured its own light and heavy weapons production instruments and equipment, restored the bullet production line, and ensured the bullet supply for its original customers. Moreover, St. Hesar's weapon warehouses are mostly distributed in various places, such as Oran City and San Martin City, which have not been sealed up. Only $5 million of inventory was lost, and $3 million of goods are still retained. After all, he was able to develop some arms dealers and distributors. Even if their orders are not large, they cannot be easily abandoned. Moreover, international arms trade smuggling has nothing to do with Wren military industry. Wren military industry is essentially a very clean military enterprise. Argentina initially broke through the monopoly of British and American arms companies and exported so much made in Argentina. It is indeed a pity to abandon such trade channels, especially since the African independence year and the wars in the world's oil centers are coming in a few years, and a lot of weapons and ammunition will be needed. Such a rich income must be cherished in terms of raw material supply. Thunder Mining's Patron copper smelting plant, La Plata steel plant, and Maya Chemical plastics plant unconditionally supported Cohen Heavy Industries with the various raw materials it needed, so it could continue production and research and development. Anyway, the patents for these firearms and equipment are actually in St. Hesar's hands, and there are backups of the drawings. Now is the perfect time to develop more advanced improved versions of weapons. March 9th, the autumn harvest began, and the people in the agricultural reclamation area were filled with smiles of harvest. Agricultural reclamation groups, led by Blanca City Agricultural Reclamation Development Company, Limited and Future Agricultural Reclamation Company, as well as major agricultural development cooperatives, are about to usher in the autumn harvest exam. The autumn harvest is also the time when Blanca City University and major primary and secondary schools and vocational schools start. Because of the large number of students, St. Hesar notified a temporary expansion of enrollment. Nearly 8,000 new students from 7 professional schools, including 2 universities, began to enroll, and the number of students in primary and secondary schools was also close to 40,000. Blanca City's population has grown rapidly in the past 3 or 4 months, and the population is now close to 500,000, including 17,000 foreign laborers, which has supplemented the embarrassing situation of insufficient labor in Blanca City. Behind so many people is a constantly expanding city. The growing scale of Blanca City has brought new challenges to St. Hesar, such as accelerating the construction of residential buildings and developing new districts. He has to continue to accelerate the construction of the suburbs of Blanca City. For example, the population of Alta District in the east of the East District has reached 80,000. And the separate Lingang Industrial Zone has 90,000 people. The population of the core 5 districts of Blanca City has even gradually overflowed to the newly merged districts. For example, the Araki district, where the new provincial government is located, has attracted 20,000 people to live there. Most of them are employees of large companies who have enough savings and loans to buy commercial housing. The Comprehensive Agricultural Development Agreement brought about a surge in Argentina's cotton production this year. The cooperatives participating in the agricultural agreement harvested more than 100,000 tons of cotton, which strongly guaranteed the development of Blanca City's cotton, textile and garment industries in the Gran Chaco Plain. The 3 provinces of Corrientes, Formosa, and Chaco have 27 large cotton production cooperatives, which have planted a large number of long staple cotton and Indian cotton varieties introduced by future agriculture from Egypt. They have all achieved very considerable development, and now cotton is in short supply. Blanca City alone is expected to consume 60,000 tons of cotton this year. Originally, Blue Cloud Textile had to import cotton from Brazil, but now it can basically meet the needs, which has also strongly stimulated the expansion of cotton planting area. Cotton has become a good way for poor border provinces in Argentina to get rich, and has become the white gold in the mouths of border farmers. and it has also strongly stimulated the export of clothing from Blanca City. The Andes cigarette factory has also joined this development agreement, recruiting more tobacco growers and tobacco agricultural cooperatives. More tobacco exports will also bring more income to St. Husser in addition to cash crops, soybeans, cotton, wheat, and rice, which have joined the Blanca City Agricultural Agreement, have also achieved good income expectations, filling the large granaries built in Blanca City with grain, ensuring the food supply for the people of Blanca City for the next 2 years. This year, 30,000 square kilometers of newly reclaimed agricultural cultivation areas in the south are used for the planting of some new crops, and the degree of mechanized implementation is very high. St. Husser specifically held an agricultural conference to win this battle of harvest. This also indirectly made St. Husser the third in command of La Pampa province. The main problem is age. Otherwise, he has the confidence to run for the position of La Pampa high-ranking official. After all, the Radical Party has the most status and personnel in La Pampa province. Almost 1/3 of the provincial government's civil servants have joined the Radical Party, and St. Husser is the highest person in charge of the La Pampa Radical Party. It is no wonder that Blanca City manages a population of nearly twice that of the rest of La Pampa province, which makes Blanca City appear more, if it were not too exaggerated, to concurrently serve as a high-ranking official. The La Pampa high-ranking official would have wanted to appoint St. Husser as a high-ranking official. The La Pampa high-ranking official is the most unambitious provincial leader St. Husser has ever seen. Many officials have been shocked by the efficiency of the Blanca City City Hall, and the scale of the new provincial government building office area can even be vaguely compared with a presidential palace, and even newer and larger among them. The most eye-catching building in the new district is the new provincial government building office area. Most of the new provincial government building in La Pampa has 4 floors, and the construction and decoration time is less than half a year. It mainly adopts the Spanish Moorish architectural style, and the main body is a reinforced concrete structure. The exterior is all white marble, and there are multiple groups of spires on the roof. The main building has 6 floors and is the location of the La Pampa Provincial Government Hall. The building area is more than 50,000 square meters, and it also integrates Art Nouveau and Gothic styles. It adopts the most advanced construction methods in Argentina. The architectural designers are all from the Department of Architecture of the University of Buenos Aires and the University of Córdoba. The main contractor is Cohen Construction Company, and the decoration company is Blanca City AC Decoration Company. The provincial government building office area is divided into the West Wing, the Central District, and the East Wing, of which the Central District is the location of the provincial government building. There is also a circle of important buildings in La Pampa province on the east and west wings of the provincial government building, which are the newly established La Pampa Provincial Customs Building, as well as the La Pampa Provincial High Court, the La Pampa Provincial Assembly Building, the La Pampa Provincial Finance Building, the La Pampa Provincial Radical Party Headquarters, the La Pampa Provincial Defense Building, the La Pampa TV Tower, and a large number of new and old institutional buildings of the La Pampa Provincial Government Hall, such as the La Pampa Bank. In addition, the most important building in the West Wing is the District Government of Arequi District, which manages this new urban area. With a large increase in the population of Blanca City, St. Husser gradually turned the district government from an external institution into a regular institution, which can have its own courts, police stations and other permanent institutions, and is still under the leadership of Blanca City. Otherwise, he would be too busy. Now each district manages a lot of people. The door of the La Pampa Provincial Government Office area faces the Harvest Goddess Square, also known as Ceres Square. This is a large square with an area of 160,000 square meters, which can accommodate 200,000 people at the same time. The Harvest Goddess is much larger than the May Square in Buenos Aires, and far exceeds the Harvest Goddess Square in Madrid. In the center of the square, a large statue of the Goddess of Harvest is being erected. The main body of the statue is 72 meters high, with a base of 108 meters, taller than the American Statue of Liberty and also taller than the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro. St. Husser originally planned to build it to a height of 144 meters, symbolizing the 144th anniversary of Argentina's founding next year, but due to the high cost and technical reasons, he gave up and chose a height of 108 meters. The Harvest Goddess statue will be the tallest building in Blanca City for the next few years, and it is expected to be completed by the end of next year. Next year will be the 72nd anniversary of the establishment of the La Pampa Administrative Region. The statue is expected to cost up to $1.43 million. The construction funds all come from fundraising and municipal government allocations, with a main reinforced concrete structure, plus other materials such as copper and steel. The harvest goddess Ceres wears a wreath of grain, holding a bundle of wheat in her left hand and a crescent sickle in her right, silently watching the entire pampas grassland. Ceres is the goddess of agriculture and harvest in ancient Roman mythology, one of the 12 main Roman gods. Ceres is Jupiter's sister and one of the most popular gods in the West. She taught humans how to cultivate, giving life to the earth. She has boundless magic power, which can make the land fertile, plants lush, and crops abundant. She can also make the earth wither, all things wither, and no grass grow. She can give people inexhaustible wealth, and she can also make people poor and destitute. East of the provincial government building is Otto Commercial Avenue. 64 8-story commercial buildings have been built on both sides of the commercial avenue, all neatly uniform, personally named by Saint Tessa. These commercial buildings are all equipped with elevators, and many large local and foreign companies have moved in. For example, Blanca City Commercial Bank has purchased a building as its headquarters, and Baron Bank has also established its southern headquarters here. Southern Oil just didn't have a decent headquarters, so they simply moved the headquarters here. In addition, a number of companies such as Southern Energy and Blanca City Power Company have moved here, making it much more lively, and some people with a keen sense of smell simply bought a building, renovated it, and rented it out, making a lot of profit. To the west is General San Martin Avenue, where 4 Sanchez supermarkets have been built, each with a shopping complex covering 10,000 to 20,000 square meters. Basically, one commercial supermarket can cover the shopping needs of 10,000 to 20,000 people. In addition, there are also 5 commercial trade cities here, which can meet the procurement needs of most people. These are all built according to the scale of serving 100,000 people, and the population of Santa Rosa City is only 50,000 people, which means that Saint Tessa has almost built a new city in the Arish district in order to ensure the life and work needs of the provincial government officials and the new city staff. Saint Tessa planned to build 40 residential areas around, with every 10 residential areas forming a large area. These residential areas are mostly located around the commercial area. These large residential areas are built by 17 construction companies. Each residential area basically has 10 to 18 buildings. Each building has 6 floors, and each floor can accommodate 4 households. If fully occupied, it can basically meet the housing needs of 80,000 people at the same time. In order to facilitate the education needs of the children of officials, 10 primary schools, 5 junior high schools, and 2 senior high schools have also been built between the residential areas. In addition, 2 large libraries have been built here, just waiting for the funds to be in place to fill them with books. A batch of research institutes and some technologically advanced factories have also been planned in the Arish district. Saint Tessa has built several large industrial parks around the residential area according to high standards, opening up new investment promotion work, mainly focusing on electronic factories, pharmaceutical companies, electrical appliance factories, and other companies with higher technological content. In addition to the huge provincial government building, the future La Pampa University of Technology, La Pampa Normal University, and La Pampa University of Science and Technology are also under preparation one by one. The Arish district will be planned as a university town in the future, second only to the current National Southern University area, and may even surpass it. This is also inevitable. According to Saint Tessa's ideas and plans, Blanca City now has a large amount of fiscal revenue. In addition to fiscal transfers to Santa Rosa City, the rest must be converted into useful things, and even more future money must be spent, especially Lead & Motors, Maya Chemical, and Southern Oil. These companies with large talent demands have a huge thirst for talent. In addition, the future development of high-end third industrial revolution medicine and aerospace technology will inevitably require more excellent talents, and it is very necessary to build more universities in advance now. Moreover, the development of the Blanca City construction industry is now at its peak. Coupled with the work for relief, the number of registered construction workers alone is almost 29,000, which can also drive huge demand. Also, the larger the scale, the cheaper it is. Under the stimulation of orders, a group of excellent manufacturers have emerged in cement, steel bars, sand, gravel, red bricks, and tiles. Market competition is fierce, and prices are quite affordable. The construction industry in Blanca City has long surpassed San Martin City. Not only that, Blanca City has also cultivated 7 extra-large construction companies with a construction scale of more than 1,000 people. Among them, Blanca City state-owned First Construction Company and Second Construction Company rank first and second in scale. The First Construction Company was only established last year, and now it is the largest construction contractor in Blanca City, even surpassing Cohen Construction Company, which SYNOPSIS has developed for several years. And Isaac Trump, the person in charge of the first construction company, is also one of the civil servants most valued by SYNOPSIS. At only 37 years old, he has already shown strong business management capabilities. He went out from the Blanca City State-Owned Assets Committee to be responsible for the management of the first construction company. The person in charge of the second construction company is also a civil servant under 40 years old. The main business of the first construction company includes road construction, construction contracting, and residential building construction. The business of the second construction company is also quite extensive. Ports, factories, and residences can all be built. Moreover, the treatment of the first construction company and the second construction company is also good, and the accident rate is low. They are the two construction companies with the lowest accident rate in the Blanca City Construction Association. In the future, Blanca City Aviation School, Agricultural School, and Petroleum School will have the opportunity to be upgraded to universities. Then, with the National Southern University as the center, a university town will also be built. SYNOPSIS has planned a large enough land for them to expand. It is impossible for a large city with millions of people in the future to have only 2 universities. Other people will have to go to Buenos Aires, Córdoba, and La Plata to go to university. Moreover, Blanca City has gradually developed into the second highest city in Argentina in terms of fiscal revenue. With a blessing of the free port and customs duties, the fiscal revenue in January this year exceeded that of La Plata. The import and export trade volume in January has exceeded $10 million, which is very close to Buenos Aires. I have to say that doing trade as a transshipment port is profitable. All of SYNOPSIS companies now almost all conduct export trade through Blanca City. Argentina's well-connected railways make the export and import of Blanca City very convenient. The Blanca City Hall is temporarily still in the western district of Blanca City. This relocation is actually mainly for personnel and various materials, and the newly established La Pampa Provincial Defense Department was set up in January to ensure safe delivery. SYNOPSIS certainly would not be polite. This is a regular army, and it is funded and established by La Pampa Province. SYNOPSIS first established a regiment, directly disbanding half of the Blanca City Armed Police on the spot and stuffing them into the La Pampa Provincial Defense Army. The Defense Army now has 300 people. SYNOPSIS immediately launched the conscription office, extensively publicized it around Blanca City, encouraged young people with lofty ideals in La Pampa Province to join the army, and synchronously established a La Pampa Military Academy, selecting retired officers to serve as teachers and directly starting enrollment. Many young people in Argentina failed to get into university this year. In the past, most of them would enter society. Now it's good, they can join the army, and they can also take the military academy exam, and the treatment is not bad. One of SYNOPSIS regiments was quickly filled, and the military academy also quickly completed enrollment. The barracks are located in the suburbs east of the rich district. They are drilled every day according to SYNOPSIS instructions, and the military quality is improving very quickly. Chapter 252 Blanca City New Balance. With a rapid increase in the population of Blanca City, the number of council members in the Blanca City Council also increased, from 13 members the year before last to 55 members, an average of 1 council member for every 8,000 people. To ensure the needs and interests of the citizens, José conducted a series of reforms in Blanca City to ensure that Blanca City could continue to develop smoothly in the future. Even without him, Blanca City has gradually formed a triangular structure of mayor, council, city hall, forming a new balance that can develop relatively well. However, it still has not broken away from the scope of the dual core. After all, the city hall is still led by the mayor. Now the mayor is responsible for research and decision-making, formulating urban development guidelines. The City Hall is responsible for administrative affairs, mainly implementing the decisions of the mayor of Blanca City. The council is responsible for discussing major resolutions and questioning the decisions of the City Hall and the mayor, and the Standing Committee of the Blanca City Council usually serves as the intelligent body. The powers of the mayor and the council of Blanca City are basically equivalent and very large. Both the mayor and the council members are elected. The mayor and the council check and balance each other and cooperate to promote the management of the city. Of course, the mayor of Blanca City has greater authority. He can directly appoint many officials, and even a powerful mayor like José can directly appoint the director of the police department, but the council also has the right to raise such questions. In addition, according to the principle of separation of powers, the Blanca City Court, like the council, also has the function of supervising the Blanca City Hall, But due to the overall nature of Argentina, the influence of the court is quite weak. The Radical Party members of the Blanca City Council still have the largest number, with 40 members currently being members of the Radical Party. Saint José exerts influence over the Blanca City Council through the reorganized Blanca City Radical Party. The Blanca City Radical Party holds regular meetings, and outstanding members can participate in study and training at party schools. In terms of the Blanca City Hall, Saint José has appointed a total of 5 deputy mayors. In addition to the first deputy mayor in charge of the council, there are also deputy mayors in charge of other departments, which also reduces the pressure on Saint José. Now the size of the civil service team in Blanca City continues to expand. At the end of December last year, Blanca City organized another civil service examination, attracting a batch of fresh blood. Blanca City has done a very good job in terms of rejuvenating the civil service with the support of the civil servants. Blanca City began to use economic development as an assessment criterion. Each district has also gradually been filled with permanent institutions, giving the civil servants of Blanca City greater room for promotion. Saint José does not engage in any election system for civil servants at the district level. The promotion of most civil servants will eventually be gathered on Saint José's desk for his approval. Now the East District of Blanca City ranks first in population, with a full 160,000 people living in the East District. The West District also has 120,000 people. These two districts are often regarded as the central urban area, but the fastest developing area is the Alta District, with a population rapidly increasing from less than 10,000 to 80,000. The population of the Bosca District, where Southern Petroleum and Maya Chemical are located, has also increased from 6,000 to 40,000, and the Macrolo District has increased to 30,000 people. The temporary agency, Blanca County, began to split into some new districts, the most famous of which is the Cherokee District, whose population has grown to 40,000, injecting strong impetus into the development of Blanca City. The Cherokee District is still continuing to build and improve various infrastructures, and is building 4 highways to connect with the West District and Bosca District of Blanca City. The preferential policies of the Cherokee District have attracted Mason Pharmaceuticals, the best pharmaceutical company in the country. They plan to produce antibiotics and some important drugs here. Saint José provides land, factory buildings, and worker training, and a large number of enterprises are granted tax exemption for 3 years and a 50% tax reduction for 6 years. Mason Pharmaceuticals belongs to the Mason family and is headquartered on Avenida Libertador in Merlo, Buenos Aires. At that time, Italian journalist Attilio Mason decided to settle in Argentina. He initially established a trading company to import and sell Italian medicines. In the 1930s, his son founded the Mason Medical Laboratory, and in the 1940s, it transformed into a pharmaceutical company. Mason Pharmaceuticals has obtained the most advanced pharmaceutical technology in Europe. In Blanca City, it has received funding and a lot of help from the City Hall, and has equipped production, research and development laboratories and pharmaceutical industrial plants, becoming one of the first 7 factories to start construction in the Cherokee District. The Blanca City branch of Mason Pharmaceuticals covers an area of 80 acres, has 4 factory buildings, and currently has 600 employees, and is continuing to expand. Overall, Mason Pharmaceuticals is now one of the 3 largest companies in the Argentine pharmaceutical industry. It is also one of the largest exporters of therapeutic products in Latin America, and its products are exported to many countries. Mason Pharmaceuticals produces 79 drugs under the name Mason, mainly for export or licensing in Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, Peru, Colombia, Venezuela, Mexico and Cuba. The development of the pharmaceutical industry, in addition to economic development reasons, is also because the population of Blanca City has increased dramatically, and medical resources have become scarce. The Blanca City Public Health Bureau is under great pressure. Blanca City now has 13 hospitals, 8 of which were newly built last year. Even with high salaries, the doctors and nurses here are not fully staffed. Moreover, the quantity still cannot meet the sufficient demand. The National University of the South alone has opened 3 affiliated hospitals, and the medical school has become the most popular department of the University of the South. He does not want the channels for Argentinians to rise to be controlled by powerful tycoons and landlords, so he does not stick to one pattern in recruiting talents, and adopts the method of civil service examination plus performance assessment to select outstanding talents to fill Blanca City. The nearby town of Medellín near the Cherokee District has also been changed to district. Saint José sent an elite civil servant team to comprehensively manage the Medellín district. Here, Preparations will begin to dig an artificial canal to introduce water resources from the Colorado River tributary to meet industrial water and domestic water supply needs. Blanca City is thriving, and the only shortcoming is the serious shortage of other professional talents, such as teachers and doctors. Teachers are okay. Many universities in Argentina have graduates who are unemployed as soon as they graduate. The newly established schools in Blanca City recruit from many universities, which can basically meet the needs, but doctors are very scarce. Doctors have a high status and are respected by people, so it is not easy to poach them. Fortunately, the National University of the South is sitting here, so it is not so ugly on the surface. St. José began to focus on foreign countries and began to introduce some skilled immigrants from foreign countries, such as doctors and professional technicians. After Ibáñez del Campo was elected president of Chile in 1952, there was not much progress. Chile is still an agricultural country, and due to the control of American capital, industrial development is very slow, and agriculture is also very backward, with most of the land in the hands of large landowners. The population of Blanca City exceeded 500,000 in May, reaching 508,000. On May 20, the hot steel plant was put into operation, and the number of employees exceeded 9,000, becoming one of the factories with the most employees in Blanca City. On May 22, the biochemical Blanca City fertilizer plant was put into operation, with a demand for more than 6,000 employees, currently only 3,000. On May 28, the Southern Energy Blanca City third thermal power plant was put into operation, with a demand for 2,800 employees. The commissioning of these three major factories has made the demand for workers in Blanca City even worse. St. José had to increase the number of Chilean immigrants and laborers introduced. He even had to start some industry-university cooperation and organize school students for internships. Last year, the number of births in Blanca City reached 21,000. With 230,000 women of childbearing age, Blanca City's birth rate ranked first among all cities in the country, which also exacerbated the labor shortage in the textile and garment industry. St. José's response was to continue to encourage and support childbirth and continue to attract more foreign population among the long coastline and coastline obtained by La Pampa province last year. In addition to Blanca City, several trade towns can also be built along the coast. In order not to waste the advantages of establishing ports along the coast, St. José, as the mayor of Blanca City, submitted a proposal to set up new cities, which was directly approved by the provincial council. St. José has influence in New La Pampa province, also because the La Pampa provincial council is also set up according to the population ratio. The provincial council has been reshuffled, and the councillors from Blanca City account for 2/3. In his plan, he planned 3 new coastal cities, from north to south. They are Otto City, Bratavasi City, and Colorado Port City, all located on the coast. Among them, Bratavasi City, located in the middle, is promising because it is based on Bratavasi Bay, and Colorado City is a river seaport, the estuary of the Colorado River, and its potential is also good. The 3 port cities have chosen ice-free and silt-free seaports, and a coastal expressway will be built in the future to connect the coastline with these 3 younger brother port cities. Blanca City can also replicate its development measures, and the effect is not bad. Dorrego City in Buenos Aires province is also learning from and imitating Blanca City and has embarked on the road of competition, but it is too small and the population is only 30,000. The south is becoming lively. La Pampa Military Academy, St. José personally trains the La Pampa Provincial Defense Forces and serves as the president of the La Pampa Military Academy. This is also the first time that St. José has served as the president of a regular military university. He referred to the systems of some of the world's best military academies, such as the Fronza Military Academy, the St. Cyr Military Academy, and the Sandhurst Royal Military Academy, to manage and train the school, while learning from the Soviets to increase the sense of patriotic mission. Chapter 253 La Pampa Military Academy. The La Pampa Military Academy, officially the La Pampa Army Military Academy in the suburbs of the Ajirch district, a brand new military school, rose from the ground. As the president of the academy, St. José gave a speech at the opening ceremony of the military academy, giving them their first lesson. He looked at this group of student soldiers, selected as 1 in 10, full of energy. First of all, congratulations to everyone for successfully passing the entrance exam to the La Pampa Military Academy. This was not easy. Each of you has defeated at least 10 competitors. Next, you will undergo 4 years of study. Although our province is still very difficult, it is also developing very quickly, and protecting the lives and property of the people of La Pampa province is the glorious mission of our La Pampa Provincial Defense Force. The first class of the La Pampa Military Academy enrolled 300 students, after rigorous cultural level examinations and military skills physical fitness tests. Meeting the basic requirements was not easy. 1. Age must not exceed 20 years old, height above 1.65 meters, with regular facial features. 2. Naked eye vision must reach 4.6 or above. 3. St. Hessa organized a dual-structured interview of military officers and civil officials. Some items were even stricter than the civil servants examination in Blanca City. However, judging from the announced benefits, it was far better than the National University of the South. The fact that there was no tuition fee and that one could become a formal military officer upon passing the graduation exam attracted many young people to participate in the exam. St. Hessa had already prepared a 3,000-strong defense force, most of whom came from the Blanca City Armed Police Force, with rich experience, new and old helping each other. The new Youth League, which St. Hessa founded at the University of Buenos Aires, also played a role. A group of young military officers from the Argentine National Defense Military Academy joined the La Pampa Military Academy, enriching the faculty here. The Defense Force launched a large-scale reorganization and training, completed the development of the first 3 regiments of 500 people. St. Hessa unscrupulously started to build it up, not hesitating to put in the remaining core forces of the Thunder Cross and the Blue Delta. The Thunder Cross and the Blue Delta officially withdrew from the stage of history, and some were reorganized into the Combat Department of the Falcon Bureau. They became the Oran City Police Department, the Blanca City Police Department, the San Ma City Police, and other institutions. St. Hessa also figured it out. Even the most powerful security company cannot compare to regular army. He felt ashamed of his previous naive ideas. Fortunately, there were still lessons learned. Blanca City has changed from White Harbor to Golden City. Public security issues are also stimulating St. Hessa's nerves, not to mention that the population of a city has increased from 100,000 to 500,000 in more than a year, which is a miracle in any era. The Alta District has become the most chaotic area in terms of public security. Even though the number of police officers in the Alta District has increased to 600, the number of police officers in Blanca City has increased to 4,000, but it is still far from enough, because the actual managed population may have approached 600,000. St. Hessa accepted everyone and did not conduct a large-scale census in April. The number of newly opened small factories in the outer Alta District reached 160, which is more than all other districts combined. Now, making money in Blanca City is like robbing money. The public security in the core urban area of Blanca City is better, but outside the urban area, in the outer urban area, danger can be encountered anywhere. With St. Hessa's intentional indulgence, robbery, theft, or extortion, and even arson and murder, are very common. This is also the necessity of St. Hessa's proposal to establish a defense force. If you want people, you cannot establish a very strict population review system, otherwise no one will come on the surface. All the laws in Blanca City are the strictest. However, the implementation plan is tight on the outside and loose on the inside, otherwise it will not be able to rob other cities. Even before your annual sales exceed $500,000, no one will ask you to pay taxes. As for the tax police, they are aimed at large enterprises and large factories. Pigs must also be fattened before they can be slaughtered. The outbreak of public security problems means that there are not enough police officers here. Blanca City has not conducted a proper large-scale census. The number of unregistered residents in sight is likely to approach 100,000. In addition to regular immigrants, there are also smuggled Chilean farmers, and even scattered Colombians. Now, the Colombian military government is extremely brutal, and the population loss is serious. The rich go to the United States, and the poor immigrate to Brazil and Argentina. Now, the safest area may be the Ajirch District, East District and West District. Public security has also deteriorated in the short term. St. Hessa took the opportunity to propose the establishment of the La Pampa Defense Force, which is logical. He is already blatantly opening up to foreign immigrants, completely ignoring the warnings of the Argentine Immigration Bureau. Damn it, Córdoba province now has an army, and La Pampa province also has one. If you don't agree, arm yourself. Who is afraid of whom? St. Hessa did not say anything about the nationalization of Rhine military industries by the hawkish faction, but he still hated it in his heart. Developing to the end, 5 to 10 immigrant ships arrive in Blanca City every week. Most of these people are diverted to the Alta District to meet the employment needs of factories in order to meet the remittance business of new immigrant workers. St. Hessa let Plary International establish Plary International Bank, specializing in providing international remittances for foreign workers to attract foreigners to join. After all, everyone goes to work in other countries, So they must want money. It is useless to receive a bunch of pesos and go home anyway. The Andes cigarette factory has a large amount of foreign exchange, and it is also very convenient to exchange it into Chilean pesos and the like. Attracting them to immigrate and settle down is another matter. The interests of unregistered residents are difficult to guarantee, so the role of the Blanca City Police Department is reflected. Joining Argentine nationality can enjoy legal rights and be protected, and only need to go to the Blanca City Police Department for legal registration, swear to join, and you can be whitewashed and transferred to full-time, and immigrate as a family. You can also get 3 months of minimum living security subsidies. Basically, many foreigners in Blanca City directly become Argentines. That's how it works. He doesn't care about anything. Even so, most people are unwilling to naturalize. They just come to make money, and Saint Hesa does not object to this, so that the economy can be developed quickly. So Blanca City has become a place with the most unregistered residents in Argentina. Saint Hesa changed more than 30 passenger ships from the 2,200-ton fishing boats produced by the San Jose shipyard. Basically, one ship can carry 500 people. He unscrupulously increased the population. If there is no one in the country, he will attract people from foreign countries. Anyway, they all speak Spanish, and there is no communication barrier or anything like that. Since San Jose shipyard established a dock in Blanca City, it has begun to frantically produce freighters and passenger ships, squeezing the value of retired freighters and passenger ships. A 20,000-ton large passenger ship is also ready to be launched. A 50,000-ton giant freighter is also under research with the support of large-scale orders at home and abroad. The development of San Jose shipyard is getting better and better. In order to alleviate the problem of the lack of shipbuilding talents, Saint Hesa is preparing to establish a Blanca City Maritime Vocational School. Too much education funding is not a good thing. A large amount of high-quality steel is transported here and turned into large ships. San Jose Shipyard is the largest employer in the Alta District and also the trump card of the Alta District. There are more than 30 supporting suppliers surrounding the shipyard. Shipbuilding is a labor, capital, and technology-intensive industry, which has a strong driving effect on the development of upstream and downstream industries such as mechanical and electrical, steel, chemical, shipping, and marine resource exploration, and is of great significance for promoting labor employment, developing export trade, and ensuring national defense security. And the supporting factories of the automobile factory are also largely set up in the Alta District, such as the Blanca City Sean Glass Factory, with a factory area of more than 100,000 square meters, providing tempered glass for both the shipyard and the automobile factory, and also producing building glass, with more than 2,000 workers. The building materials industry in the Alta District has developed rapidly. There are more than 300 large and small building materials factories, which have made a lot of money during the large-scale infrastructure housing construction in Blanca City. Many people are still entering the building materials industry, such as cement production, tiles, red bricks, and daily-use ceramics. There is also the wire industry. Maya Chemical provides raw materials, and there are many factories that produce water pipes, etc. With a large-scale production of the Patron copper mine, the input of copper has also led to the emergence of some local wire factories, and the clothing industry also has supporting button factories, wool and yarn factories, zipper factories, and other factories, and there are quite a few of them. The Alta District also has a clothing industry. Because of the fierce competition, some people have flexible minds. Gradually, there are underwear processing factories everywhere in the Alta District. In the Alta District, the large underwear factories have hundreds of employees, and the small ones only work by themselves. The sound of sewing machines rings from morning to night. Build a few factory sheds, set up a few machines, and it is a factory. This is also the reason for the wild growth of Blanca City. Compared with the strictness of the central urban area, this place is growing arbitrarily. Chapter 254, directed and acted by Saint José. After Saint Hesa's speech at the military academy, he began to lead the new military corps to rectify the public security of Blanca City. It has to be said that this operation was very successful in the period before and after the establishment of the La Pampa Defense Army. The public security of Blanca City was actually okay. After all, in a city where everyone can find a job, who would really commit crimes and seek death? The La Pampa Provincial Defense Corps implements a compulsory military service system, but participation is voluntary, and it recruits from several surrounding provinces. Currently, only males are allowed to serve. After 3 years of service, they can be transferred to volunteer soldiers, with a maximum age limit of 40. The salary during the service period is increased based on the local average salary, And there are bonus points in the local police department examinations and civil service examinations, especially in the various bonus point policies of Blanca City, the provincial capital. The population of La Pampa province has increased to 1 million in half a year, of which Blanca City is expected to have 580,000, and Greater Blanca City has about 650,000, including 3 coastal cities and 5 inland cities. The original Greater Blanca City was mostly merged by Saint Hathays, and now some cities in La Pampa province have also gained some development. The cities surrounding Blanca City are also learning from Blanca City's advanced development experience. And the population is starting to increase. In March, Santa Rosa City received financial transfers from Blanca City. According to Saint Hathays' development suggestions, it also began large-scale urban construction. In 2 months, the city's population increased from less than 50,000 to more than 80,000. A highway connecting Blanca City is being prepared for filing and construction. Blanca City's second construction company and San Martin City's Harris Road Construction Company jointly bid to build Argentina's first highway from Santa Rosa to Blanca, connecting the inland and coastal areas of La Pampa province. And welcoming the arrival of the highway era, Saint Hathays used the position of Blanca City councillors in the La Pampa Provincial Assembly to persuade the senior officials of LADA and other councillors, citing the threat of Chileans, the deterioration of the overall public security environment, and the defense experience of learning from Córdoba province. To build La Pampa province's defense, the La Pampa Provincial Assembly approved the proposal, significantly increased the national defense budget, purchased a large number of new equipment from Nuco and Heavy Industries, and completed the transformation of the Defense Corps from a temporary armed army to a professional army with military main business as the focus. Co and Heavy Industries has also slowly recovered its vitality, and the speed of new tank actual combat experiments has also accelerated. After Leiden Automobile Company acquired the German Automobile Alliance, its technical strength has rapidly advanced to the level of a world-class second-tier automobile factory. At the same time, it has also obtained a large number of excellent military technology sources, which has accelerated the research and experimental of new tanks. A batch of new weapons, such as the Mk55 new small-caliber assault rifle designed with reference to the AK-47 experience, has also begun to be tested at the shooting range. Now it can be tested openly, and with real fixed military customers. Co and Heavy Industries has bound the most important customer, the La Pampa Defense Army. Excellent steel makes the quality of guns and artillery better. The improved processing equipment is even comparable to the original Buenos Aires factory, and most of the excellent weapons experts have also been brought over. The nationalization of Leiden Military Industries has instead strengthened Saint Hathays' belief in continuing the military industry. Today, they can find excuses to nationalize Leiden Military Industries. Tomorrow they can nationalize La Plata Steel Plant, and the day after tomorrow they can nationalize Barron Bank. They don't really value Leiden Military Industries, but think that Leiden Military Industries is a big piece of fat, and it just happens to be a national defense strategic industry, so there is an excuse. Saint Hathays was able to transfer most of the technical experts to Blanca City. It is also true that the public security in the Alto district is more severe. Indeed, there are too many foreigners, and the number of people managed has increased greatly, but the number of police officers in the police department cannot be increased synchronously. After all, illegal immigrants are not included in the statistics. After all, most of the criminals in the prison have already realized their mistakes, and if they perform well, they can get a reduced sentence or even provide employment opportunities after reform. For a time, dragons and snakes rose together in Blanca City, and all kinds of criminal masters appeared on the stage, as if Blanca City had really become a criminal paradise. The young people in Blanca City are busy making money and don't participate in any criminal organizations, so Saint Hathays also went to other places to find a new group of actors who played like real. As a result, he really caught a batch of fish. There is really a batch of civil servants colluding with criminals in the underground of Blanca City, which has good public security. The criminal gangs in Blanca City have become elite, in-depth, and hidden. They will even package themselves and whitewash themselves. This time, Saint Hathays deliberately relaxed the control of public security in Blanca City in order to lead out this group of people. In fact, as long as it is not continuous crime, Saint Hathays is willing to give them a chance. But when they start to corrupt the civil service system, this is what Saint Hathays cannot tolerate. When they engage in human trafficking, operate brothels, and even establish underground casinos, destroying the stable situation in Blanca City, Saint Hathays plans to clean them up with the mechanical processing level and the research and experimental of new metal materials in Blanca City. A solid foundation has been provided for the development of Cohen Heavy Industries and San Martin Aircraft Factory 2 Aero. 3 fighters streaked across the high sky over the Alich district. The silver and slender fuselage is more beautiful than the Air Force's Meteor fighters, and the combat effectiveness is also quite amazing. 640-ton K-55 tank vehicles manufactured using the new tracked chassis manufactured by American Tanks drove side by side across the Harvest Goddess Square. They adopted Italian 105mm caliber artillery technology, one 7.62mm machine gun, and one 12.7mm large caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. The diesel engine is purely Argentine produced. With an amazing horsepower of 720 horsepower, which can drive heavy tanks. It is said that the research and development was inspired by marine diesel engines. Argentine diesel engine factory has also introduced a lot of technology. Except for the diesel engines for 10,000-ton freighters that cannot be produced, from tractor diesel engines to fishing boats worth thousands of tons, they have all been localized. In addition, 630-ton V-55 tracked infantry fighting vehicles with the same chassis platform also drove past the square. The weapons are one 20mm cannon and one 7.62mm machine gun. The machine gun is located on the top of the rear troop compartment. There are 3 firing holes on each side of the troop compartment, and 2 rectangular hatches on the top. The diesel engine is the same as the tank this time. Philip Industrial Tractor Factory provided a lot of help for Cohen Heavy Industries tank production, and transferred many production equipment to Cohen Heavy Industries Blanca City Tank Factory free of charge. Finally, the La Pampa Defense Army also displayed a large number of new weapons and equipment such as new mortars, rocket launchers, and howitzers. This military parade has attracted a lot of attention. The Argentine Ministry of Defense has strictly questioned the La Pampa Defense Army's military parade, and St. Hathes has responded to this. The newly established La Pampa province faces a severe defense situation, with the personal and property safety of residents under serious threat. Our province is strictly carrying out military system reforms in accordance with Argentina's national defense law to establish a defense army. As a medium-sized province with a population of nearly 1 million, it is imperative to have a defense force to protect the interests of the people of La Pampa. Moreover, the size of La Pampa's army is far smaller than that of Córdoba and Buenos Aires provinces. The Ministry of Defense did not respond. San Jose continued to increase the import of military technology, planning to develop a complete set of military technologies, even negotiating technology imports with many military industrial enterprises for things like naval vessels, submarine technology, and large-caliber howitzers. Cooperation with the Austrian Steyr truck factory involved importing truck production lines to produce self-propelled artillery. The Leland Motors Fiat project is steadily advancing, and progress has been made in replicating the production line. The German Automobile Alliance Company is accelerating its development again, investing another $5 million to purchase production equipment, and supporting them in developing their own cars. The technical level of the German Automobile Alliance Company is stronger than that of Leland Motors' parent company, and the talent resources in the Federal Republic of Germany are also abundant. It only needs investment, and technical development can be shared with sufficient funds. The German Automobile Alliance Company can attract more talent. Currently, German salaries are not too high, and sales of Volkswagen Beetles, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW are not very good. San Jose also gave Audi enough money to poach people. Originally, his idea was not to interfere with companies invested in by foreigners, but now it seems that it is not impossible. Now Audi's foundation surpasses a large number of Japanese car companies. If there is enough capital and foresight, it may develop better and provide tremendous help to Leland Motors. San Jose is also striving to achieve the mechanization and motorization of the La Pampa Defense Force as soon as possible. The tank factory is still continuing to experiment with modifications, striving to make the new tank surpass the Sherman tank in strength, and to completely master the manufacturing technology of tank gun barrels. There are also many problems with diesel engines that need to be improved, and there are constant minor problems with the tracks. For the citizens of Blanca, San Jose carries out such security rectifications almost every period of time. The police department generally calls it Operation Sweep Away Black and Eliminate Evil. For many people in Blanca, life continues, and there are more job opportunities. Even the local elderly in Blanca do not have much sense of superiority. This is an immigrant city. These are all things that San Jose has been promoting in public opinion. He tries to avoid creating a divide between locals and outsiders, and creates more fair development opportunities for everyone who comes to Blanca. This is the core competitiveness that allows Blanca to maintain its development vitality and attract more people to come here. Some commercial education institutions have begun to appear in Blanca, and free public night schools have also been established, and some people with keen senses, such as the Jews, have begun to open grocery stores in Blanca. There are many Russian Jews in Argentina. They are indeed good at business and like to stick together. Their number in Argentina is not very large, only about 100,000. The establishment of Israel around 1948 reduced the number of Jews in Argentina a lot. There are also many Chinese from Southeast Asia, and Vietnamese from Saigon come to Blanca to do small businesses. San Jose does not refuse anyone, as long as they do not cause trouble and keep a low profile. There are basically no major problems under the effect of various laws in Blanca. Everyone is still relatively friendly. Of course, San Jose prefers immigrants from neighboring Spanish-speaking countries. Now Blanca is also an immigrant city. Except for the mixed-race foreign immigrants, the skin color will be a little different, the difference is not big, and the culture is easier to integrate as long as these immigrants obtain Argentine citizenship. Except for the first generation of immigrants who are restricted in a few occupations, the second generation of immigrants are fully open, and even taking civil service exams, registering for military service, and joining the police department have no restrictions. San Jose is promoting this, and he is doing it. The more people, the greater the advantage, and the greater the late mover advantages for foreign spies and the like. Just keep an eye on them secretly. The Falcon Bureau is implementing a strategic contraction, withdrawing a large number of unimportant provinces. Some foreign institutions have also completely transformed into commercial institutions, making money and commercial intelligence for San Jose, and transforming into commercial trade brokers, making friends with some foreign dignitaries. The second generation living in Blanca automatically acquires all the rights of the people of Blanca from infancy, including tax reductions and exemptions, free primary school, half-price tuition for secondary school, and no restrictions on taking local universities. You don't even need to marry an Argentine national, but there are restrictions on some areas. From top to bottom, the people of Blanca are more resistant to the nigger, and if they are caught, they will basically be deported, while they are quite friendly to immigrants from other countries. Immigrants from other places such as Gypsies, Indians, Persians, Egyptians, and people from the Fertile Crescent and North Africa do not have many restrictions, whether it is working or living. Although this is due to some historical reasons, we Argentines avoid being like Brazil and the United States, accepting these descendants of plantation trade or tropical continents. If you think it is discrimination, there is actually no problem. Our police department and city hall do this. We can only guarantee that he can leave Argentina safely. If you are a factory owner and choose to hire these real illegal immigrants, then you will have a lot of trouble. This has almost become a hidden rule in La Pampa province. A citizen of Blanca who declined to be named admitted this in a report in the Blanca Evening News. Some Persians and people from the Fertile Crescent live in harmony here in Blanca, and traditional hatred has not continued here. The Blanca City Hall is fair and just, the politics are clear, everyone has a job, lives and works in peace, and the economic development is extremely rapid. After obtaining the status of the provincial government, the development is even faster, and a massive construction climax has been set off again. Various commercial trade routes with foreign countries have been opened, and import and export trade continues to develop rapidly. Chile's copper mines, Colombia's coal and rubber, Brazil's timber and iron ore, and Australia's coal have all grown rapidly, while Blanca's exports of steel, furniture, clothing, shoes, tobacco, plastics, and hardware products have made Blanca's economic development more rapid. Since last year, San Jose has used a lot of his own resources to lay out the industrial development of Blanca, earning the first pot of gold for Blanca, and has now begun to reap huge harvests. Like many companies in San Martín, Buenos Aires, and La Plata, they now have backups. And now having a province behind them can also protect themselves very well. In the past, things like security companies, police departments, and intelligence agencies were all fictitious. Only having the army in hand gave San Jose a sense of peace of mind. The original San Jose was like a fattened white pig weighing 400 kilograms, full of fat, attracting attention. Although he had some combat power, if he encountered a real pig killer with a pig-killing knife, he would only be slaughtered. Now that he has obtained a provincial defense army, he has shrunk back, exercised his muscles, grown fangs, and thickened his skin, becoming a 300-kilogram wild boar with muscles all over his body, possessing basic self-protection capabilities, and slowly transforming into a fierce tiger that others dare not provoke. Chapter 255 9 Major Industries in Bahia Blanca. The Argentine warlords demanded vast amounts of national resources, constantly increasing defense spending, yet were incapable of managing the country. The burden on ordinary civilians was also heavy, and with this constant cycle, the country's overall burden grew heavier and heavier, while the military incessantly demanded more, making it impossible for the national economy to avoid decline. Although short-term control of inflation was achieved, Argentina's overall economic situation still hadn't improved. The problems were too deeply ingrained. After a period of stability lasting approximately 8 months, Argentina once again experienced a crisis of confidence. And President Eduardo could no longer suppress the fanatical military hawks. On July 6, President Eduardo was ultimately overthrown and sent to the United States, with Vice President José temporarily assuming the position of interim president. He was dispatched to Washington, D.C. as an attaché, primarily to keep him far from politics. Within the Cordoba military, two factions were locked in fierce competition: the moderate faction led by Minister of Defense General Thompson, and the hardline faction led by Minister of the Army General Pedro Aramburr. Both were seeking the support of local power brokers for him. Getting involved lightly could lead to utter destruction. As last year's coup had taught him, the warlords fought for power and profit, while the Radical Civic Union jumped into the fray, gradually expanding its influence and squeezing the Justicialist Party out of the center of power. The Radical Civic Union was expanding in several southern provinces, and Saint José continued to increase the size of the Radical Civic Union's southern faction, establishing a certain degree of influence within the party regarding development. The Blanca City Special Steel Plant produced stainless steel, manganese steel, chromium steel, manganese chromium steel, and chromium nickel steel, forming a metal processing industrial zone around hot steel. Blanca Special Steel Plant. A batch of hardware manufacturing plants emerged, producing hardware processing, stamping parts processing, hardware accessories, springs, welded parts, bent pipe fittings, motorcycle accessories, and other products. The copper produced by the Patron copper smelter in San Juan province was also heavily transported here, forming generator factories, copper rod factories, copper plate factories, and copper wire processing plants around the Blanca Copper Company refinery, attracting some foreign companies, such as Westinghouse Electric of the United States, which prepared to manufacture generators and motors here, leading to very rapid development of the non-ferrous metal smelting and processing industry. Pure copper and copper alloys also played a very important role in mechanical processing, with almost 80% of Patron Copper's rough processed copper being imported into Blanca City. The chemical industry in Blanca City advanced rapidly. In addition to the two giants, Maya Chemical and Southern Oil, the 3 acids 1 alkali chemical plant of Maya Chemical and the refinery of Southern Oil also spawned a batch of local Blanca City companies, such as Blue Cloud Chemical Fiber, Green Umbrella Chemical, Garcia Petrochemical, North Bull Chemical, Blue Ocean Chemical, Cano Daily Chemical, Federal Plastics Chemical, and a number of companies involved in the production of chemical fibers, synthetic rubber, soaps, shampoos, laundry detergents, toothpastes, chemical plastics, explosives, pesticides, and fertilizers. Unlike the clothing industry, the chemical industry required huge investments in longer time frames. Most of these chemical companies were backed by powerful family consortia, and some were subsidiaries of foreign companies. These chemical plants were also divided into daily chemical plants and chemical product plants. For example, the raw materials for soap largely came from animal and vegetable oils. Soap factories purchased tallow, lard, mutton tallow, and waste materials from vegetable oil plants, added some chemical reactions, and added some special fragrances to produce soap. The major manufacturer of these fragrances was the Cordoba food flavoring plant of Prairie Foods, which produced a large number of food additives and now even opened a chemical fragrance factory, making a fortune. The strength of a country boils down to political power and economic power. Currently, the manifestation of a country's strength is still steel. In addition to the two major steel groups in Blanca City, a number of small steel mills also emerged. At least for now in Argentina, no one valued steel mills more than Saint José. Beyond the La Plata steel plant, Saint José planned to expand the Blanca City Special Steel Plant into a complete steel conglomerate, rather than just relying on the hot steel plant. In fact, one option was to merge with a hot steel plant, but that would be detrimental to competition and development. A steel company without pressure would only lose its competitiveness and profits. Saint José hoped to bring more different things to Argentina, such as competition in the steel industry. Perhaps at a certain time, San Jose would have La Plata Steel Plant sell its shares in Han Steel Plant. After some consideration, he decided to separate the La Plata Steel Blanca Special Steel Plant and rename it Blanca City Steel United Company, and began to build its own smelting blast furnace at a port in the Alta area, with construction specifications larger than those in La Plata City. San Jose hoped to challenge the construction of a 2,000 cubic meter blast furnace, for which he also specially imported more advanced blast furnace construction technology from Krupp Industries of Germany. The status of marine transportation became more important. Originally, Blanca City had well-developed railway transportation, and transportation was also possible by rail, but the freight was actually quite expensive. But now the transportation capacity could no longer meet the needs. Iron ore from Uruguay, Huế province, and Brazil, and coal and iron ore from South Africa, Colombia, and Australia could all be transported by large freighters, and the freight was not expensive, which also strongly stimulated the development of Blanca City's steel metallurgy and energy industries. Argentina now imported more than 1,000 tons of iron ore and more than 20 million tons of coal annually, of which Blanca City accounted for about 1/3 and La Plata accounted for 1/2. In order to stabilize the source of raw materials, San Jose signed long-term agreements of more than 10 years with mineral companies in raw material countries, and also participated in local industrial and mining enterprises in Australia, Uruguay, and Colombia through Thunder Mining to meet supply needs. Steel mills could fully utilize the excellent coastal harbor conditions, and the two major shipyards of San Jose Shipbuilding were located around the two largest steel mills in Argentina respectively. In developing the shipbuilding industry, the original cooperation was with the Spanish National Shipbuilding Factory, and now the purchase of technology from Italian shipyards has also been increased to build larger docks, and coal carriers, large bulk carriers, and oil tankers are all under development. In particular, the dock for large oil tankers transporting crude oil is also being prepared for development, and large oil tankers will further promote the development of Argentina's petrochemical industry. San Jose Shipbuilding is expected to complete a shipbuilding volume of 500,000 deadweight tons this year, including a huge number of fishing boats and a large number of 20,000-ton freighters. In terms of transportation, based on the fleet of Polari International, a large number of international fleets are also hired, and special ore ships with a deadweight of 20,050 tons transport iron ore from Brazil and Uruguay, with a freight rate of only about $5 per ton. The construction of large-scale steel mills has brought significant economic benefits to the development of the steel industry in Blanca City. Huge investments have brought large-scale equipment to the steel industry, which in turn has led to increased production efficiency and reduced costs. Building steel mills along the coast also facilitates the sea transportation of steel exports. In addition to Brazil, Chile, Colombia, and Peru, Blanca City has expanded its trade export and import countries to Mexico, the South African Dominion, and Venezuela. Before sufficient oil was extracted, Venezuelan oil was a major supplier to Argentina. Venezuela was considered to have the largest oil reserves in the world, surpassing Saudi Arabia, Persia, and Iraq. Venezuela's oil industry is now almost entirely controlled by American oil companies, yet it remains relatively inexpensive. Southern Petroleum's petrochemical plant is complete, but the oil extracted by Southern Petroleum in Chubut Province and Neuquén Province is far from sufficient. With pipelines not yet fully laid, neighboring Venezuela has become a crucial import source. Argentina imports Mexican cotton, coffee, and sisal, South African iron ore and coal, and Venezuelan sugar cane, cocoa, cotton, and oil. It exports daily chemical products, hardware, light weapons, steel, non-ferrous metals, textiles, clothing, fishing boats, and food. The volume of import and export trade is expanding. San Jose also plans to export tractors, automobiles, trucks, and freighters in the next 5 years. San Jose also hopes to attract Mexican international laborers to La Pampa province to alleviate the tight labor resources. In the long term, Blanca City, La Pampa province faces a long-term labor shortage of over 1 million. The textile and garment industry, which accommodates more than half of the employment, now has over 800 factories, employing over 150,000 people. The food processing industry has fewer, larger factories, with only over 100 factories in total, but it already employs over 80,000 people. Both of these industries face a long-term shortage of labor, competing with other industries for workers, which is a headache for many factory owners. In addition, there is the tertiary industry, such as restaurants, department stores, and grocery stores. that meet the consumption needs of the large population of Blanca City. Agriculture and animal husbandry both require a very large population. Pig farms and chicken farms are all to supply the people of Blanca City, and now there are also new things promoted by San Jose, such as winter vegetable greenhouses. The polyvinyl chloride produced by the Southern Petrochemical Plant has become the raw material for vegetable greenhouses. Polyvinyl chloride agricultural film can well meet the needs of winter vegetables, but the price is a bit expensive in terms of industrial layout. San Jose hopes to expand the development of Blanca's steel industry in the future, strengthen the textile and garment industry, and in the future there will also be petrochemical industry and electronic appliance industry, all of which require sufficient labor. Moreover, San Jose plans to build many universities every year to attract more Argentinians to study and meet the needs of economic development, which will also squeeze the employment population of Blanca City, but it is something that has to be done. Blanca City has transformed from a consumer city to an industrial city in 2 years, with industrial growth exceeding 50 times. Only by realizing large-scale urbanization can Blanca City continue to strengthen its core competitiveness. After all, the population of Blanca City is still smaller than that of Córdoba and Rosario, although it has surpassed medium-sized cities such as La Plata, Mar del Plata, and San Martín in the future, to compete with the super cities on the east coast of South America, Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, and the domestic Buenos Aires. A population of less than 5 million is definitely not going to work. The provincial and municipal governments plan to have at least 5 universities: La Pampa Institute of Technology, La Pampa Institute of Science and Technology, Blanca City Iron and Steel Advanced Vocational School, Blanca City Textile Advanced Vocational School, and Blanca City Petroleum Advanced Vocational School. Ready for the autumn semester of next year and early next year, and the construction time is only less than 9 months. The National University of the South and Blanca City Advanced Vocational School also plan to expand enrollment to attract more outstanding talents to study in order to meet the employment demand. Blanca City, in addition to attracting more Argentinians from other provinces as usual, has to increase its efforts to attract foreign immigrants, and also opened up a transportation line across the Andes Mountains in Neuquén province. People from Bolivia and Paraguay also come from the border, gather in Oran City, and then take boats and trains to Blanca City, among which San Martín City is also an important transit station. This even attracted the attention of the National Defense Forces, forcing San Jose to resort to other means and measures. The La Pampa Defense Force will soon have something to do, responsible for receiving these ships, arranging personnel, and doing the business of official smuggling. The scale of such labor workers is also rare in history. The export scale of Blanca City in April has exceeded the Buenos Aires customs, ranking first in the country. Of course, it was surpassed again in May. Blanca City now migrates at least 10,020 people from foreign countries every month, and at least 10,020 people from other provinces. Blanca City can now increase by almost 30,000 people every month, not including the population increase in surrounding cities restricted by the upcoming winter. It has eased a lot. Most of the export countries of Buenos Aires are traditional trading partners, while Blanca City, under the leadership of San Jose, has developed more new trading partners and done business in more distant places. Steel, textile raw materials, and chemical products are all in short supply. The number of new jobs in Blanca City every month is more than 20,000. Not including the employment gap itself. The construction industry and the real estate industry continue to maintain a vigorous development speed for many industries. San Jose doesn't want Blanca City to become a slum, so no matter how many people come to Blanca City, they have enough housing. Rows of tube buildings have become a characteristic phenomenon of Blanca City. If Khrushchev could visit Blanca City, he would be very surprised. These tube buildings are carefully planned and distributed in the streets and alleys of Blanca City. A large number of hardened roads have also prepared for the arrival of the automobile era. Time slowly and quickly entered the end of August. Winter has arrived, but it can't resist the excitement of the people of Blanca City, because Blanca City will release its own production of cars. Blanca City Automobile Industrial Park, Leiden Automobile Headquarters. San Jose attended the Fiat car offline ceremony with his daughter in his arms. Also attending with him were the large and small officials of Blanca City. After almost a year of construction, the first Fiat 500 of Leiden Automobile Blanca City officially rolled off the production line. Different from the Italian local version, San Jose has specially optimized it and also modified the shell, making the Fiat 500 more angular, and there are also several more styles and shapes. In addition to the Fiat 500M, there are also 3 new shells such as the Fiat 500A. The advertisement has been released, and almost all newspapers in Argentina have reported it. Argentina's own car, the pride of the national automobile industry, Fiat 500, truly Italian pedigree. Blanca City Hall and San Martin City Hall announced that they will each purchase 50 vehicles for the taxi industry, and the price has not been specifically announced. It can supply the Argentine market with 3,000 cars per month, which is 500 more than before. This is because the acquisition of the German Automobile Union Company has solved many auto parts problems, and also allowed the mass production of Fiat cars to be advanced by more than half a year. This acquisition was too worthwhile. This is of great benefit to seizing the market. After all, the earlier the day, the more money you can make. The current Fiat 500 series has passed rigorous testing and is waiting for the official release of the price. Chapter 256 Fiat 600 is launched. At the car's launch ceremony, Saint Tessa stood to the right of the Lada official, his expression not changing much, while Derek Carmen stood to the left of the Lada official. Saint Tessa was dressed in formal attire, his height of over 1.8 meters making him relatively tall in the crowd. His build was sturdy yet slender, without excess fat or obvious muscles, highlighting his spirit and temperament. He held his daughter's hand. Brittany Cohen was already 2 years old, able to walk and call him Papa. He watched the factory workers drape red ribbons over the brand new cars, adorning them like bridegrooms in ancient chinois. A feeling of excitement rising within him. Years ago, when he was still in Cordoba, his mood often fluctuated, and his emotions were unstable. But now that he had reached this position, he had become increasingly calm. His emotions no longer easily revealed. Every move he made affected the livelihoods of nearly 600,000 people, and he considered the overall gains and losses more and more when doing things. Now, everyone regarded Saint Tessa as the number 3 figure in La Pampa province, and many said he would be the next high-ranking official. After the rollout ceremony, there was a press conference. Saint Tessa had Thunder Shield Motors rent out the largest exhibition hall in Blanca City, the Blanca City Civic Hall, located in the most prosperous West District, a super venue covering 10,000 square meters. The entire hall was crowded with people, a sea of faces. Although Buenos Aires, Cordoba, Rosario, and La Plata were the real big markets, the press conference was still held in Blanca City. If you were to say where the most nouveau riche were in Argentina, Blanca City would definitely be at the top of the list. Many people could afford cars. Saint Tessa was already preparing the second and third production lines. A few tens of thousands of cars a year was just small-scale stuff. As long as the Fiat 600 brought in enough money, he would have enough funds to set up his own car production line. After all, constantly transfusing blood would not work, and he could not withstand it. The hype was huge. Completely Argentine-made cars. Cars were the dream of many Argentine middle-class families, and the Fiat 600 was too beautiful. But this was only the price in the United States. If imported to Argentina, the price would increase by about $1,000. For example, the Beetle sold for $1,700 in the United States, but in Argentina, it was basically $2,500 or more, and it was still in short supply. Smuggled cars could be sold for $2,300, but you couldn't buy them. Many European cars were the same. Argentina imported many cars every year, which suppressed demand. Former President Bill even had to find someone to buy smuggled cars. Smuggled cars were very popular in Argentina now. If calculated according to import tax, a Beetle would basically cost $3,000. The Fiat model itself had the potential to be a hit. Many Argentine wealthy people had already paid attention to it when it was released in Geneva last month. Moreover, this car was very much in line with the aesthetic of Argentines, and now the price was very cheap, only about $100 more expensive than the local price in Italy at $1,599. Most high-wage Blanca City families could save enough money to buy one in about 3 years. Wages in Blanca City were considered high now, with many earning 10 to 20,000 pesos a month. Generally, those who bought cars were in their 30s, and they would choose to buy the Fiat 600M series, which only cost $1,699. A 600M could seat 7 people, making it very suitable for ordinary Blanca City families. The basic model could also seat 5 people, which was completely enough. Moreover, the basic model had a radio function, which was very cheap if you chose an installment loan from Ballon Bank. That was also possible, although the annual interest rate was a bit high. Former President Eduardo still did a good thing. After not printing more banknotes, the peso's exchange rate against the US dollar stabilized and even appreciated a bit. Although it was impossible to return to the era of 150, a rate of 1, 90 or so was also pretty good, at least ensuring Argentina's export competitive advantage. Moreover, Argentina had a large civil service team, and their wages were first class, allowing them to sell a lot every year and even export to neighboring countries like Brazil. The Fiat 600 had a clear symbolic meaning for Italians, and it also had milestone significance for Saint Hessa. Blanca City Business Daily commented, "We have finally ushered in an Argentine-made car, with a body length of 3,432 millimeters, a body width of 1,450 millimeters, and a curb weight of only 580 kilograms. The power comes from a 0.767-liter four-cylinder engine with a maximum power of 32 horsepower. The transmission system is a 4-speed manual gearbox, with a top speed of 96 kilometers per hour and an acceleration time of 43 seconds from 0 to 80 kilometers per hour. Last month, the first-generation Fiat 600 was unveiled at the Geneva Motor Show. It was filled with the beautiful wishes of Italians rebuilding their homes after the war, and a small and lightweight car design concept of small appearance, large connotation was proposed as Italians. They will never forget Felice Casordi's famous poster, "Touring at Night." Its sprite-like charm. The Fiat 600 was designed by the famous designer Dante Giacosa starting in 1951. After 4 years of effort, it finally received the critics' evaluation of unorthodox outstanding design. When the 600 returned to Italy with honor, Italy was in an uproar, looking forward to building a new life with it. At that time, Italy was undergoing a huge transformation from rural to urban, and the 600 naturally became a status symbol of that era's society. This car was very popular in Europe, and now it is popular in many countries. In addition to Italy, it is also very popular in Central and Southern European countries, and has swept to Spain, Yugoslavia and other countries in less than 10 days. 10,000 Fiat 600s were pre-ordered, and they were still increasing. That is to say, as long as it can be produced, it can recover nearly $18 million, and the annual sales will be $200 million, only more, not less. Saint Hessa finally realized that cars are really good. The factory buildings were also ready, waiting for the production line to be in place. The car RU00260 Center also stood up. He wanted Thunder Shield Motors to develop better cars, with more affordable prices and more advanced engines, to seize the market now. The prices of many raw materials in Blanca City were quite cheap, and there were many parts factories, allowing for reckless expansion as long as the quality of the Fiat 600 is guaranteed. He estimates that this car can sell at least 2 million units, which is $3 billion. With a conservative profit of $500 million to $1 billion. Therefore, Saint Hessa is already preparing in large quantities, waiting for the car sales to return funds. The first batch of 3,000 vehicles is also being rushed out on the assembly line. The production line will be replicated and pasted more than 3 times, at least to produce 10,000 cars per month as soon as possible. The main problem is still the 3 major components. Once they are solved, other problems are no longer a problem. Engine production, car body manufacturing, and gearbox all need to be finalized as soon as possible. Now is the time to race against the clock. Only after the domestic market is satisfied can exports be carried out. His wife, Elena, did not appear on the scene. She is now a teacher in the physics department of the National Southern University, busier than Saint Hessa every day, and only occasionally returns home on weekends, so Saint Hessa now takes his daughter to work. In fact, Elena's more important job is to provide theoretical support for the nuclear physics laboratory and cultivate outstanding students. Saint Hessa is still reluctant to let his wife go to the nuclear physics laboratory because radiation is too dangerous, so he arranged for her to enter the National Southern University. The nuclear physics laboratory belongs to the highest level of secrecy, SSSSS top secret, in all of Saint Hessa's institutions and organizations. Moreover, engaging in nuclear weapons is a very money-burning activity, with annual investment no less than acquiring a German automobile alliance company. Only the most core intelligence groups and top agents of the Falcon Bureau and the 2 major security companies are qualified to be responsible for the defense and security of the laboratory and production plant. And their official external position is Blanca Mining Company. At the same time, Saint Hessa also established a Blanca City Secret Security Bureau to be responsible for external protection. All personnel of the Secret Security Bureau are Saint Hessa's most core subordinates, trained according to special agent standards. The work of collecting Argentine nuclear physics experts has accelerated since Perón stepped down last year. This is the most confidential work in Saint Hessa's hands. The laboratory address is located on a mountainous farm in a certain area of La Pampa province, where he built a very concealed underground facility. St. Husser clearly knows that engaging in nuclear weapons is gambling with one's life. The United States and the Soviet Union are both paranoid about other countries engaging in these, and the ideas of many countries have been extinguished by them. Some physicists in South Africa, Nigeria, the Fertile Crescent, and Persia have been assassinated by them. Are you willing to be anonymous for the rest of your life? This is a very famous saying in New China. By the time the sentence was decoded, New China had already entered prosperity. When St. Husser was screening nuclear physics experts to participate, he also asked this sentence. Those who hesitated were sent by him to National Southern University to be professors, still with generous salaries. Compared with New China, Argentina can obtain more research resources. Enco Electric from the United States secretly smuggled large computer equipment from classified information and equipment from the United States and Canada. Argentina has many uranium mines. And the secret task of thunder mining is to mine uranium and send it to underground facilities for purification. The Americans' intention was behind Israel's bombing of the nuclear facilities in the Fertile Crescent, because Gaddafi, who offended the 5 permanent members by messing around with nuclear weapons, was physically transcended, and even his chrysanthemum was gone miserably. In later generations, only the 5 permanent members in a few countries were tacitly allowed to possess them. South Africa and Ukraine, which once possessed nuclear weapons, were fooled out of them. Even the Americans' loyal younger brother Canada was not allowed to possess them. It should be known that Canada's nuclear physics strength is among the best, and Canada was also one of the victorious countries in World War II, and its comprehensive national strength was also the strongest at that time, and its status is still very high now. Under the condition that the national strength is not enough, holding this nuclear weapon is like a child holding a machete, so it must be strictly kept secret. But this thing must still be possessed. 2 years ago, when I was in Blanca City, it was small, and it was enough to find a place to be hidden. Now, Blanca City is full of people, and even many foreign spies, so I can only migrate. He had been prepared for this. The company building the underground nuclear facility is also St. Husser's confidant, Cohen Construction Company. St. Husser also asked San Martin Aircraft Factory to set up an aerospace department internally to reserve some rocket launch technology. There are still some people under Dr. Tank who have experience with V-2 rockets, but they did not have the conditions before. At the same time, they did not give up the method of aircraft delivery and carried out technical research to see if the Aero 2 could be transformed into a bomber. You must have delivery equipment if you have weapons. St. Husser has now moved to the suburbs of the West District, which has been specially designated as a Blanca City civil servant community for the civil servants of Blanca City to live in. The original West District civil servant community is no longer able to accommodate them and has been converted into a residence for the civil servants of the West District. This area is built around the river and is very vast. The periphery is a high wall, and there are soldiers patrolling around the wall. The buildings are relatively luxurious, and a garden has also been specially opened up. St. Husser's residence is a villa. The main structure of the entire villa is a 3-story building with a unique shape. He also handles some official business at home. Blanca City has introduced a lot of foreign investment. For example, many local families in La Pampa moved their capital from Santa Rosa to Blanca City for investment, especially in the emerging Ajrich district. Although these families are not ranked in Argentina, they have accumulated more than 100 years of property. Many factories and companies in Buenos Aires province have also moved here. When the 4th thermal power plant in Blanca City was completed, Blanca City had become the first city in Argentina that would not have a power outage at night. Blanca City's complete power grid and advanced power management will provide stable and reliable power supply for citizens and factories, and the power supply price is more than half cheaper than other Argentine cities. The 5th, 6th, and 7th large thermal power plants are also under construction in the Alta, Pasca, and Maclo districts. In contrast, there is also the Salado River hydropower station, which intercepts the Salado River with huge investment. After the completion of this large hydropower station, in addition to the power generation function, the tight water resources in the western part of La Pampa province will be greatly reduced. Cheap electricity is also a powerful tool for Blanca City to attract investment. Australian coal for sea transportation is quite cheap. Southern Energy Company has never stopped building thermal power plants, and its technology research and development is also quite advanced. It has introduced an independently developed power grid technology, high voltage transmission and transformation technology, and is already catching up with the world's advanced level. Now many Blanca City people are night owls, which is not an exaggeration at all. They usually eat dinner after 8 p.m., and start going out for activities at 9 or 10 o'clock, often playing until late at night. Blanca City has now almost become a veritable city that never sleeps, with brilliant lights at night. 600 Fiat 600s have been sold in Blanca City, and there are many more vehicles on the road. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Night Economy in Bahia Blanca. The city of Blanca now boasts a large proportion of young people who, after work, release their hormones to the fullest in the evenings around 8 or 9 in the evening. No one plays soccer anymore. Young couples and married couples are more inclined to watch tango performances or go to bars. Tango performance venues are concentrated in the eastern part of the city, overlapping more with the residences of young people and close to where they work. In fact, the content of tango performances is quite similar. Performances usually start after 9 in the evening. Viewers can choose to have dinner and watch the performance, or they can just watch the performance, in which case they can go later. These performance venues are not large, usually accommodating only 200 or 300 spectators. The entrance fee is basically between 50 and 150 pesos. Around the tango stage are audience seats with tables, and there is also a snack and barbecue ordering service, with prices varying according to your budget. As for drinks, only beer is provided, increasing revenue for the tango dance halls. The performances alternate between dance and song. The men wear bow ties and dark evening suits, while the women wear long dresses with high slits on one side. Tango dance parties feature more singing than dancing, and are fiery and unrestrained. The dancing partners do not look at each other, and when positioning, both men and women look to their left. Tango music has a lively rhythm, somewhat like modern-day DJs and Indian film dances. Its distinctive syncopation is its defining characteristic, and the dance steps are gorgeous and elegant, passionate and unrestrained, and infinitely varied. Cross steps, leg kicks, jumps, and spins are dazzling. The lyrics of the songs extensively use street slang. The city of Blanca is now a melting pot, even more rich and diverse, and good singers often resonate with the audience. However, more elegant theater performances are very rare, usually starting between 9 and 10 in the evening. Watching opera or theater performances usually requires wearing a suit and tie, otherwise entry is not allowed, and the ticket prices are often expensive, with a ticket costing 1,000 pesos or more. Those who watch plays and operas are all wealthy people. During the performance season, various theaters stage newly produced plays. You can go to the Blanca City Grand Theater to see opera or to the San Martin Theater to see plays, but the ticket prices are relatively high. In the summer, the theaters are closed, and the City Hall often organizes street performances in various communities, providing low-income people who cannot afford to go to the theater during normal times and cannot go on vacation in the summer with the opportunity to appreciate high art. Of course, a more fashionable thing for young people to do now is to go to bars to dance and watch movies. The number of bars in Blanca is moderate, also to provide young people with a place to release stress. Regular bars only provide beer with low alcohol content, and some bars will provide high alcohol content, but they are often investigated by the police department. Some bars are old buildings, Spanish Gothic style, a combination of classical and modern, which is even more exciting than tango dance halls. Under the dim lights, everyone can go up and twist a bit. The air is filled with smoke, strong drum beats, young and crazy men and women. Even sitting in the corner is filled with the clinking of glasses, and some are blowing on wine bottles. As for night movies, watching night movies is the preferred entertainment for most people. Blanca now has a total of 25 cinemas throughout the city, distributed in various districts, including the new district. The young people of Blanca City like to go to Columbus Avenue in the Eastern District to watch movies the most. This is a 1-kilometer-long pedestrian street, extended from the old campus of the former National Southern University, and was intensively developed by San Jose. Undergoing a lot of renovation, it has formed a new commercial street, with 6 or 7 new style cinemas concentrated on both sides, as well as a dozen famous French and Italian restaurants, cafes, fast food restaurants, and even Chinese restaurants at the brightly lit entrance of the restaurant. The aroma of grilled meat wafts from the fiery charcoal fire. The cafe is dimly lit, filled with customers chatting leisurely. People strolling along the pedestrian street at night not only watch a movie, but also relax their nerves and relieve the fatigue of daytime work. In this lively atmosphere, the films are shown in a loop, from the afternoon until after midnight. Buying a ticket once allows you to watch repeatedly, With no time limit and no assigned seating after the movie is over, most people are not in a hurry to go home, but stroll along the street, looking at the various goods in the shop windows or having a cup of coffee in a cafe. In fact, there is something even more exciting. Blanca prohibits small casinos and illegal gambling, but San Jose does not prohibit horse racing. The horse racing competition is located in a traditional racecourse in the Eastern District. It was not demolished by San Jose during the expansion of the city, but was preserved. This is an important evening entertainment project for people who like excitement. Although it is late at night, the Blanca racecourse is crowded with people. The numbers displayed on the huge betting board are constantly changing, filled with a more crazy and frenzied atmosphere. Nothing is more attractive than horse racing. At the moment when betting is closed before the start, there is silence in the field, but as soon as the horses rush out of the track, the stands immediately boil. People shout and yell, waving the pieces of paper in their hands, their eyes closely following the horse they bet on. After the game, the winners cheered and jumped, some stopped at the right time, immediately cashed out, and then called friends to go out for a big barbecue and beer. Some losers beat their chests and stamped their feet. Most people, regardless of winning or losing, rushed into the betting hall to bet on the next game. In the Argentine district in the west of the city, there is also a larger racecourse, covering an area of 1,000 acres, with 11 tracks. The Argentine district is now a gathering area for the newly rich. The gamblers are full of gentlemanly demeanor and never shout loudly, but the bets are surprisingly large. These wealthy people spend a lot of money. Sometimes they may spend Argentina's wealth for 10 years in one night. A bet of $10,000 is very common here. Like the state borders in the United States, many are straight lines. The national borders in Europe are also not very prominent. Many people who have been to Europe have experienced crossing borders by car without feeling any different. This is because capitalist countries implement a small government and a large society. The mayor only provides services and does not participate in the operation of some enterprises. Under the conditions of a planned economy, the role of zoning is also not significant. The Soviet Union implemented a completely planned economy. With Moscow's economic development, an administrative order could move a factory from Ukraine to Kazakhstan. However, in Blanca City, La Pampa Province, and San Martin City, administrative divisions began to play a huge role. The Blanca City Hall operates a large number of state-owned enterprises and is very successful. It also stimulates the economy, formulates various policies and taxes conducive to economic development, and stimulates and integrates the potential of various districts. Blanca City can now be called the mayor's economy or the Saint Hilaire economy. The key role of the mayor of Blanca City is reflected in the appointment of personnel. Saint Hilaire appointed a group of civil servants who know how to manage the economy and provided them with a big stage. In the past, the La Pampa provincial government was not very strong, with 6 departments: internal affairs, economy, public works, education and culture, health, and rural affairs, as well as several secretariats. Now there is a 7th department, the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense is a new department in La Pampa province, modeled after the Córdoba Province Defense Force. In Argentine provinces, apart from Buenos Aires, there is very little intervention in the cities, just as it is difficult for the Argentine presidential palace to intervene in the provinces. After all, Argentina implements a federal system, and each province has a considerable degree of autonomy. Although this is not conducive to centralism or economic development, it is a great benefit to the current Saint Hilaire, who can unscrupulously enhance the strength of Blanca City and La Pampa province. Now, the Argentine provinces promulgate their own constitutions in accordance with the principles of the constitution, elect members of parliament and senior officials, and have independent legislative, administrative, and judicial organs, which are not subordinate to the federal power organs. The federal government can only intervene in local affairs in the event of riots, foreign invasions, or when local authorities request support, which is very similar to the United States recently. The adjustment of administrative divisions in Blanca City has objectively created good external conditions for Blanca City. How to develop in the future depends on people. The effect of this zoning adjustment in Blanca City has already appeared, and its significance is far-reaching. First, the new provincial capital, Blanca City, is the biggest winner, and its economic strength has been greatly enhanced. Second, the citizens of several autonomous cities that have been incorporated into Blanca City have received the greatest benefits, and their incomes have increased. Third, the La Pampa provincial government has also received a lot of benefits. The relationship has been straightened out, and expenditures have been reduced. Moreover, the future development direction has been clarified. which is to expand and strengthen the coastal economic belt and form the second largest Santa Rosa metropolitan area. Saint Hilaire is regarded as the number 3 figure in La Pampa province, a shadow senior official, and is still responsible for governing Blanca City, the provincial capital. This is a special case in La Pampa province and also a special case in Argentina, in recognition of Saint Hilaire's contribution to leading Blanca City, and senior official Lada is about to step down, which means that Saint Hilaire can run for senior official if he has ideas. If he wants to be a senior official, he must amend the La Pampa constitution. Saint Hilaire is now less than 25 years old, and age is indeed a problem. It is generally accepted that only those over 30 are eligible to run for senior official positions. Of course, Saint Hilaire looks more mature. After adding a beard, he looks like he is 28 or 9 years old, which is also what attracts people to him. To be honest, there are no age restrictions for being a senior official for the time being, but to be honest, the original La Pampa province had 200,000 or 300,000 people, which is the size of a small county town. Now, with 1 million people, it is at most equivalent to a medium-sized city. Saint Hilaire has had many private gatherings with senior official Lada and has gained a lot of support. Carlton Lada, the youngest son of senior official Lada, has just graduated from the University of Santa Fe and has been arranged by Saint Hilaire to work in a state-owned company under the Blanca City Investment Promotion Department. If you want to be a civil servant, you have to take an exam, which is at the end of the year. This is not a big problem. Now Saint Hilaire is also eager for talents, not to mention that university graduates are all dragons and phoenixes among people, and these exams cannot stump them. Recently, Saint Hilaire has cracked down severely on illegal immigration among the people and supported companies that regularize immigration. He cracked down on an illegal slave trade organization, which can be described as a one-stop service. This organization illegally transfers people from other countries to Argentina and also conducts training and brainwashing in order to achieve its ultimate goal. This criminal organization imprisoned this group of immigrants from Paraguay and Bolivia through illegal means such as threats, deception, and violent threats. They were trained outside Blanca City, and finally the illegal immigrants were transferred from Blanca City to the countryside for agricultural product planting and packaging, and some entered the ranches to work. Moreover, they paid a small amount of wages, or simply did not pay at all. It's no different from the slave trade, and the methods are very cruel. They were always handcuffed with ropes and locked in a room. They had nothing to eat and were beaten with wooden sticks every day. If they were disobedient or did not meet the work requirements, they would be locked in a small dark room. If they were girls, it would be even more tragic. Saint Hilaire's defense force rescued these poor people, numbering more than 1,000. They arranged for them to be treated in hospitals and arranged for accommodation and psychological doctors, and used the confiscated illegal income to compensate them. They promised to arrange jobs for them and get out of the psychological shadow. It's just that some people have become dull and mentally abnormal, and can only be sent to welfare homes. Chapter 258 Chapter 258 Comprehensive investment in the automobile industry. The Fiat 600 was selling like crazy. Even people who rarely contacted him wanted to get their hands on a few of the new models. Saint José felt like he had entered a new world. He had experience in the smuggling industry back when he was involved in import and export smuggling. He had quite a few channels and earned his first pot of gold initially, when the United States blockaded Argentina. He imported canning production lines. Later, he smuggled weapons, turning Rheinmetall military industries into a money bag. No one but himself knew exactly how much money Saint José made from weapon smuggling. Later, he discovered that tobacco had high profits, and most of it relied on exporting to foreign countries through the northwestern border of Argentina, which still provides Saint José with a continuous stream of profits. Later, Saint José slowly became formalized and legalized, laundering himself clean. Now, he has evolved all his factories into complete entities. Prol International, which is responsible for the formal trade, is still the second largest import and export trading company in Argentina, second only to the official Import and Export Association. Prol International is very professional in the import and export of bulk commodities, and can maximize efficiency and profits. For example, the import of oil, coal, iron ore, and cotton is basically done through Prol International, and the same is true for the export of bulk commodities, such as steel. But he had never smuggled cars. The reasons were nothing more than a few. First, it was too troublesome and unnecessary. Not only did he have to develop channels with car factories, but he also had to open up sales channels, which was time-consuming and laborious, and ultimately faced risks. The target was also large. Second, the Argentine car market was actually not that big. It was a deformed market spawned by Perón, which didn't help much in increasing strength. With that energy, it would be better to sell a few more guns. Third, this required cooperation with powerful civil officials, at least at the level of reaching the presidential palace, and there must be family maintenance, to put it bluntly. He just didn't like the profit. Even if he smuggled 10,000 cars a year, it was still insignificant, and once he was held accountable or exposed, it would be a devastating blow to his political career. Developing the light weapons industry can be said to be for national defense. Exporting tobacco can also support a large number of tobacco farmers, and developing illegal immigration can increase national strength. But Saint Tessa really disdains to be a comprador-style car import and export merchant in the domestic automobile industry. Currently, there are only 2 local automobile factories in Argentina. One is Steam Motors in Buenos Aires, which imports automobile parts for assembly and also engages in research and development. The second is Leaton Motors, which has begun to break through the limitations of Fiat and is starting to imitate and develop a more Argentine car. The Fiat 600 made by Fiat can indeed sell very well and earn enough money. Leaton Motors' 4-car making plan has already begun to take its first steps. The car engine is the most difficult part. Fortunately, the Argentine diesel engine factory also has many engine engineers with a lot of engine design experience, which can help Leaton Motors achieve this. Moreover, Fiat also supports engine engineers. Saint Tessa once again put forward some requirements for the research and development of automobile engines. Under the condition that the engine horsepower is basically sufficient, try to save fuel as much as possible. He found a stupid way to reverse engineer the engine, finding several of the best car engines in the world and directly disassembling them for reverse development. Moreover, Saint Tessa now has an advantage, which is that he has a mature engine engineering team. The car shell has also been optimized by Saint Tessa again, and he ambitiously plans to launch at least 2 models, namely a practical van and an A-Class 3-box sedan and an A-Class compact sedan. To sell cars well, you must not miss the largest car market in the world, the United States, also Brazil, Western Europe, Mexico and other relatively large car markets cannot be missed. The German Automobile Alliance, that is, Audi's development potential is there, and there are many German automotive talents, provided that the Argentine Leaton parent company can develop and assist in later generations. Audi developed by relying on Volkswagen, and Volkswagen gradually grew by relying on several super popular models, such as the first popular Beetle, the second popular Golf, and the third popular Passat. The Beetle cannot be imitated, but he has the South American production and sales rights of the Fiat 600, and the modified and upgraded version of the Fiat 600, with a different appearance at the same price. The Leaton 800 may be launched next year. The Passat will not be mentioned. After all, it is a B-class car, belonging to a medium-sized car, and Leaton's technical level has not yet reached it. But the Golf model is different. It is an A-class car, just like the Fiat 600. Both are compact models. To become a sales classic, there must be something unique about it, and the technical requirements will be lower. Saint Tessa doesn't want to run before he learns to walk. Civilian models are the most important and the guarantee of sales. The third model is a heavyweight, compact car technology, using a semi-streamlined design style and a large number of curves. The design goal of the compact car is actually very simple, that is, the appearance of a luxury car, the quality of a high-end car, and the price cost of a compact car in later generations. Many car factories in New China started this way, at least that's how they advertise it. Land Rover Landwind, Porsche Thai, simply imitating the appearance has basically no way out. These factories do not have core technology and the quality is not good, and they have basically closed down. In some, after getting rid of the initial imitation traces, slowly formed a design style, and basically survived very well. The first car to come out of this plan in later generations was the Toyota Corolla, called the Corolla in New China. This is just a matter of translation, like how Lexus was once called Lingzi. For various reasons, New China also has brands like Geely, Great Wall, Chang'an, and Bide, which eventually grew into independent brand car manufacturers with considerable weight with ready-made homework to copy. Saint Tessa had all the development plans he needed after comparing a large number of existing American car styles, including models from Ford, Chevrolet, and Chrysler, as well as a model developed by Ford UK with a MacPherson suspension system. Saint Tessa chose to introduce various mature technologies. Of course, the biggest automotive industry revolution after the war has already begun. German and Japanese cars will become the most powerful competitors to American cars, while British cars will slowly begin to decline, eventually withdrawing from the historical stage completely. Japanese and German cars have basically completed their transformation in the largest market, the United States. Japanese-American and German-American relations are very important for the automotive development of both countries as for the explosion of New China. As the largest automotive market in later generations, that is another matter. After losing its layout in the New China market, French cars basically lost their position as world-class car manufacturers. Later, Peugeot and Citroën merged and acquired a batch of car factories to barely maintain first-tier standards. Renault's current development is slightly better. After all, it is a purely state-owned company and the largest industrial group in France, involved in a large number of industries such as tractors, agricultural machinery, machine tools, small military engines, bearings, bicycles, and industrial rubber. It also undertakes engineering projects, with a similar position to Italy's Fiat, backed by the European market, which is one of the world's 3 largest automotive markets. When Leithold Motors completes a monthly production capacity of 10,000 vehicles, it will achieve the status of a 4th-tier car manufacturer. Now, Blanca City is slowly starting to develop the automotive industry, cultivating talent and related industries. As long as Leithold Motors develops well, it can affect the employment of at least 1 million people. It's that exaggerated. It can be done as long as Leithold Motors develops into a 2nd-tier manufacturer. Of course, the premise is that it can survive in the fiercely competitive South American market in the future. The South American market is currently dominated by American cars, but it is also in the initial stages of development. After all, to buy a car, in addition to having enough people, you also need a lot of money, and Leithold Motors brand is, after all, just a new brand. To develop well, it must rely on excellent product quality. Therefore, quality and appearance performance are equally important. Moreover, the automotive industry can affect the development of many industries. Blanca City has introduced a 5-year automotive industry plan, directly betting on it, announcing that it will invest $10 million in fiscal funds over the next 5 years to support the development of the automotive industry and related industries. This is a more perfect industry than steel, shipbuilding, food, textiles, chemicals, and petroleum, and it can also promote the development of other industries if the steel and petroleum industries can complete the industrialization foundation of Blanca City. Then the development of the automotive industry will complete the transformation of Blanca City's industry. It can also drive the development of other industries. Currently, the 2 cities with the best automotive industry development are Córdoba and Buenos Aires. Córdoba was once the location of the car factory under Argentina's military aircraft factory and is currently negotiating to introduce an American car factory. In the case of Buenos Aires, Ford Motor Company built a factory there in the 1930s and 1940s, producing the Model T, and some are still in operation today, but this model has now been discontinued. St. Husser proposed in the municipal meeting to comprehensively cultivate the technical talents needed by the automotive industry, negotiate with the National Southern University to establish an automotive industry department, Energy Blanca Vocational College and Blanca Industrial Vocational College under the jurisdiction of the Blanca Education Department to establish automotive majors. The Blanca City Hall will also provide $500,000 annually for automotive industry talent training in the next 5 years, and offer tax exemption for more than 5 years and other preferential measures to attract capable automotive parts factories from across the country and the world to set up factories in Blanca City, to develop automotive parts, rubber tires, and mechanical equipment processing related industries. On the basis of the Leithold Automotive Industrial Park, Blanca City will designate 200 square kilometers around the industrial park as an automotive industrial zone, implementing tax reductions, construction subsidies, and other preferential policies and financial subsidies for factories entering the zone, to rapidly develop the automotive industry. In addition, St. Husser also increased the introduction of automotive talent, with a relatively large effort, such as providing financial subsidies to the National Southern University and introducing outstanding talents from universities such as Buenos Aires. The demand for talent in the automotive industry is very large. In addition, the Blanca City Hall provides convenient measures such as rapid customs clearance for the import and export of bulk goods such as automotive tire rubber. Chapter 259 Economic Impetus and Provincial Political Structure. The economy of Blanca City is advancing at a rapid pace. The production capacity of the Reuten Fiat automobile factory is also rapidly increasing, with unplanned car production beginning to surge while ensuring the quality of the cars. Each additional unit sold generates a profit of $300. Moreover, each additional car produced essentially creates employment for at least 5 people. The Reutin automobile project has already created over 20,000 jobs, demonstrating the vigorous vitality and potential of Blanca City. It is projected that by the end of this year, Blanca City's economic scale will rival that of Córdoba, becoming one of Argentina's top 3 largest cities in terms of economic ranking as of June. Blanca City's economy had already surpassed that of La Plata, the capital of Buenos Aires province, and Rosario, the largest city in Santa Fe province. The Reutin automobile project alone can drive an economic increase of at least $40 to $50 million this year, not to mention the hot steel, Maya Chemical, Southern Petroleum, and Southern Energy mega projects. The Greater Blanca City metropolitan area is gradually taking shape. The 3 coastal cities, Blanca City's little brothers, as well as the cities within the Greater Blanca City metropolitan area and the connection to the old provincial capital of Santa Rosa, are also keeping pace. Blanca City, in conjunction with La Pampa's financial contributions, has begun to borrow funds to construct the Coastal Expressway, the La Pampa-San Blanca Expressway, large-scale hydroelectric power stations, and other projects, all with investments starting at $10 million to get rich. First, build roads. La Pampa province's road transportation is rapidly catching up. In addition to the existing Blanca City Second Construction Company, the La Pampa provincial government has also funded the establishment of the La Pampa Road Construction Transportation Company, creating a competitive landscape with the San Martin City Harris Road Construction, Blanca Second Construction, Coan Construction Road Construction, and La Pampa Road Construction Transportation as the 4 major road construction companies. These road construction and construction companies are also undertaking numerous contracted projects in some other provinces, with 7 already employing over 1,000 people, which is more than San Martin City with large-scale investments in infrastructure, in addition to Argentina's largest Sidex cement plant. Local companies such as Martinez Cement Plant, Grief Cement Plant, and Santa Rosa Cement Plant have emerged, attracting a large number of young people and foreign workers for employment. Although working on road construction is hard and tiring every day, the wages are indeed much better than working in factories, and it is also relatively more free. Blanca City has become a place with the most building material companies in Argentina. Previously, the 4 major families of Blanca City controlled the political landscape of the council, with the council and the mayor forming a dual-core system. In name, the councillors and the city hall were controlled by the Justicialist Party. Now, this situation has been completely dismantled by San José. The influence of these local families has declined, and the Justicialist Party has been expelled from the city hall, but they are still allowed to participate in the council. Only their influence has greatly decreased. San José encourages citizens to participate in oversight work and formally strengthens the council's voice, giving it a bit of a House of Representatives feel. The eligibility criteria for selecting and electing councillors have been greatly relaxed by the municipal bill, no longer limited to local powerful families. Blanca City Hall and the council promulgated the Council Political Party Member Act. The new regulations state that only political parties with more than 1,000 members are eligible to run for the council, and there is also a mandatory requirement that only political parties with branches in more than 5 districts of Blanca City are eligible to participate. After President Perón stepped down, the family-style small political parties formed in Blanca City completely disintegrated, and some small local parties were forced to reorganize in the La Pampa Provincial Council. This bill was also followed, requiring at least branches in 5 cities in La Pampa province and more than 2,000 members for a political party to participate in the provincial council election. Currently, the Blanca City Radical Civic Union, Blanca City Justicialist Party, Blanca City Republican Party, Blanca City Socialist Party, and La Pampa Civic Union have basically formed the 5 major new political party organizations in the provincial and municipal councils. Moreover, except for the Radical Civic Union, the remaining 4 political parties have been forced to carry out a series of modern political party reforms to adapt to the new bill. Among them, the newly established La Pampa Civic Union is a new political party, jointly formed by the Santa Rosa Civic Union and a total of 11 small parties from the original 4 major families of Blanca City. It has 1 council seats in both the Blanca City Council and the La Pampa Provincial Council, and is now the 2nd largest political party in La Pampa province. The Justicialist Party, due to some reasons, has seen a large number of members withdraw, but it still maintains a certain position and is the 3rd largest political party in La Pampa province. Most citizens mainly choose to join the Radical Civic Union. The number of members of the Blanca City Radical Civic Union has exceeded 10,000, and the remaining cities combined also have 3,000 members. It is now the largest party in La Pampa province and Blanca City. The Republican Party and the Socialist Party are now the smallest two of the 5 major parties in La Pampa, barely meeting the standards. San Jose has an idea in his heart, which is to independently establish the entire Southern Radical Civic Union when necessary, but this is the last resort. The La Pampa Provincial Council has become an important power organ in La Pampa province under the promotion of Blanca City. The 3 small coastal cities and Santa Rosa are also developing well, starting to develop industries with local characteristics. For example, Santa Rosa City is developing mineral mining, ceramic raw materials, and cement raw materials production. Auto City, Bradovic City, and Colorado Port City are developing salt production, food processing, seafood processing, and deep-sea fishing. The construction speed of the new La Pampa Coastal Provincial Road is faster than that of the Coastal Expressway. It adopts unified planning, segmented processing, and rapid pouring, using a 2-way 4-lane design to connect the 4 coastal cities of La Pampa. In addition to Blanca City, the main economies of these 3 cities are still agriculture, joining the Agricultural Development Agreement to develop rice planting, soybean planting, and corn planting. In the military aspect, the main leaders of the 2 newly established regiments of the La Pampa Defense Force are basically his confidants, all of whom are members of the Radical Civic Union. Some important departments of the Falcon Bureau have also been fully integrated into the Defense Force. The same is true for the Army's civilian personnel now. A certain combat force has basically been formed. Many students from the new Youth League, the largest student organization at the original University of Buenos Aires, have just graduated. Core members have been developed in 11 universities in Buenos Aires, including 3 military academies. There are also many young officers in the National Defense Military Academy. San Jose has recruited them in large numbers, supplementing the grassroots officer strength of the Defense Force. This has greatly improved the level of the Defense Force. Coupled with some scientific training methods and the support of the newly established La Pampa Military Academy, the Defense Force can basically catch up with the first-tier level of Argentina. San Jose has extensively referred to the military concepts of the new China, the world's #1 army, and the Soviet Union Army, the world's #2 army, including basic training such as infantry tank coordination. He personally formulates military training plans, organizes military training, writes military defense outlines, and implements a reserve militia plan, organizing and establishing 5 militia regiments outside the Defense Force, which can participate in some basic defense work. The hot sales of Fiat cars have provided new and heavy industries parts factories with a large amount of cash income, enabling them to purchase a batch of advanced machine tools, machining centers, milling machines, etc., and resume the production of military weapons, whether it's producing light weapons or tanks. Hollowing out the old Rheinmetall military industry is what St. Husser is doing now. Weapon data and blueprints are backed up, and the special steel plant has new special steel alloy materials. The building materials industry in Blanca City is developing well, attracting many Southeast Asian Chinese to set up ceramic factories in Blanca City. In addition to the current development of the ceramic industry, ceramic armor development and engineering ceramics are also important directions in terms of diesel engines. German diesel engine production technology has been introduced, and the latest AAT engine has been developed, with 800 horsepower and good power. Of course, the technical level is still at the World War II level, which is already behind the research and development level of the 2 superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. Basically, it is enough to ensure that it reaches a usable level. This tank is named the Pampas tank. The fire control system is also quite primitive and simple, basically just simple fire control, imitating the fire control technology of American tanks. After all, Argentina's electronics industry and computer industry are equivalent to nothing now, so there is no need to force it. The fire control system is extremely simple. After the commander's cupola searches for the target and discovers the target, it uses the rangefinder to accurately measure the target, judge the type of target, and perform ranging. Then, it uses the positioning compass in the commander's cupola to determine the target's azimuth, and then fire the tank gunners. For the development of the electronics industry, it will be at least after the 1960s. Now, the most important thing is to build the foundation and seize power. Advanced technologies such as computers are only available to first-class powers. Now, St. Husser can play with transistor radios, which is already good. Speaking of tank armor, Southeast Asian Chinese control 70% of the ceramic market in Blanca City, and also account for more than 30% of the building materials market. The Chinatown in Córdoba has contributed a lot. Argentina has some local ceramic industry, but the level is not flattering. St. Hesser also moved some Chinese from Southeast Asia to barely make progress as for the inside of the tank. Needless to say, there is no air conditioning and no good equipment. It is very hard. St. Hesser reciprocates and gives these Southeast Asian Chinese positive publicity, encouraging them to integrate into Argentina, and even consider the idea of letting them run for parliament in the future, but it was limited by the number of people and the opposition of other parliamentarians. Now he is trying everything possible to increase the military strength of Blanca City. After all, the Ministry of National Defense has warned several times, and even fighter jets have patrolled and warships have cruised. Fortunately, the relationship between the Belgrano naval port and Blanca City is still okay, so there have not been too many problems, and the two are very close. St. Hesser is not idle either. He also has coastal defense guns and anti-aircraft gun technology. Even the San Martin aircraft factory can produce Aero 2 fighter jets. The research and development strength even exceeds the Córdoba military aircraft factory. It is just that the price of producing fighter jets is too expensive, so St. Hesser has not made up his mind to mass produce them now. Not only is the new Cohen Heavy Industries involved in military products, but also Lanian Textile, Maya Chemical, Blanca Special Steel, and Blanca Non-Ferrous Metals basically have special workshops for producing military products, such as bulletproof vests, helmets, special materials, military shoes, explosives, and copper steel cartridge cases. A large number of job opportunities have created a siphon effect on the population of other provinces in Blanca City. In June alone, the population increased by 30,000. You must know that it is winter now. Many of the new population are farmers and ranch workers from the Pampas grasslands, because there is generally not much to do in Argentina in winter, and St. Hesser launched a propaganda machine, promoting recruitment in Buenos Aires province and Córdoba province, and also providing round-trip train tickets. This allows many people who want to increase their income to come to Blanca City to work, mostly husband and wife pairs, very similar to the migrant workers of New China in later generations. Men are engaged in some basic industry jobs, such as construction and road construction, and women are engaged in textile factories. The winter temperature in Blanca City this year is not too low, basically maintained above 10 degrees, so St. Hesser can build a large number of houses, build roads, and build hydropower stations, rushing to complete the project and increase strength. The development of the textile and garment industry is still rapid. The price of short-term garment workers is low, and many factories also like to hire them. Factories are undertaking a large number of European orders, Latin American orders, and exports to Brazil are also continuing to grow. Blanca City's textile industry is creating cost-effective supply by relying on supply chain advantages. However, these people are more like migratory birds, and basically leave by spring at the latest, not counted in the permanent residents of Blanca City. Even so, these workers can greatly increase the strength of Blanca City and greatly alleviate the tight labor situation, and many people will eventually be attracted to Blanca City and eventually become permanent residents of Blanca City. It is too prosperous here now, with sufficient supply of many commodities and prices are not high. Most factories also provide food and accommodation, and the living and working environment is not bad. To become a citizen, you only need to investigate basic social background and then take an oath to become a glorious citizen of Blanca City. Normally speaking, production activities in winter will decline a lot, but for the factory owners in Blanca City, this is different. Blanca City has become a city with a very striving spirit, and its production efficiency has exceeded that of Buenos Aires. Competition is also very fierce, giving birth to a batch of Argentina's most competitive factories and companies. As for why the population of Blanca City has increased so much, even comparable to the annual increase of supercities in New China in later generations, the factors are diverse, but to sum it up in one sentence, it is grabbing people plus grabbing territory. Among them, La Pampa province now has three major financing platforms: Blanca City Commercial Bank, Balin Bank, and the newly established La Pampa Credit Bank. La Pampa Credit Bank was established by integrating the banking institutions of 17 autonomous municipalities in La Pampa, represented by Santa Rosa City. The bank headquarters is located in the Ajrush district of Blanca City. The scale is similar to that of Blanca City Commercial Bank, integrating La Pampa banking resources to help La Pampa's economic development. Chapter 260 The Three Provinces Alliance and Urban Construction. In addition to the three major banks, the Blanca City Hall also actively intervened in agricultural and industrial bank credit, borrowing heavily to develop construction, and established a Blanca City Agricultural Credit Bank and the Blanca City Industrial Credit Bank, all of which had a common backer, the Blanca City State-Owned Assets Committee. As Blanca City underwent urban planning and renovation, and expanded into new areas, a large number of people poured in, creating a mixed bag of individuals and giving rise to many urban legends. Besides the major construction companies, a batch of companies focusing on housing development and commercial real estate development began to rise. Several well-funded companies, led by Santa Rosa Tower Real Estate Company, acquired development rights through heavy investment and land acquisition, and began to develop the real estate industry. The less formal companies under St. Hesse also slowly withdrew from the original welfare real estate industry and merged into Blanca City Real Estate Company. After all, some of the original models were no longer applicable, and now it was necessary to carry out true market-oriented reforms and development. Originally, in order to develop industrial zones and urban areas, St. Hesse built low-priced housing and factories on a large scale for cheap rent and sale, reducing the cost of living in Blanca City. As long as it didn't lose too much money, he would do it. Many real estate developments were rented and sold at cost plus a little extra, which was also an important measure to attract people. In addition to retaining the necessary housing security policies, some true real estate was also a source of wealth for the development of Blanca City. In principle, the Blanca City Hall was the biggest profit earner in the real estate industry. The Blanca City Hall had already bought a large amount of land at low prices. In principle, much of Blanca City's land was not private. Even if it was privately developed, it had to be registered and development fees paid. St. Hesse had to add another engine to Blanca City's development, and that was land finance. If Blanca City was just a small city, then the land would not have much value, mostly agricultural land. But if it was a large city with a population of several million, the land would bring amazing wealth. St. Hesse formulated and promulgated the Blanca City Banking Act and the Real Estate Development Act, and specifically established a department in the Blanca City Hall for record-keeping and development management. At the same time, St. Hesse also allowed non-real estate companies, that is, some locals in Blanca City who owned land, to build their own buildings for rent and sale, and provided positive guidance. American Broadcasting Radio was founded in 1948 and is a private radio station that can broadcast programs 24 hours a day. It currently covers 70% of Argentina's regions. The main content comes from its own reporters and the American, Bolivian, and EF news agencies, as well as the New Argentina Media Group Now, American Radio, Mitre Broadcasting Radio, and New Argentina Voice of Broadcasting are known as the three largest private radio stations in Argentina. St. Hesse used a lot of public opinion resources to prevent the current military government from becoming authoritarian and dictatorial. At the same time, he carried out a large number of administrative reforms in the city hall, setting up 3 directly subordinate offices to directly manage several important administrative departments. The efficiency of administrative departments such as the police department, the state-owned assets committee, the transportation department, and the finance department has been greatly improved. St. Hesse did not stop for a moment. The outer 3 districts and the Ajarachi district were now the focus of development, and the remaining 4 towns outside the city, which had been converted, were also assigned the most capable district chiefs, all of whom were experienced civil servants elites. While the Ministry of National Defense stepped up its pressure on La Pampa province, Mr. Latta, a senior official, withstood the pressure. In order for the army to quickly form combat effectiveness, St. Hesse had to personally participate in the reorganization and training plan. On August 12, St. Hesse, Commander-in-Chief of the La Pampa Provincial Defense Army and Mayor of Blanca City, announced the continued expansion of the La Pampa Provincial Defense Corps. To meet the severe challenges of the situation, the actual managed population of La Pampa province had exceeded 1 million, and the short-term floating population in winter reached as many as 100,000, making it a large province. In Argentina, it could steadily rank 6th, second only to Buenos Aires Province, Buenos Aires City, Córdoba Province, Mendoza Province, and Santa Fe Province. In order to ensure the security environment, St. Hesse announced the reorganization of the Defense Army into 4 regiments and the expansion of non-military groups, bringing the overall number of the Defense Army to 13,000 people. On August 18, St. Hesse, on behalf of senior official Latta, held a series of meetings with Rosa Carlos, a senior official of Rio Negro province who also served as the commander of defense, and Belarcaner, a senior official of New Cane, in General Roca town, and signed a secret defense treaty to deal with the smuggling of foreign immigrants. Mainly targeting the smuggling of Chilean immigrants, this was just a necessary excuse. Saint Hessa couldn't wait for more people to cross the Andes Mountains, but winter made foreign immigrants and smugglers less numerous. Saint Hessa, wearing a military uniform, and the two military and political bosses were in the General Roca town's manor. This time, he also brought a batch of gifts, complete army equipment and logistical ammunition weapons that could equip 2 regiments, all of which were the latest high-end goods including submachine guns, pistols, machine guns, grenades, custom military uniforms. General Roca town is located at the junction of the 3 provinces and is connected to New Cane City. In fact, it is equivalent to the suburbs of New Cane City. The scenery is good. This time, the number of attendees was not large, but most of them were high-ranking officials. It was also to take care of New Cane province that the meeting place was set here. New Cane City is actually a very strange provincial capital. Its location is very special. It is one of the few provincial capitals in Argentina located on the provincial border. It is also a very young provincial capital, just like the original Santa Rosa city. New Cane City is located at the confluence of the Limay River and the New Cane River, at an altitude of 265 meters, with a population of more than 50,000. The nearby irrigated agricultural area is rich in fruits, grapes, grains, and feed, and cattle are raised. The products are processed and transported from here. Ships can reach Carmen along the Negro River, and there are railway and highway connections with Blanca City and Viedma City. There are oil fields west of the city. New Cane province has not yet developed its oil, and it is a border agricultural province. The situation in Rio Negro province is slightly better, but there are also many problems. Our province has brought a gift this time to sponsor and equip your province's defense regiment. In the future, we can conduct joint military exercises to deal with the severe immigration situation. Recently, the Defense Army of New Cane province was also officially established, with a scale of 2,000 people, no more, no less. In terms of oil and minerals, the cooperation with the La Pampa province is very in-depth. Rio Negro province has a slightly better situation. The economic development in the past 6 months has been good, and a regiment has also been established, but for the 2 provinces with financial difficulties, weapons and equipment are still a problem. They are too expensive and cannot be bought. There is a price but no market. The Ministry of National Defense cannot approve the transfer of weapons. Although Argentina underwent reorganization during the Perón era, it did not have too many territorial military disputes with foreign countries. Moreover, it was good enough that Argentina did not bully others. To the west are the tall Andes Mountains, and Chile's national strength is much weaker than Argentina's. To the east is the sea, to the north are the weak mountain countries of Bolivia, and to the northeast are the 2 buffer countries of Paraguay and Uruguay with Brazil. Thank you for the strong support from La Pampa province. We will definitely work hard to get the immigrant smuggling issue resolved. Saint Hessa raised his wine glass high, tasted it, and then said, I have to say that New Cane's wine is really top-notch. I think our La Pampa province needs it very much. The quality exceeds that of Mendoza province's wine. I propose to establish a winery to supply our Blanca City and Viedma City. What do you say, Senior Official Carlos? I think it's good, Cohen. You're right. Ha ha ha. You deserve to be the god of wealth of La Pampa province. Senior Official Rosa also agreed for a time. The guests were all happy. Everyone knew what was going on. Saint Hessa also planned to bring them military instructors to help them train. General Roca town will become a member of the New Cane City metropolitan area in the future. In addition to military defense cooperation, Saint Hessa also brought economic cooperation treaties for mineral exploitation, economic development, wine, and the like in the Rio Negro border and New Cane province. Saint Hessa plans to build large-scale hydropower stations, geothermal power stations, and natural gas-fueled thermal power plants in New Cane province to meet the power supply needs of the 3 provinces and create employment for New Cane province. The reserves of oil, natural gas, copper, metal mines, potassium, and bentonite are abundant here, which can meet many of Blanca City's development needs, and can also be used to manufacture fertilizers, develop ceramics, metal smelting industries, etc. Now La Pampa province has become the leader of the 3 small groups, so naturally it has to provide more sponsorship and help to develop its strength. The 2 younger brothers also supported La Pampa province a lot in the past, so now it's time to return the favor. The local warlords in Argentina are mainly in the central and northern regions of Argentina. The southern provinces, which have no money and no people, don't even have a decent warlord. At most, they are just rural local tyrants. The Paraguayan and Bolivian territories that were later incorporated are the focus of prevention by the presidential palace. They have only become provinces in recent years, and their strength and economy are also quite poor. Saint Teresa understood that the main instigators were basically the Mendoza province, San Juan province, Córdoba province, San Luis province, Santa Fe province, Santiago del Estero province, Salta province, Jujuy province. These several major warlord groups. These provinces generally have populations exceeding 1 million, are experienced in rebellion, and are relatively strong. Their economies are also relatively developed, and they generally have good relationships with neighboring provinces. The only exception is the poor and stubborn Salta province, with its simple folk customs, which is now also in decline. Economic backwardness has also led to military backwardness. There is also a relatively special case. Entre Rios province, located near the capital, flirts with Uruguay and is courted by many forces. Buenos Aires province is basically influenced by the presidential palace and, strictly speaking, represents the presidential palace. Neuquén province does not actually have a good relationship with the relatively wealthy Mendoza province, which has a population of over 1.1 million. Instead, it is in the same boat as La Pampa province and Rio Negro province. Now that La Pampa province is developed, it will definitely help its brothers. Moreover, the Southern Petroleum Company is extracting oil in Neuquén province, and many minerals are also needed by Bahia Blanca, making cooperation inevitable, and they are now developing together. Don't underestimate Mendoza province just because it is not very famous now and seems to have nothing to do with coups. However, it is hard to say that the relocation of the provincial capital from Chosmelo in the north to Neuquén City more than 30 years ago was not due to the oppression of Mendoza province. Moreover, many generals in the Ministry of Defense come from Mendoza province. Recently, the economy has not been very good, so it has calmed down a lot. In the past, Mendoza province and Córdoba province did not have a very friendly relationship, but now it has eased, and it is still a typical example of quietly making a fortune. The economy of Mendoza province has also developed well. In the 19th century, a large number of Italian immigrants came here, greatly promoting economic prosperity. Its geographical location is important, serving as a transportation hub in western Argentina and a gateway to Chile. There are land routes and highways here leading to important domestic cities and ports. During the South American independence movement, the provincial capital of Mendoza province, Mendoza City, played an important role. In 1817, José de San Martín established the Army of the Andes here as a base to cross the Andes Mountains and liberate Chile and Peru. Later, people respectfully called him José de San Martín. Saint Teresa also brought these officers to a military camp on the outskirts of the Alta district. An ordinary regiment is stationed here, mainly responsible for keeping an eye on the Belgrano military port, so that it can be mobilized at any time in the event of an accident. This place is much more desolate than Saint Teresa imagined, but it is also more hidden. Less than 5 kilometers away from the Belgrano military port, weeds grow here, and the originally dilapidated farms lie half dead on the wasteland. There is still a lot of undeveloped land on the outskirts of the Alta district. Saint Teresa had a friendly exchange with the officers from Neuquén province and Rio Negro province, shucking these militia-level officers. The equipment was neat, and the military appearance was beginning to show. This regiment was the smallest of the 4 regiments. The scale of Bahia Blanca has increased dozens of times. The area of this jurisdiction is roughly equivalent to that of a city slightly larger than New Shanghai. Even with rapid development to the present, the population is at most equivalent to a third-tier city. In later generations of New China, at least another 5 million people can be crammed in here without feeling too crowded. It is still not prosperous enough, but according to Saint Teresa, the current urban planning is quite good. For example, the East District and the West District now have a population of nearly 300,000 people. Most of the streets are newly built, and Saint Teresa's idea is to do it all in one step. Anyway, labor costs are cheap, loan funds are sufficient, and loan interest rates are not very high. Whether it is the sewer system, the roads, or the enclosure of residential areas, it is basically planned according to a long-term population of 1 million. The area of the new towns in the East and West districts is also constantly expanding. The ring road around the East and West urban areas built by Saint Teresa is expected to be completed by the end of the year. This ring road surrounds the East and West urban areas, reaching an astonishing 33.6 kilometers in length, with an area of 55.8 square kilometers within the ring. It contains the essence of the two urban areas and is built according to the standards of the old district, without incorporating some of the towns that were later merged into the east and west urban areas. The area within the first ring road is basically the prime area of Bahia Blanca. Bahia Blanca's most important political, economic, and cultural centers are located here. In addition to the first ring road, there are also 9 main roads extending out, which will respectively connect the outer districts and towns of the urban area, connecting the entire suburbs of Bahia Blanca. The main roads of Bahia Blanca are also built according to a 2-way 4-lane standard, which caused strong opposition from many municipal civil servants. Most civil servants believe that this was a huge waste and would occupy a lot of land and finances. Saint Arce patiently persuaded them that everything is very cheap now. He does not like the narrow roads of Buenos Aires, which are dark, dim, and have a bad environment. After the main roads were successfully built, many people in Bahia Blanca believed that this was the best urban planning in Argentina. It was too convenient to drive. The green belts in the middle of the main roads, the sidewalks outside the main roads, and some public health facilities outside the sidewalks, such as garbage stations and bus stops, and even the small lawns outside the sidewalks, have become places for some people to relax at night. These plans are very complete, conducive to the following development, and can connect the urban and suburban areas through trucks and buses. Many people think that these 9 main roads are a better plan than the so-called ring road. Of course, they have not yet seen the need for such a ring road. It is estimated that they will only think it is really good after it is built. This can also disperse some personnel to the suburbs. As long as the buses are deployed in place, commuting efficiency will be greatly improved, and it will be possible to plan more calmly, with commercial, residential, and industrial areas outside the main roads. The main roads were built more quickly than the ring road, using the method of simultaneous paving, with great efforts and speed. The West District is the old city. Saint Arce also tried his best to widen the roads of the main roads, build houses, manage drainage, green the urban area, build parks, plan the old urban area, and preserve colonial-era buildings. It is now the area with the best environment. This is also an advantage of Bahia Blanca's development, that is, the old city is not large in scale and there are not many people. He can plan it at will. He does not like the small streets and alleys, which hide dirt and are high-crime areas. Another thing is that the land in Bahia Blanca is indeed very flat, which greatly reduces construction funds. There is no need to open mountains and dig holes. Just push forward steadily. As a strong mayor, he can very easily plan the roads of the entire city. Saint Arce is also preparing to build a large airport in the suburbs, as well as a military airport that is already under construction. There is also a train station now. With a connection of the railway, the Bahia Blanca train station is now located in the East District, which is not very well planned and is not connected to the port. With the support of the Argentine National Railway Company, Saint Arce has newly built an outer railway, connected to the Achere district. The new railway line also passes through all the outer towns, which is also conducive to rapid transportation. Bahia Blanca is now a large construction site. A large number of buildings and real estate alone can contribute a large amount of tax revenue. Each large processing industrial zone has basically been expanded by Saint Arce to cover an area of more than 10 square kilometers. The industrial zone is fully equipped with living and production facilities, and the transportation is also very convenient. It is also the main place for people in Bahia Blanca to work. Bahia Blanca can now be said to be the most modern city in Argentina. Some high-rise buildings have also begun to appear in the main urban area, such as the 20-story Southern Petroleum Building headquarters and the 22-story Bahia Blanca Commercial Bank headquarters, which are under construction. Saint Arce even plans to open futures exchanges, stock exchanges, etc., but due to the scale of the population, he has temporarily given up. Of course, he will not give up these ideas. The level of the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange is estimated to be only equivalent to the New York Stock Exchange 40 years ago. It is very imperfect and technologically backward. Saint Arce does not have a listed company in Argentina. In his opinion, the level of that exchange is too poor. Not even comparable to the Rio de Janeiro Stock Exchange. He earns a lot of money every month from Sequoia Capital and Blackstone Securities. Although he has intentionally controlled the scale, Sequoia and Blackstone are now medium-sized and large Wall Street securities firms, which have brought a lot of benefits to Saint Arce. He has designed a very special control method. Fortunately, it is not too out of control. Argentina cannot be closed to the world. The domestic market is very small, and many technological sources need the transfer of some companies to reach the international advanced level. Sequoia and Blackstone are his white gloves, helping his companies improve their technical level, and at the same time investing in some future well-known companies in Europe, Japan, and the United States to earn some small money compared to the United States using the Bretton Woods system to plunder a large amount of wealth. St. Teresa, through American Sequoia, Blackstone, and newly established Rio de Janeiro International Investment, London Ryan Investment, Tokyo Pacific Trading Company, and Paris Industrial Financial Credit, is creating waves in the financial market. It can be used to acquire technology and companies at more favorable prices and import them into Argentina for industrial technology upgrades. In addition, Prairie International is also St. Teresa's most successful international trading company, conducting a large amount of trade in Latin America and Europe, and has reached cooperation with many banks. Chapter 261 New Co and Heavy Industry and Market. On September 1, St. Teresa reorganized the defense forces again, expanding its scale in the Ajaraqui district of Blanca City. By this point, the La Pampa defense forces had taken shape, and the establishment of 5 regiments was basically comparable to the Córdoba Legion currently. The large number of newly added recruits have not yet completed training, and their morale and strength are difficult to match the Córdoba Army and the National Defense Forces. St. Teresa did not act rashly and continued to wait for opportunities. With St. Teresa's help, the new Cayenne Province and Rio Negro Province defense forces also expanded to the scale of 2 regiments and 3 regiments respectively. La Pampa Province subsidized them with a large number of light and heavy weapons. The influence of this event is slowly spreading to Argentina. Not many people in Argentina, 40,000 miles away, would pay attention to this meeting, and not many people would notice these international details. St. Teresa is the only one in Argentina who closely follows all important matters related to the 5 great powers. After all, it is in his interest. The arrogance of Argentinians and national pride has slowly been shattered by the trivialities of life and increasingly frequent military coups. They can't even get enough to eat, so they don't have the leisure to pay attention to international affairs. The level of the newly appointed military dictators is indeed getting worse and worse, and a turbulent period of military rule may be coming on the presidential palace side. General Thompson remained firmly in the position of Minister of Defense. He failed to compete with a new president, General Pedro Arambura. General José remained as vice president, but the officers of the Belgrano naval base were replaced by a new group, and he can now be said to be marginalized. The Navy basically has nothing to do with him anymore in terms of economy. Foreign capital from countries such as the United Kingdom and the United States has increased its economic penetration into Argentina. The economy in most parts of Argentina is sluggish, coupled with the failure to reform the unreasonable drawbacks of Perón's centralized rule. Various social chaos occur frequently. The current military government is probably about to collapse. The new presidential palace's deperonization reform has failed. Arambura instructed his subordinates to move Evita Perón's remains out of the Labor Federation headquarters, and they have disappeared. Argentine workers have once again taken to the streets, and the armies of local warlords are constantly suppressing increasingly frequent worker demonstrations. Workers are in urgent need of work and bread. The Socialist Party and the Republican Party took the opportunity to grow stronger. They demanded that the military officers step down and hold new presidential elections. The Radical Civic Union and the Republican Party also united to fight against a military dictatorship. The Radical Civic Union, led by Arturo Frondizi, is booming. Arturo approved of a series of social and economic policies implemented by Perón and was officially nominated as the Radical Civic Union's presidential candidate after more than a year of recovery and development. The Radical Civic Union has completely surpassed the Justicialist Party to become the largest organization in Argentina. Unfortunately, this did not last long, and the Radical Civic Union is being divided into 2 parts. Now the internal structure is too large and unstable, absorbing too many old Justicialist Party members. St. Teresa Cohen, the head of the southern branch of the Radical Civic Union, a local tycoon, is still regarded as Arturo's direct descendant. Now the La Pampa Defense Forces are St. Teresa's backbone. No other wealth can compare to the strength of the guns in his hands. The newly Cohen Heavy Industries, which has resumed production, has caught up with good times. Military orders are flying in like paper. The original international smuggling channel system has been revived. His confidants have a large number of secret distributors and arms dealers in South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, the Fertile Crescent, and other places. Since the Bandung Conference, orders have surged, and the newly established military factory has quickly come in handy. The Blanca City Arms Factory and Tank Factory are huge in scale and have advanced equipment, which can well meet the needs of military development. The profits from the military factory can well supplement the scarce international funds. This trend can at least guarantee a sustained and stable cash flow for at least 3 to 5 years. This is a huge fortune, and it can also make the future development of new and heavy industries and the military factory even brighter. Although Rhine Military Industries has orders from the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Defense's ability to obtain money is a bit unbearable. Not only are they in arrears with payments, but they have also begun to default on wages. Weapons in the warehouse are being resold truckload after truckload. Cronies are being placed in charge of the factory, arbitrarily changing the factory's work processes, and giving random commands. Now the workers all miss the old Rhine era. Rhine Military Industries is very hurt as also gave St. Hesse more opportunities. These skilled workers are all treasures. Under the operation of interested parties, batches of old employees are scattered and transferred to Blanca City, with a 20% salary increase and free room and board. The addition of old employees has alleviated the development pressure of new and heavy industries, and they have more energy to invest in the stair truck project and the bus project. St. Hesse also specially developed a lighter, similarly powerful, and more affordable light weapons export version for his beloved Asia-Africa customers. New and heavy industries developed various weapons with excellent combat performance, decent appearance, more compact structure, smaller size for easier carrying, higher reliability, low failure rate, and good shooting accuracy, which made the Yang series weapons of New Rhine Military Industries very popular. As for why the foreign trade version uses the strange code name Yang, it is also for security considerations. The Asia-Africa region is basically the territory of Britain and France, and the United States and the Soviet Union are now exerting their strength. At the same time, it also establishes a brand advantage, which is different from the previous Rhine-made blank weapons. Asia-Africa customers are generally not very wealthy. If they think copper is too expensive, then buy our steel-cased bullets. The power is similar, and the price is more than half cheaper, greatly increasing the lethality affected by later generations and cost control. Steel-cased bullets were arranged for research and development by St. Hesse early on. Copper-clad steel, copper-plated steel, and painted steel were simultaneously developed. Rhine Military Industries' development of steel-cased bullets has always been at the forefront. Maya Chemical helped develop various coating processes, the Special Steel Factory developed various military steel bullet casings, and Philip Machinery improved the stamping process and molds. The market price of brass in Argentina is about $1,500 per ton, heavily dependent on imports, mainly from countries such as Chile. If the production volume is huge, then it will cost huge amounts of foreign exchange. The mining and smelting volume of the El Patron copper mine is not too large, and it can only barely meet some needs for living and production. Now the market price of steel is about $140 to $150 per ton. The original imported steel price, including various miscellaneous expenses, was $200. Now, after localization, the cost can be greatly reduced. The brass used to produce a bullet casing is about 5-10 grams. Producing tens of thousands may not be a big deal, but if it is tens of millions or hundreds of millions, the difference is huge under various aspects such as copper cost, iron cost, manufacturing process, and research and development cost. The cost of copper-cased bullets and steel-cased bullets is still at a level of 3, 1 or even higher, which gives a lot of room for activity and operation. Many weapons equipped by New Rhine Heavy Industries have slowly been replaced and converted to steel-cased bullets. It must be said that this is standing on the shoulders of giants. Many common-sense things that are taken for granted in later generations can produce huge economic benefits in Argentina's daily economy and even production activities. Asia-Africa brothers can't even get enough to eat and have little strength. It doesn't matter if the weapons have a high iron content and are heavier to hold during combat. AUG has various light weapons with more plastic parts in terms of production. If the manufacturing process is too cumbersome, then continue to improve and optimize mechanical stamping parts. If the production process is slow, add a production line and open a few more stamping machines. If the assembly is slow, it doesn't matter. Optimize the production process, reduce unnecessary accessories, and change the stock from wooden to plastic. At the same time, increase the number of workers. If you can't afford to buy it, there is always a mortgage, right? Gold, diamonds, minerals, mines, and land are all acceptable. Let Plary International receive it and convert it into money, which can be heavily invested in Blanca City to develop more factories. The lucrative arms business has set sail again, perfectly stimulating the development of Blanca City's military industry. Nuco and Heavy Industries has more suppliers. The development in this area has reduced St. Hesse's economic pressure. Raising an army is indeed quite expensive, not to mention logistics or anything else. Just live ammunition shooting training alone requires each soldier in La Pampa province to consume about 150 bullets. Basically, 2 million bullets have to be supplied to the La Pampa Defense Forces, not including the bullets generously sponsored to the two younger brothers. After all, these are recruits. If you don't feed them bullets, it is difficult to form combat effectiveness. Relying solely on various conventional training is not enough. The defense forces are St. Hesse's confidence. He is confident in building the La Pampa Province Defense Forces into the most powerful army in Argentina. High-ranking officials in La Plata even wanted St. Hesse to concurrently serve as the Minister of Finance of La Pampa Province, but it was too exaggerated, so it was abandoned. Later, St. Hesse recommended his confidant, the head of the finance department of Plary International, one of the largest companies in Argentina, to serve as the Minister of Finance, Henry Olsen, providing the greatest convenience for the development of St. Hesse and the La Pampa Defense Forces. This is St. Hesse's influence in La Pampa Province. He is now the god of commerce in La Pampa Province. The city of Blanca contributes almost 90% of the tax revenue of La Pampa Province. The defense force is raised by St. Hesse, but it must also abide by the basic rules of the game. Moreover, the defense force is also a regular army. It just needs some time. Such development seems a bit deformed, but the city of Blanca has no way to retreat, and St. Hesse has no way to retreat either. The development of Santa Rosa and the three small coastal cities still needs time, and they are now all supported by Blanca for development. Besides developing automobile manufacturing, Philip Industries has also established new motorcycle and tractor factories in Blanca for export development. Motorcycles and three-wheeled motorcycles also use domestic engines, and the gradually improving automobile industry system makes it easier to develop motorcycles, tractors, and trucks here, attracting some large foreign parts factories to settle in. The cheap and easy-to-use Thunder 900 small motorcycle has become the choice for many Argentines who cannot afford a car. A motorcycle costs less than $150, only 1/10 of the price of a car. With half a year of hard saving, they can buy a motorcycle if needed. They can also buy a $250 tricycle, which can be equipped with a trailer or a hood, and can also carry goods and people, but the speed is slower. Those who are not middle class with high incomes cannot afford any cars at all. The current orders for Fiat 600 cars are basically at their saturation limit. Expanding the production line is more for exporting to other Latin American countries to obtain more profits. Philip Industries motorcycle orders are growing rapidly. In September, the number of orders for various models exceeded 5,000 units, and the sales of motorcycles alone reached $1 million. The construction scale of the Blanca factory this time is based on a monthly output of 8,000 vehicles. The same is true for new tractors, with monthly sales already firmly in first place in Argentina, and a stable 800-1,000 tractors can be sold each month. The number of motorcycles on the transportation arteries of Blanca is gradually increasing. Unless St. Hesse can develop cheap and easy-to-use wheeling sunshine vans and light trucks, Philip Industries motorcycle sales will not be too bad for a long time, and they can also be exported to all over the world. The transportation here is more convenient than in Córdoba, the automobile industry center of Argentina. The throughput of Blanca's major ports has exceeded 20 million tons, making it the second largest port in the country. Most of the goods are bulk ores, and steel is also cheap. Plastics are also cheap, electricity is also cheap, public security is good, and the problem of recruitment has been alleviated. Oil pipelines and petrochemical plants are being rapidly promoted. The demand for a large number of oil pipelines is also a booster for the development of the steel industry, as well as the steel bars for road construction and real estate development. The steel plant has become a stable business. Not many Argentines can imagine the power of infrastructure as a major weapon is so great. Cement, steel, and banks all benefit from development, as well as a large influx of foreign capital, mainly from the United States, stimulating economic prosperity. The three carriages have all appeared in Blanca. Except that domestic consumption is a bit weak, the others are major economic development weapons, but this is based on the slow development of other Argentine cities. Saint Hesser can't care about so much. Blanca has also established many short-term training schools and formal educational institutions, possessing ample reserve labor resources. There are 6 universities opening in the fall of next year, the best of which is La Pampa Polytechnic Institute, which is assisted by National Southern University. This is a university that is second only to National Southern University in the near future. Pouring money into education has a considerable effect, and the actual managed population of Blanca officially exceeded the 700,000 mark in October, officially becoming the second largest city in the country, which has further accelerated the flow of population. Saint Hesser once again lowered the threshold for population access and continued to adhere to encouraging childbirth. The number of newborns once again broke new highs. With the addition of a large amount of construction funds, each of the 6 districts now has 1-3 large hospitals, recruiting doctors from all over the country to enter. The cost of building hospitals is not high, mainly in equipment and personnel. Blanca reduces costs by supporting a group of manufacturers such as Mason Medical Research Institute and Ryan Medical Equipment Factory, pharmaceutical production companies in the Arequi district, and cooperating with foreign medical and pharmaceutical manufacturers. The recruitment of doctors and nurses is to poach people and slowly cultivate them, and to speed up the construction of the medical department of National Southern University and the Blanca Medical Higher Vocational School to meet the needs of future doctors and nurses. Some newly added towns are also building hospitals, and many pregnant women from other provinces are also considering preparing for pregnancy in the periphery of Blanca. Saint Hesser has to transfer some highly polluting industries to the outer suburbs. The blast furnace of the special steel plant has simply changed to the Alta District port to reduce environmental pollution, and paper mills and printing and dyeing factories have also basically moved away from the East and West districts. A large number of primary and secondary schools have begun to run, and child care institutions are all over Blanca, which has allowed many workers to start bringing their families and friends to settle in Blanca. There are sufficient living resources in Blanca. People jokingly call the peso exchange rate here completely different from other Argentine regions. Here, you can buy 20 pesos worth of goods for 10 pesos. Blanca pesos and non-Blanca city pesos are completely different things. This is based on the huge supply of materials, attracting outsiders to come to purchase and shop. Sanchez Supermarket has also opened in various districts and towns, and convenient transportation has also reduced living and production costs. The product quality of Blanca has been in line with international standards, and it is of good quality and low price. It is a unique flour under Argentina's trade protection and domestic substitution. Moreover, there are good public security conditions here, and the cost of living is lower than that of Buenos Aires, and jobs can be found everywhere. The wealth created has stimulated immigration from various places and even abroad. New Argentina media uses newspapers and radio to post advertisements everywhere, reaching countries such as Chile, Paraguay, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela, attracting a large influx of population. In terms of rubber, long-term contracts have been signed with the major producing areas such as Brazil, Guatemala, Indonesia, and Thailand to supply the domestic automobile, shoemaking, and industrial product manufacturing industries. At the same time, platforms such as Prairie International and Sunshine Agriculture are used to invest in rubber planting in Paraguay and Bolivia to develop rubber supply. In particular, the Thunder Cross warlords in Oran and the Potassium Triangle, which are developing the best, are actually maintaining a good relationship with Bolivia's old relationships. Thunder Mining's mining in Bolivia is also quite smooth. Paz Echencoro has been the president of Bolivia for 3 years. He once received some sponsorship from the Saint Hesser Group and established some good relationships. Bill, the head of Thunder Cross, has a good relationship with Paz. During his tenure, Paz implemented a series of democratization reforms, helping Indians gain the right to vote, achieving equality and unity among ethnic groups in Bolivia, and his approval rating has been very high. At the same time, he implemented the nationalization of the mining industry, nationalized the mines of the Tin King Simon Itri, carried out land reforms, transferred the arable land in the Central Plateau to the Indians, and increased education funding, with free primary and secondary schools. It's just that under the current fragile peace in Bolivia, there are also many crises. Like most Latin American countries, the seeds of military government crisis have always existed in Bolivia. However, this has nothing to do with Saint Hesser. He only does business in Bolivia and never interferes in Bolivia's political situation. The friendship with Bolivia can at most be regarded as a pleasant surprise. Saint Hesser attaches great importance to Bolivia, a major iron ore country. The iron ore in the 33 province of Uruguay is estimated to not be mined for long, and the grade of iron ore found in China is relatively low and the mining cost is relatively high. The situation of Brazilian iron ore is also not very stable. Vale is a Brazilian state-owned enterprise and Argentina's traditional rival. There is still not much news about Thunder Mining's Australian iron ore, and a stable iron ore supply is very important. Bolivia is close to Argentina and can also stably supply iron ore. Iron ore is scarcer than coal. Argentina's steel production has now exceeded 7 million tons with the expansion of La Plata steel plant, the expansion of hot steel plant, and the construction of blast furnaces in Blanca special steel plant, plus small steel plants in northern Buenos Aires and Rosario. Argentina's steel production can be increased by at least one time. It has to be said that due to historical reasons, the number of military governments in Latin America is increasing this year. Uruguay has followed in Argentina's footsteps and officially joined the ranks of military governments. Chapter 262 Newcomers to Bahia Blanca. The various laws, regulations, and policies of Bahia Blanca also influence the surrounding areas. The Three Provinces Alliance, the reason these provinces couldn't develop, aside from historical factors, was also their small population, which severely constrained their growth. In fact, the environmental conditions of La Pampa province and Rio Negro province are roughly equivalent to the Hamburg and Bremen areas of northern Germany in Europe, and the Kilu province to Xinjiang city level in New China. The Rio Negro region south of Bahia Blanca also lies on Argentina's 10-degree average annual temperature isotherm, possessing a huge population carrying capacity. Of course, rainfall is slightly less due to ocean currents and monsoons. Such a natural environment is very livable. At least in an era when air conditioning wasn't widespread, winters weren't too cold, with little snow and ice, and summers weren't as hot as tropical regions, making many immigrants from tropical areas more willing to stay and develop. Moreover, the hot land of Bahia Blanca also represented great opportunities. As a city where foreign trade flourished in Argentina, the latest trends from around the world could become popular here within a month, allowing some new industries to take root and sprout. For example, with Maya Chemicals' large-scale production of plastics, some toy factories and plastic factories nearby began to move over to develop, forming supporting industries and creating virtuous development. September 25, Bahia Blanca. It was already spring, and the weather was gradually warming up. Today was Sunday. Saint José's study was deserted, with no one visiting. His wife had taken their eldest daughter back to Buenos Aires a couple of days ago. He was too busy with official duties to leave, so he was enjoying some rare peace and quiet. Today he was sitting leisurely on a stool in his study, reading and pondering some development strategies. To truly reform and destroy the military government, we must use civilian officials to suppress military officers, forming a true modern party politics. At the same time, we should cultivate officers to preserve the nation's military strength, establish military academies, keep the army under the control of the presidential palace, ban private military forces and local warlords, develop official military power, and truly achieve centralization and unified governance. Saint José was filled with emotions, searching for answers in history books and socialist books, hoping to solve the military government problem. Outside the window, the spring scenery was bright, new buds were emerging from the grass, and some birds were chirping. The average temperature for the past few days had been basically stable above 12. Most Bahia Blanca citizens would choose to go out for a spring outing. Nearby islands and small parks were all good places to go. Along the roads in Bahia Blanca, many people were doing landscaping, laying lawns, planting greenery, and repairing fences. The city hall allocated funds to beautify the environment on both sides of the repaired cement roads. With urban greenery nearby, winter wheat fields were starting to turn green and joint, and early rice in some northern areas could also start preparing for planting. Truly, the year's plan lies in spring. Bahia Blanca now absorbed many new immigrants, especially rice planting farmers, many of whom were experienced Saigon, Indonesian, and Filipino farmers. On the contrary, the number of Chinese had decreased. Farming was a hard labor, and most of the more resourceful Chinese raised money to open restaurants and grocery stores, which were more profitable. In the future, agriculture still retains some Chinese rice planting experts who provided guidance during the growing season in the Southern Hemisphere. The National Southern University's Department of Agronomy and the Bahia Blanca Agricultural College had also been prepared, waiting for the autumn semester to begin. Agriculture was the foundation of Argentina's southern provinces, and also a market with huge potential. In later generations, due to the country's strength, Argentina, as a major grain and livestock producer, instead became the meat on the chopping block south of Bahia Blanca. On the southern edge of the Pampas grasslands, the vast grasslands in the Colorado River Basin and south of the Rio Negro were Argentina's great southern wilderness, with huge development potential. Mechanization, irrigation facility construction, and seed cultivation all had broad prospects. Why did the developed countries of Europe and the United States in later generations have such huge competitiveness in grain and livestock agriculture? Wasn't it because of huge agricultural subsidies that allowed them to improve various technologies without worry? Cheap grain bankrupted Mexican and Egyptian farmers who had considerable production advantages. In the end, everyone went to plant cash crops like cotton, soybeans, and cocoa. After the country couldn't produce grain, it could arbitrarily monopolize the market and raise grain prices. South Korea and Japan also suffered from this, leading to high domestic grain prices. However, because they were economically developed and located in East Asia, backed by New China, an agricultural power, they weren't harvested too severely by the United States. Other methods also included so-called alcohol gasoline. Neighboring Brazil was also one of them. Was ethanol gasoline really environmentally friendly? It seemed to be a little, but after changing the original grain planting to sugarcane, grain production fell, and scarcity itself could sell at a higher price. This also made the already impoverished countries of Africa and the West Indies suffer, truly eating dirt and gnawing on tree bark. This year, Bahia Blanca also held the spring planting conference as usual, signing a large number of agricultural contracts, the scale of which even increased compared to last year. However, Saint José didn't attend this year. The person in charge of this conference had already been handed over to his confidant, Deputy Mayor Rostek Kriegman. This old Radical Party member was in his prime. The two had been working together for more than 2 years and had been quite happy. It was just that most Radical Party members weren't clear about his influence in the South. Suddenly, a steady footstep came from the study door. Someone was knocking gently on the door, and after a while, they came in. Seeing Saint José, old Luke stopped and nodded, revealing a smile. "Respectable sir, it's time for lunch." The person who came was a 45-year-old gentleman with black hair and wearing black clothes. Precisely his British butler, Old Luke. Old Luke was British. When Saint José was studying at the University of Buenos Aires, he was responsible for taking care of his daily life. The cook, Anna, was also like that. The old butler wasn't actually old. He was a great help to Saint José in life and was very loyal. When he was in college, Saint José was already a nouveau riche, so he followed a trend and hired a butler. He didn't expect it to be quite comfortable, and the two got along well. "Okay, I'll go wash my hands first." Saint José put down his book and raised his hand to look at his watch, only to realize it was already 12:30 p.m. After a simple lunch, he lay on the bed and slept for a while. The driver, Bragteo, was on standby outside the garage. At 2 o'clock, he was going to the Defense Army to inspect the troops' situation. Carrying him to the La Pampa Provincial Defense Department, he had to check the training results every week. Looking at the neatly dressed troops, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Under the pressure of many local and foreign forces, the city hall led by Saint José still restricted the high prices of the real estate industry, steadily controlling housing prices, preventing housing prices from becoming the citizens' contraceptive pills. Now, Bahia Blanca's housing prices were controlled very well, belonging to the bottom level among Argentina's large and medium-sized cities, only equivalent to 1/3 of Rosario's and 1/7 of Buenos Aires, and sometimes even lower. Moreover, Bahia Blanca was developing new real estate everywhere, possessing huge land reserves. New buildings were being developed in all 6 districts, and the proportion of affordable housing among them was no less than 50%, and the development of detached villas was restricted to prevent waste of land. Bahia Blanca had a lot of public rental housing and affordable rental housing, leading the way in Argentina. Real estate companies were encouraged to develop public rental housing and affordable rental housing, and the annual housing prices must be filed, and the rental prices were also like this, limiting the annual increase to prevent housing prices and rents from becoming a pressure on citizens and foreign workers. Moreover, Saint José also encouraged special places like urban villages, making Bahia Blanca's housing prices and rents very friendly. Now, the high-speed development of Bahia Blanca's real estate industry relied on high growth rather than prices. The era of real estate profiteering didn't exist, but it was indeed possible to make a lot of money because the demand was large enough. Saint José hoped to maintain a high birth rate in Bahia Blanca and its surroundings for a period of time, at least for a period of time, as this was an element of sustainable development. He also set an example and practiced this principle. His wife, Ilena, was pregnant again and was now more than 3 months along. His lover Natalie, Nora Messens of Future Agriculture, and Rosa of Balen Bank had also become pregnant or were planning to get pregnant. Many women wanted to climb into Saint José's bed. Many powerful families wanted to send women to his bed, but he refused them all. He was quite cautious about managing his crotch. Natalie, Nora, and Rosa had all been with him for 4 or 5 years, knew him well, had always remained single, and didn't have much ambition, standing steadily behind him. Only then was he willing to let go a little. Saint José didn't have much need for these things. Moreover, Argentinian society is now relatively open to these things, at least quite tolerant. Which Saint José is only slowly coming to accept. He requires every civil servant in Blanca City to raise at least 3 children. This positive atmosphere has also influenced many ordinary citizens, but relying on these alone is far from enough. Faster growth still depends on new immigrants and internal migration. In addition to attracting immigrants from neighboring countries, Saint José also values immigrants from the Nanyang region, such as Filipinos, Vietnamese, Thais, Indonesians, and Chinese, who can also supplement the population here. As long as they don't form cliques or cause conflicts between locals and foreign immigrants, it would be very good through word of mouth. The Plari International Fleet has even opened passenger routes specifically from Medan, Manila, Kuala Lumpur, and Jakarta to Blanca City, attracting new immigrants and ordinary refugees, traversing the entire South Pacific route and passing through Australia and New Zealand. October, already the transition between spring and summer. Blanca Port, passenger port, a new international passenger ship has just arrived at the dock. This 13,000-ton passenger ship from Saigon carries approximately 5,000 people, including nearly 4,000 refugees, most of whom come from Nanyang and have already learned a few simple phrases in Spanish on the ship. Some people have already disembarked in Sydney and New Zealand, but most are attracted by the beautiful propaganda of Blanca City, and they will contribute to Blanca City's textile industry and other industries. Saint José has already arranged for the Saigon Chinese Association and Vietnamese Association of Blanca Port to make preparations for receiving them. Most of these refugees have dry hair and somewhat dull eyes. After nearly 20 days of sailing at sea, arriving on the other side of the world, their feet on solid ground, they feel very unfamiliar with the environment, contrasting sharply with ordinary Blanca City residents. This ship can almost be said to be a refugee ship, rather than a conventional passenger cargo ship. Most people struggle to buy expensive tickets to escape their homes, traveling tens of thousands of miles. These new immigrants have also undergone some selection. Saint José's idea is to prioritize refugee families or married couples, so as to minimize the impact on social order and better integrate them into the local community, quickly making them the second generation of Blanca City residents. In reality, there are not many ships from Nanyang like this, at most 2 or 3 per month, with numbers ranging from 2,000 to 6,000. Saint José intends to control the scale to prevent numbers from becoming too large. Otherwise, the number of immigrants from Nanyang could increase several times over. The impact would be too great, and it could easily cause dissatisfaction, or even large-scale conflicts. Although Blanca City can now be said to be an immigrant city and is quite friendly to immigrants, these people are, after all, not from other parts of the country, and it is necessary to control this situation well. Currently, new immigrant families can receive some basic subsidies, such as rent subsidies and work subsidies, which can help many people get through the most difficult initial period. Moreover, basically any newborn child born in Blanca City can enjoy the same rights as all Blanca City citizens, which can be said to be a benefit. Saint José also doesn't want to cause large-scale cultural conflicts. The best organized among these people is Chinatown, which also gives him some headaches, but with the guidance of the City Hall, the problem is not too big. Blanca City now has several Chinatowns. The Chinese are mostly engaged in textiles, clothing, building materials, construction work, catering, and department stores, and some are also engaged in slaughtering, planting, and animal husbandry. There are also quite a few Vietnamese people, most of whom are refugees, who are engaged in construction engineering and the textile and garment industry, and some are engaged in domestic service. These industries are mostly manual labor, but they can also help them gain a foothold in Blanca City. Saint José tries to arrange funding to guarantee their basic living conditions. Anyway, Blanca City has no shortage of houses and training schools. Plari International's passenger ships now mostly depart from Nanyang, and then turn into cargo ships when they leave Blanca Port, carrying some bulk cargo to the Nanyang region. Plari International, Plari Shipping, and Thunder Mining have their Nanyang regional headquarters in Medan, with branches in Jakarta, Saigon, Bangkok, Manila, Singapore, and Kuala Lumpur. They import rubber, oil, and various minerals, and export light and heavy weapons, steel, machinery products, and textiles. The trade volume is not very large, maybe less than $5 million a month, which is not too much compared to Blanca City's current import and export volume of $40 million last month. More immigrants to Blanca City come from neighboring countries such as Chile and Peru, but the ships are generally not as large as the Nanyang passenger ships, controlled at the 6,000-ton level, each carrying 1,000 to 1,500 passengers. The number of ships is higher, basically 15 to 20 per month, mostly distributed to various river ports to supplement the local scarce labor force. Most of them are dressed differently and basically speak Spanish, just with different accents, but communication is not a problem. Quickly, in a few months, they can perfectly integrate into the local community and supplement the scarce labor resources after labor training. They can also adapt well to the needs of the job. Blanca City has organized a large number of training schools, which is a win-win-win result. Unknowingly, Blanca City has become a city in Argentina whose trade import and export can be compared with Buenos Aires. Many products from Mendoza Province, Córdoba Province, San Luis Province, and the south of Buenos Aires Province are also exported through Blanca City, and the Strait of Magellan in the south is becoming increasingly busy. St. Husser asked the people from Thunder Motors to go to Italy again, hoping to win the automobile agency rights for Nanyang, Australia, and South Asia, which are areas that Fiat Motors is less involved in. He hopes to earn more profits. The Fiat 600 is still very popular, and it can earn high profits every month now. Blanca City's main export trading partners are mainly neighboring countries in Europe and North America. The United States has reduced trade restrictions on Argentina, allowing some Argentine products to enter the U.S. market. New immigrants from Nanyang and North Africa mostly choose to enter Blanca City, rather than the original Buenos Aires, and many people have not even chosen to go to the free United States, but have come to Argentina instead with a promotion of various advantages. Blanca City has become a major town attracting new immigrants. War, poverty, dictatorship, and terror have made many people choose to leave their homes and seek new paradise. Blanca City meets most people's imagination of the future, full of opportunities, employment, low cost of living, good public security conditions, gun ban, at least no need to worry about being shot to death. Regarding the gun ban, St. Husser's approach is very simple. Basically, no new gun licenses are issued. Existing gun licenses are assessed every 6 months, and the assessment fee is no less than $50 each time, and an exam is required every year. If the assessment fails, the gun license will be revoked, the source of bullets will be registered, and a lot of other messy things, which raises the threshold for gun ownership. Once an illegal gun possession incident occurs, if no casualties are caused, the sentence is 5 years. If casualties are caused, the sentence is 20 years or more. All property is confiscated, and direct relatives are affected under various measures. Blanca City can almost be said to be one of the safest places in the world. He has raised the status of the police department, and being a police officer in Blanca City has become a very respected thing. Blanca City is as beautiful as a utopia, not at all like Argentina, and the 3 coastal cities basically copied Blanca City's policies, and with the support of Blanca City, they have also rapidly developed from small fishing villages and towns to become towns of 10,000 people. Fishing ports, salt production, tourism, power generation, and trade transshipment are all the development goals of the 3 coastal cities. Puerto Colorado, located at the southernmost end, is developing the fastest, with a resident population of 15,000, making it the 3rd largest city in La Pampa province. The river-sea transportation along the Colorado River can reach many places upstream, making it very convenient to develop processing industries and aquatic product processing. The nearby provincial capital, Viedma, is also developing at an alarming rate, with a large influx of population. In November, the Blanca City municipal government decided to increase the development efforts in the Bosque district, the outer 3rd district of Blanca City, and build a real petrochemical industrial new city. Accordingly, St. Husser formulated an overall development plan for the new district, with a target of developing 150,000 people in 2 years and 500,000 people in the long term. In addition to the 2 main enterprises, Southern Petroleum and Maya Chemical, it will also conduct national investment promotion, and has currently determined cooperation with Argentina's state-owned oil company. In addition to building an oil pipeline in Chubut province, Blanca City will jointly fund low-interest 10-year loans with the three major banks to help Southern Petroleum build an oil pipeline to Neuquén province and accelerate construction. Blanca City's special steel plant has established a special oil steel pipe plant to speed up the construction of oil pipelines. St. Husser gives full play to Blanca City's practice of concentrating its efforts on major tasks and begins large-scale development and investment promotion, which will once again create wealth for a large number of people. The petrochemical industry is a good industry, and both upstream and downstream can well promote the development of Argentina's industrial shortcomings. Chapter 263: The problem of relocating Blanca City Hall. After a series of thunderclaps, a steady drizzle began to fall, nourishing the land south of the La Pampa Prairie. Truthfully, the rainfall in Blanca City was still a bit lacking compared to Buenos Aires in the north. This was the first rain before the arrival of summer in Blanca City. The temperature had slowly risen to 18 degrees Celsius, and around noon it was almost 22 degrees Celsius, feeling a bit like summer. It seems like it hasn't rained in a long time. Fortunately, the Blanca City water plant's supply isn't a major problem, and we can store some water. With nearly 700,000 or 800,000 people in the entire city, the demand for drinking water, as well as for industry and agriculture, put a little pressure on Blanca City, which doesn't receive as much rainfall as the northern provinces. Fortunately, it's close to the Colorado River and has small tributaries, and the hydropower station is large enough, with sufficient water storage in the reservoir, so there aren't any major problems. St. Hesse changed into a set of refreshing clothes and stood by the window of the city hall, watching the continuous drizzle and listening to the thunder, feeling surprisingly peaceful. Although he wasn't old, only 24 this year, in the prime of his life, he could already be considered a local strongman. He casually sat in the chair, the two wisps of mustache above his lips adding a bit of authority, making him look like a capable and efficient official around 30 years old. Adding maturity and a sharp temperament, the rain fell and stopped, then stopped and fell again. In the morning, the sun shone, but by noon it had become gloomy. The lingering rain still fell from the sky, making one feel refreshed and pleasant. This rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it completely stopped, thoroughly soaking the dry land, which was quite rare. The three neighboring provinces of Blanca City had been infiltrated quite well by St. Hesse. The largest tentacle was the Southern Radical Party, and the rest were various commercial companies. Chubut Province and Santa Cruz Province were the key development provinces for Southern Petroleum, and they were slowly getting closer. Tierra del Fuego further south was just a marginal area and not very important. Now he had recruited and gathered a large group of social talents. Besides the talented individuals distributed in various companies, some were also placed in the Blanca City and provincial city halls to help him control these vast forces. The San Martin City Hall could also be seen as his sphere of influence. Some of these talents were good at financial management, managing companies and factories, while others were political elites, good at urban management, forming a vast, complex, and sophisticated force. For example, San Martin City now had a population approaching 500,000, firmly holding the position of the second largest city in Córdoba province, and vaguely challenging the authority of Córdoba City. Just like Rosario City, San Martin City was still under his control. Most of the councilors in the San Martin City Council and City Hall officials were also closely related to him. About 30% of the city's economic industry belonged to him. He owned most of the city's real estate, and most of the industrial areas were developed by him. He was also the largest landlord in San Martin City, but at least this money wasn't much. And he didn't want to earn this money. San Martin City was developing very quickly, and its economic strength was already very close to Córdoba, only its political status was not as good as Córdoba. But as long as the population of San Martin City could continue to grow, then one day it could compete with Córdoba. Another important thing was that the geographical location of San Martin City was actually not bad. It was also a railway transportation hub city, and it was convenient to connect with neighboring provinces and cities. Moreover, because it was located in a plain, it could better connect with other provinces, such as Santa Fe, San Luis, Santiago del Estero, La Pampa, and Mendoza. Some of St. Hesse's established companies, such as Blue Cloud Textile, Philip Industries, Maya Chemical, Plary Foods, Miranda Beverage Foods, and Cohen Construction, all had important production bases or regional headquarters here, and they were also St. Hesse's eyes and ears, like the newly established San Martin Commercial Bank, San Martin University, and San Martin Insurance Company. basically all had is shadow and equity participation behind them, or even controlling shares if the current mayor, Close, really wanted to get rid of his control. Then just replace him with someone else. Close used to be just a general manager of his company. His ability level was also relatively ordinary. There weren't many people like this, but there were definitely not few. Some of the key departments of San Martin City were also firmly controlled by Saint José. This was, after all, the place where he made his fortune, so how could he not value it? At most, he would just tolerate and retreat a little. If anyone really wanted to eat the fat of San Martin City, they would have to see if their teeth were good enough. Others, like the Potassium Triangle region, this partial direct line, now Thunder Mining and Andes Tobacco Company, earn him $30 to $40 million in profit every year. After the Pachón copper and Jujuy iron mine are put into production, it may even reach $70 to $80 million in profit. These huge profits were also one of the reasons supporting the rapid development of Saint José's various industries in Blanca City. Currently, the development of Blanca City had entered a small bottleneck, and he was thinking about how to solve it. He couldn't help but feel complex thoughts. In order to further increase the development potential of Blanca City, and at the same time develop a large area of land west of the urban area, Saint José planned to develop a new district between the Pasca district and the Arequi district, as the new administrative center of Blanca City, moving the city hall here, and at the same time, it could also promote the development of the Arequi district and the Pasca district, and maintain a good relationship with the provincial city hall. With the continuous expansion of the prosperous areas of Blanca City, the original Blanca City, which only had one east-west urban area, prosperous area, could no longer meet the development situation. The current administrative center, the West City District, which was the first to have scaled development in Blanca City, had reached its limit after a long time. Although the administrative divisions of the East and West City districts had been expanded and redivided by merging 5 old districts in the past 2 years, whether it was land, industrial zone development, or various development population developments, they had all reached a certain level. Saint José's solution was to plan ahead and accelerate this trend, carry out the relocation of the administrative center, and develop some more future-oriented industries, such as finance, electronics, electrical appliances, education, technology, biomedicine, aerospace, and commercial trade, all of which required more land to develop and support. In fact, Alta District was now the fastest-growing district in Blanca City, surpassing the original East District, not only along the coast, but also large enough in area. Not only was the port excellent, but the portside industrial area adjacent to the East District was now building a large number of industrial plants, forming many industrial zones. The development of industry and manufacturing was rapid, making it the most important industrial development zone in Blanca City. Currently, there were 24 large, medium, and small industrial zones built, with at least more than 600 factories, plant buildings and supporting facilities of 2.2 million square meters, as well as a large number of trade markets, which were huge in scale and quite prosperous. Many universities, led by the National Southern University, were also located here. A large number of factories and building materials, textiles, food, steel, automobiles, leather, hardware, watches, etc., were increasing their taxes every month. The problem was that Alta District was too far away from the expanded Blanca City, even further than the West City District, and did not have the conditions to establish a new administrative center at all. Rapidly developing Alta District, which was close to Buenos Aires province, was a wrong path, and it would also cause the city's development to be unbalanced, failing to exert the advantages of the provincial capital. After all, as a large province, it was not conducive to the development of the provincial capital city. If it was close to other provinces rather than close to its own province, it would also easily cause the future development of Blanca City to be distorted, unable to drive the development and interaction of the small brothers in La Pampa province, and it would be even further away from the 3 small coastal cities, which would miss the opportunity for development. Saint José's goal of establishing the Greater Blanca metropolitan area will not change, nor will the goals of the cities in the Blanca Bay area change. A prosperous and developing urban cluster is a virtuous cycle of development, far better than going it alone, and it is also easier to develop industrial chains and achieve industrialization. Moreover, it has been a while since the La Pampa Provincial Government Hall was relocated. Although the Provincial Government Hall and the Blanca City Hall are in a honeymoon period, their relationship may deteriorate in the future if they are not bound together, and resources may be concentrated elsewhere. The wide area in the middle can also allow the new central urban area and the old central urban area to jointly form a supercenter serving the entire city, a larger, more mature, and more complete city center. Since Blanca City expanded its area last year, the West District is no longer located in the center of Blanca City, and a large amount of land in the west and south has not been developed, which is also an unstable factor in the future development of Blanca City. It has reached the point where it must be changed. The development of the Pasca district is currently relatively slow, far inferior to the Arta district, and even has a tendency to be surpassed by the Macro district. This completely wastes the carefully planned merger by Saint-Jersey. This is also one of the reasons why Saint-Jersey wants to establish a petrochemical industrial zone, and it is not just for the development of Southern Oil and Maya Chemical. The Pasca district itself is located within the currently planned second ring road. Saint-Jersey has timely adjusted the transportation plan. In addition to the existing 5 old districts, the large new districts in towns east and south of the Pasca district have also been included in the development plan, which can be connected through several new main roads. The new administrative center is roughly closer to the geographical center of Blanca City, and the distance to each district and town will be more reasonable and convenient. It is also located at the end of Blanca Bay, which is more conducive to urban defense, and is also closer to La Pampa province and further away from the Belgrano naval port. The Pasca district can also be included in the main urban area. The Southern Petrochemical Industrial Zone actually only occupies a very small part of the Pasca district, and other land resources are quite abundant and completely unaffected under these conditions. Blanca City's advantages in developing a port-based economy and building an international metropolis will continue to expand. A truly emerging industrial city will also completely rise in southern Argentina, exert influence on Chile and the Strait of Magellan, and become a core city in the South Pacific and South Atlantic regions. The backward transportation, slow economic development, limited fiscal revenue, slow construction of educational infrastructure, and slow population growth in the Pasca and Ajrich districts will also be completely changed. A large amount of construction funds can continuously flow into these 2 districts, and a large amount of infrastructure investment will also completely change the current backward situation and achieve a change from being transfused to achieving self-sufficiency. Blanca City Hall Office, Deputy Mayor Rostek is reporting on the latest situation, which is not very optimistic. The recent public opinion has put him under a lot of pressure. Although Rostek once served as a councillor in Buenos Aires, the situation he faces is far more complex than that of Blanca City. Now Blanca City is now truly a mixed bag, with all kinds of people, not only locals but also outsiders, foreign workers, spies, all kinds of people, and the population is also increasing rapidly every month. It is impossible to send out the police or something whenever there is trouble. This year's situation is no longer comparable to the small-scale troubles of the past. Every time something happens, sending out these police departments and defense forces is also a sign of incompetence. Mr. Mayor, the survey on moving the City Hall from the West District to the Pasca District is not optimistic. A large amount of public opinion opposing voices has emerged among the citizens, and the workers have also been instigated. The people who strongly oppose this new policy can be classified into the following categories. 1. Those who occupy major leadership positions in the City Hall. 2. Those whose main social relationships and properties are in the 2 urban areas of Blanca City. These people account for about 30%, belonging to the current upper class. Once they are, the interests of this group of people are likely to be damaged. These people are strongly opposed to reform, are the vested interest group, and are the biggest obstacle to the reform and relocation of the City Hall. 3. Those who have acquired a large amount of wealth or investment in the development of the east and west urban areas of Blanca City due to land and construction. In fact, there are many people who support it. A large amount of construction means that there are many civil service vacancies and many new opportunities. Many young people actually support the relocation. Mr. Mayor, that's roughly the situation. Rostek quietly wiped away a handful of sweat. He had to say that Saint-Jersey gave him a lot of pressure, but he was also very grateful in his heart, which also meant that he had a brighter future. Saint-Jersey is now a very scheming person after all. His face only twitched slightly, and he immediately recovered. Blanca City has now formed a certain interest group, and they own a large amount of assets in the east and west districts. If the administrative center is transferred, it will easily cause devaluation and even fail to develop as expected in the future. State-owned enterprises have been established here, becoming the place with the most high-end job positions in Blanca City. If the city hall is relocated, it will also slowly shift westward, Rostek continued. The development of state-owned companies and factories in Blanca City is very rapid now, and the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission has made great contributions. It currently controls 19 medium and large companies such as Blanca City Commercial Bank, Blanca City First Construction, Second Construction, Blanca City Department Store, Blanca City Port, Blanca City Medical, and a batch of municipal infrastructure companies. The scale is relatively large, and the management is very advanced. The treatment of these state-owned companies is also good, the benefits are good, and they are very standardized. Joining a state-owned company is the dream job of many Blanca City citizens, but the recruitment demand is not large, and the requirements are relatively high. Actually, this is a good thing. I will personally promote this matter. Saint José's expression did not change much, but he found it interesting. In the past few years, the development of Blanca City has been too smooth. The east and west urban areas alone have created a large number of nouveau riches who rely on real estate, but now they have become a constraint on the reform and relocation of the city hall. Interesting because of the huge amount of import and export, the customs duties of Blanca City are also increasing on a large scale. Blanca City will soon become one of the two major trade centers in Argentina. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Family. La Pampa Province is a new province with uneven development within its borders. Blanca City must align its pace with La Pampa Province to create a virtuous cycle and seamlessly integrate. Currently, the provincial government provides significant support to Blanca City, and the connection between the province and the city is quite close, with very smooth communication. This is built upon the strength of San Jose and the large size of Blanca City, presenting a top-heavy trend that is somewhat unhealthy. After all, the distance is still a bit far. Currently, it's almost 20 kilometers from the west district of the city hall to the provincial government hall in the Cherokee district, which is not conducive to rapid communication and talent exchange. From a political perspective, Blanca City now has a complete and powerful city hall that can quickly implement various excellent policies. In terms of population, it has rapidly increased 7 or 8-fold in a short period, vaguely becoming the second largest city in Argentina, and it is still growing rapidly, forming a considerable consumer market. It is expected to exceed 1 million soon. In the 1950s, this was already a very astonishing number, with over 100,000 foreign immigrants alone. Currently, more than 50,000 people migrate to Blanca City every month. From an environmental and climatic perspective, it also belongs to the subtropical monsoon climate, with a certain continental environment, making it a relatively livable place economically. This is the fastest growing region in Argentina. Blanca City's manufacturing industry has started, from OEM factories to international trade, with a large number of labor-intensive industries and heavy industries. Blanca City's living and production materials have also rapidly become abundant, and the price level is already the lowest in Argentina, with a good competitive environment and a large number of exported industrial products. It's just that with 100 people, there are all kinds of personalities. If there are a million, then various interest relationships are even more vaguely visible, and new interest groups are constantly emerging. Especially when the city's economic activity is high, it is even more different. This is a good thing, but there are also some problems. San Jose, as the largest power center in Blanca City, strives to guide the healthy development of the entire city, making industrial layouts, rather than letting Blanca City rely on its old capital and eventually become mediocre. San Jose had many thoughts in his mind, and a large group of forces behind Blanca City emerged in his mind. These people not only included those who had recently risen but also many from neighboring provinces, as well as the layout of foreign giants. Blanca City's development speed is brilliant and unparalleled, already comparable to the development speed of cities like Hong Kong and Tokyo in Asia after World War II. Even Sao Paulo and Rio de Janeiro in South America have not developed as fast as Blanca City. Moreover, the trade throughput has undergone explosive growth in the past 2 years, making Blanca City occupy an important position in Latin America. In addition, the development of industries such as automobiles and petrochemicals has also attracted many companies to invest here. San Jose tries to maintain a fair competitive environment in the market, and no one has special privileges. This is also the reason why many foreign investments can be attracted. After Argentina opened up foreign investment, Blanca City attracted more than $10 million of foreign investment in 1 year, which almost accounted for 1/5 of the entire Argentina's foreign investment. Urbanization has accelerated the development of Blanca City, so the relocation of the city hall has also become urgent. San Jose wants to build a super city area with an area of more than 500 square kilometers and a population of 3 million, so it must be relocated. San Jose began to slowly publicize the relocation, and only when those people jumped out could he clean them up together. The Falcon Bureau in his hands became more secretive and carried out strategic contraction, deeply integrating with the staff team, making a large number of analyses every day, and then responding to everything. Otherwise, he would not have such a strong computing power to deal with various problems in the entire city in detail. Among these 13 wealthy families, some have moved from Santa Rosa City, some have developed rapidly, and some are large manor families originally around Blanca City. At least they have accumulated tens of millions of US dollars in wealth, which is already comparable to the family forces in Córdoba at the beginning. There are also some political families with not much wealth, but they have cultivated many politicians, and the accumulation of wealth is also quite astonishing. Although they are far from being comparable to the large families in Buenos Aires, they are also a component of Blanca City's economic composition. The richest is the Martinez family, which was originally the richest of the 4 major families. When the Gain family was destroyed by San Jose, they completely became honest. Through Martinez Trading, the largest trading company in the South, they accumulated hundreds of years of wealth, used their own huge farms, and invested in the construction of 4 large industrial zones with huge areas. Martinez also invested heavily in real estate, construction, textiles, food, parts processing, and other industries, and once again accumulated a lot of wealth, vaguely becoming the #1 wealthy family in Blanca City. It is said that they already have at least 18 million US dollars in wealth, which is also in the top 20 level in Buenos Aires, and is quite friendly to San Jose. And most of the emerging wealthy families are not included in the statistics, and some Chinese families are also quite low-key, just like San Martin City. Looking at it this way, you can also see how amazing the speed of wealth accumulation in Blanca City has been in the past 2 years. Like the Hartz family behind the hot steel plant, with assets exceeding 10 million US dollars, they have also completely moved to the West District of Blanca City and become the new wealthy in Blanca City. They are also San Jose's staunch supporters. San Jose has also changed the original plan to merge the La Plata steel plant with a hot steel plant. Instead, he is selling shares little by little, and the special steel plant is investing in the construction of the steel plant itself. In addition to his optimism about Hunt's management level, the development of hot steel plant is also very healthy. Compared to 1 or 2 million tons of steel blast furnaces, talents are more valuable. With a certain competitive pressure, Blanca City's steel plant can develop better. Others, like the 3 major companies controlled by the Garcia family, have assets exceeding 4 million US dollars, namely Garcia Daily Chemicals, Garcia Textiles, and Garcia Shoes. Garcia Semi also developed when San Jose was engaged in the coastal industrial zone. Currently, it is already among the top 20 wealthy families in Blanca City, and may even be ranked in the top 15. In addition to some gossip news about the new wealthy, San Jose has always attached great importance to population increase. As long as babies are born in regular hospitals, they can obtain citizenship at light speed. The birth rate of Blanca City has also slowly decreased from the original high of 13 to 15% to about 8-9% this year, which is still a very amazing number. This is also good, releasing a sufficient number of female jobs. Another reason is that several nearby towns used to come over to give birth, but they were not considered citizens of Blanca City. When Blanca City only had 200,000 to 300,000 people, there were still quite a few newborn babies in the statistics at this time, which also created that terrifying birth rate of 13%-15%. With the increase in population, the original data above 10% has slowly decreased. Among 1,000 women of childbearing age, at most 80 to 90 people give birth, and cities near Blanca City also have the same population policy, and the pressure of survival in Blanca City has also increased a lot, so these uncounted data no longer exist. In addition, the increase in education level and years of education is also a reason. Originally, there were still many 14-15-year-olds who gave birth to children, but now there are fewer, and basically all are over 16. La Pampa province and Rio Negro province have become the two provinces with the highest birth rates in Argentina, both exceeding 8%. Large areas of reclaimed fertile land, in addition to being granted to agricultural reclamation companies, are also owned by agricultural cooperatives. These agricultural cooperatives are new villages. The newly reclaimed land has increased the grain output of the two provinces by more than 5 times compared to 1950. These wheat and rice are enough to feed tens of millions of people. In addition to being purchased in large quantities by Blanca City Grain Reserve Company and several food companies, the grain is also used for export. This time, there were not too many people causing trouble during the relocation of the city hall. Basically, those with a bit of insight would not try to oppose San Jose. San Jose also calmly responded. As long as the ideology within the city hall is unified, the other families and wealthy families can be cleaned up slowly. The original accumulation is bloody, and don't expect these wealthy families to be good people. San Jose just doesn't want to manage too much, but these records are all recorded in the Falcon Bureau's database. There are those who bully men and women, and even kill people, but they are just hidden. It is also a bit difficult for the police department to investigate. After all, the city's scale has expanded too quickly, and it is impossible to take care of everything. After meeting the new police chief Barton, San Jose put forward his requirements. Barton Heaston was newly appointed by San Jose and is considered his third since becoming mayor. Increase the intensity of crime investigation. No matter which family, there are no special privileges. Those who should be arrested should be arrested, and those who should be sentenced should be handed over to the Blanca City Court, he said slowly, without saying anything else, just making some routine deployments. Yes, Mr. Mayor. After leaving the mayor's office, Barton breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to take a breath in the office just now. Someone is going to be unlucky. I am still too kind. After all, San Jose looked at the intelligence page by page and gently exhaled. Chapter 265. 50,000-ton cargo ship goes to sea. Time slowly moved towards high summer. With the increase in rainfall on the southern Pampas grasslands, lush water plants grew everywhere. With a large increase in population, markets and settlements sprung up, creating a thriving scene. This year, Argentina could be said to have enjoyed favorable weather. Rainfall was significantly higher than in previous years, creating a scene reminiscent of wind blowing through the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Some areas in western La Pampa province are not suitable for agricultural development, so San Jose did not force the issue. Respecting the laws of nature, he only built irrigation systems and implemented mechanized farming in areas with relatively abundant water resources, such as the Colorado River and the Rio Negro River. While the economy of Bahia Blanca was developing rapidly, some of San Jose's political enemies were also vaguely emerging, but most of them were insignificant. He had cultivated Bahia Blanca for more than 2.5, almost 3 years, and it had completely become his rear base. Most of the so-called wealthy families also had deep relationships with him and benefited from his favor, but there are too many people here, and unstable factors have also increased. Unlike San Martin, where there are relatively few people and development is peaceful, San Jose must borrow strength to develop Bahia Blanca, but borrowing strength will attract more ambitious people. This is also something that cannot be avoided. More talent can be found where there are more people. The drawbacks of rapid development can only be solved slowly. Moreover, when San Jose formed the defense force, he became a thorn in the side of many people with an unstable foundation. Many people wanted San Jose to have an accident. San Jose's enormous wealth was also slowly revealed, which also made many people jealous. No one is a fool. December 20th, San Jose led a group of people from the city hall to inspect the Tres Mares shipyard in Puerto Gil in the Alta district and attended today's ship launching ceremony. People from the Spanish National Shipyard also accompanied him, which greatly helped the development of Tres Mares shipyard. San Jose was surrounded by a bunch of bodyguards and agents to ensure his safety and prevent danger. In recent months, several groups of people had tried to assassinate him, most of which were nipped in the bud by the Falcon Bureau. And the storm was showing a tendency to intensify. Although a few small fries were seized, and some were colluding with municipal officials, the real big fish did not appear. His enemies are more patient. In addition to the relocation of the city hall, San Jose also released news that he was preparing to continue to run for the next mayoral election in the second half of next year, which made some people start to sit still. Now Bahia Blanca is a sweet pastry. Argentina's second largest city and the capital of a major province have made many people wonder if they can get a share of the pie compared to assassination. This is child's play. Various public opinions and hidden arrows. Now many places in Argentina are quite fanatical. If you can't beat them in the open, come at them from the shadows. In fact, it is also a smoke screen. He actually wants to clear some obstacles for the development of Bahia Blanca again. Puerto Gil is a large port that has been newly built in Bahia Blanca in the past 2 years. It is huge in area and is one of the 3 large ports in Bahia Blanca. It is only 6 kilometers away from the most prosperous coastal industrial zone in the Eastern District, and it is also very close to Puerto Belgrano. It used to be a huge wasteland. After Tres Marias shipyard settled in, it developed rapidly. A large number of supporting factories for shipbuilding, as well as some new small shipyards, have also settled in. The current Puerto Gil port area is crowded with people, and you can see shops everywhere. The houses and streets are extremely prosperous, and the planning is quite in place. People come and go on the streets, and all kinds of shops have been opened. In addition to the shipyards, there are a large number of small factories with front shops and back factories, mechanical processing, sheet metal processing, parts production, and diesel engine factories have all settled here. Behind the port area is a huge industrial city, with nearly 80,000 people, half of whom work in factories related to shipbuilding, and the most important factory here is the Tres Marias shipyard Bahia Blanca factory, which has nearly 5,000 shipbuilding workers and is one of the largest super-large factories in Bahia Blanca. Docks have begun to be built in large numbers, and there are many orders. Many trading ships are sailing on the sea near the port, and the scene is busy everywhere. At this time, the 2 large ships preparing to be launched on the sea attracted everyone's attention. These are real 50,000-ton giant ships, ready to be delivered to the Purlari fleet. San Jose has been waiting for this ship for almost 3 years. Although these 2 ships were not independently developed by Tres Marias shipyard, but were more authorized by the Spanish shipyard, they are also the first 50,000-ton ships independently manufactured by Argentina. Looking at this giant ship, it looks quite oppressive, even larger than the warships in Puerto Belgrano, but warships often represent war defense, while this black giant ship represents peaceful trade. Tres Marias shipyard is really amazing. I didn't expect that we in Argentina can also build such large ships. Although we can't be regarded as a major shipbuilding country, it is also a major historical step forward. San Jose spoke from the viewing platform, seeing not far away the giant dock of the Tres Marias shipyard Bahia Blanca shipyard, slowly sending the ship into the sea. He had only seen the data and photos of the Spanish shipyard, and had not seen this model of ship. He placed an order for 5 ships from the Spanish shipyard. In fact, there are not many companies ordering this ship, only from within San Jose. Everyone is not very relieved about Spain, which used to be able to produce the invincible armada. Even the Spanish themselves do not have much confidence. San Jose is not willing to be a fool. The price sold by the Spanish is $4 million per ship, which is more expensive than the United States. Of course, this price also includes design fees, so the cost performance is not high. Therefore, the Spanish shipyard generously sold all the technology and equipment to Tres Marias shipyard, and San Jose spent an extra sum of money. Now it has basically been transferred to Bahia Blanca. The scale of the shipyard here is already larger than the La Plata shipyard, which can only produce fishing boats and 10,000-ton ships. The 5 freighters of the Spanish shipyard are used to transport various raw materials from the La Plata steel plant, and safety can still be guaranteed. This ship is larger than all the ships on the surface of the Bahia Blanca Bay, and can rank among the top in the world. San Jose not only requires Tres Marias shipyard to build dry bulk carriers specifically for loading goods and minerals, but also began to build oil tankers, with the goal of independently designing 100,000-ton oil tankers and bulk carriers. This is also the future development trend of the shipbuilding industry. He has poached many shipbuilding experts from abroad, and the goal is to make a development plan around the 1960s, designing while thoroughly understanding the existing technology. To this end, Tres Marias shipyard, jointly with the National University of the South, the University of Buenos Aires, and the University of La Plata, established a Buenos Aires Ship Design Institute to prepare for building domestic super freighters. Through cooperation with the Spanish National Shipbuilding Company, San Jose acquired shipbuilding technology from Germany, Italy, and the United States. The technical research level of San Jose shipbuilding has advanced by leaps and bounds. He plans to establish a shipbuilding and maritime college in Blanca City to train more ship design talents. Meanwhile, the Argentine diesel engine factory has also begun designing large diesel engines, striving to further reduce shipbuilding costs. After all, in the 1950s, oil tankers of 30,000 to 40,000 tons were already considered supertankers, and the scale of world trade was growing rapidly. Small ships under 50,000 tons could no longer meet the needs. The demand from the Prairie Fleet alone was 2 million to 5 million tons. These two 50,000-ton freighters were also ordered by the Prairie Fleet, and ore carriers and bulk carriers customized by other companies such as Thunder Mining and La Plata Steel were also being prepared in the dock 2 hours later. Both ships safely entered the sea and were securely berthed in the port, ready to load cargo directly. One of them was named Prairie Mining, costing $2 million, with an external selling price of $3 million. The price was quite affordable, more than $500,000 cheaper than similar American freighters. The construction period was 6 months, which was very fast, and it has entered a mature construction cycle, and the construction period can be shortened a lot. The Spanish shipyard helped with the design and construction. Now, it only needs to build a large number of docks and then produce according to orders. Sanjay Shipbuilding has already received orders for 31 new ships, mostly from domestic and foreign sources, and the production cost can also be reduced a lot. The required ship materials have begun to be continuously transported. These freighters are mainly designed and manufactured for transporting Australian coal, about 200 meters long, 32 meters wide, with a draft depth of 11 meters, and a design speed of 12 knots. Blanca Bay is not a large deep-water harbor, but after deep excavation and widening, it can fully berth such giant ships, as is the case with Belgrano Port. These two freighters are about the size of a football field and can transport coal, ore, wood, livestock, grain, etc., mainly for ocean voyages and trade with the Nanyang region and Australia. They have basically withstood the test. As long as 10 more ships are launched without problems, many Argentine trading fleets and Nanyang fleets will be interested in purchasing them. After all, if navigation safety can be guaranteed, then it is definitely better to buy cheaper ones. But the safety of freighters is the top priority. The foundation of the Argentine shipbuilding industry is weak, and most people have no confidence in building 50,000-ton ships all at once. Only the San Jose Group can guarantee this initial order problem. Even some foreign business groups closely related to San Jose do not have much confidence. San Jose is actually afraid of taking too big a step and getting hurt. But this is necessary. The two ships were loaded with goods at a dock and slowly sailed out to transport 100,000 tons of steel to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. San Jose finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, he also had to transport back 100,000 tons of iron ore from Vale, and then transport it to ports in Nanyang in Australia. This is a small step in the development of the shipbuilding industry in Blanca City, but a big step in the development of the Argentine shipbuilding industry. Our city hall will fully guarantee the development of the shipbuilding industry in Blanca City. He delivered a speech at the ceremony, which aroused huge cheers from the people. The whole audience was shouting San Jose's name. Those who didn't know thought they were at a concert. Fortunately, there were no assassinations or anything like that at this ceremony. The Falcon Bureau's preparations were quite in place. At San Jose's request, Sanjay Shipbuilding sold the mature shipbuilding technology of 2,200-ton fishing boats and 550-ton fishing boats at low prices and began to specialize in the manufacture of large ships, which was also a diversification. Blanca City Commercial Bank and Barron Bank specially provided credit funds to support the development of the shipbuilding industry. The Martinez family, the Anderson family, and the Gray family all expressed their interest in joining the shipbuilding industry to San Jose, and each obtained a large loan from the bank to build their own shipyard. Late December, San Jose was also formally nominated by the Radical Party of the La Pampa Provincial Assembly as a candidate for the second governor of La Pampa Province. Such news caused an uproar. Many people in the La Pampa provincial government were a little uneasy. The doors of Governor Lada's office were almost knocked down. A group of people in the Blanca City Hall were also uneasy. After all, San Jose actually wanted to be younger, and most people thought he might serve 3 or 4 terms. But the nomination for governor of La Pampa was a situation that caught many political enemies off guard. The preparations they made were wrong. San Jose was not only not an enemy, but an object to be pleased. They only had remorse in their hearts. It's just that San Jose has collected enough evidence. He plans to wipe them all out. Blanca City is still in his hands. He just needs to replace it with someone he can trust, such as some confidants of the Radical Party. As long as he releases a word to support someone, it's basically a sure thing. His prestige in Blanca City is too high. La Pampa Province is actually Eva Perón Province. It was officially renamed back in June this year, as is Chaco Province. It was changed back from one Perón Province. It is quite special for the Perón couple to use their names to name 2 provinces. In fact, La Pampa has not been a province for a long time. After merging Patagonia in 1878 and establishing an administrative region, the La Pampa administrative region was established in 1884. It was not until 1951 that it became a province, and the new governor was elected in 1952. Now it is only the second term. La Pampa province is a very young province, and it was not until last year that it merged Blanca City and the 3 coastal towns, and moved the provincial capital, and after rapid development, La Pampa province gained a place in Argentina like the neighboring Rio Negro, Neuquén, and Chubut. They were not originally provinces, but only administrative regions. They have all been changed to provinces in the past 2 or 3 years. Of course, administrative regions also enjoy the status of provinces, and the heads of administrative regions are also called governors. Before the administrative region was changed to province, the head of the administrative region was generally appointed by the presidential palace, and the Argentine capital, like the city of Buenos Aires, has always been appointed by the presidential palace, not elected. The city council is elected, and the number of councillors in Buenos Aires is relatively large, with more than 300, and the status will be higher. The game between local provinces and the presidential palace is completely dominated by local warlords, families, and wealthy families in provinces such as Córdoba. Tax payment is a big problem. The authority of the Argentine presidential palace is very weak, and it has only improved in recent years, and with the step-by-step cleaning, the support for the relocation of the Blanca City Hall is getting higher and higher. The City Council and the City Hall jointly applied to La Pampa province and obtained approval. The Blanca City Hall will complete the relocation within 3 months, and the La Pampa provincial government team election will be held in 4 months. Chapter 266 Business is Business. It wasn't just the divisions within Argentina's various political alliances. The splits within the Argentine army were becoming increasingly apparent, with the military beginning to fracture into 2 main factions. One faction advocated for the military to withdraw from politics and support a constitutional government, while the other still demanded that the military directly control the government, pushing for a movement where soldiers acted as protectors of the nation. This gave San José a chance to breathe and develop. Within the National Defense Forces, there were many who supported La Pampa's military reforms and expansion. San José could also be considered a product of the Córdoba military, just an unorthodox officer. This mark couldn't be changed, and it was the reason he could attract a large number of military talents. Now, many people saw the La Pampa Defense Force as an extension of the Córdoba Defense Force in the southern provinces, and indeed, many of the core members within the La Pampa Defense Force came from Córdoba. This earned San José considerable goodwill within the National Defense Forces, rather than the naive attempts at ingratiation he had made previously. In truth, San José had also come to a realization, without strength, everything was in vain. Even the most powerful economic strength couldn't override the state machinery. Moreover, it was impossible for Argentina to see economic oligarchs like the Rockefellers or Morgans of the United States controlling the state machinery. Besides, with the development of the national economy, it was bound to become decentralized. Only small countries and backward feudal societies could see families controlling the state machinery. Unless Argentina was content with such a state of development, merely lying flat wouldn't be enough. It would probably have to be divided into several pieces. San José used to have General José and General Thompson in the National Defense Forces, but now their relationship had become much more distant. This situation was particularly serious in the Buenos Aires capital garrison, who were naval and air force factions. The army actually had a good impression of San José, and they weren't concerned about the defense forces' strength. Besides the military, his political enemies began to look for his problems with a magnifying glass. San José Cohen's background was thoroughly investigated, and his gaucho identity became a point of attack. Many people tried to dig up dirt on him, but it was basically all trivial matters. Mistresses, etc., weren't a good place to start. After all, even former President Perón had been attacked for preying on young girls, but it was seen as a symbol of charm. Argentines worship the strong, and attraction to women, as long as it wasn't forced or illegal, should be respected. San José never embezzled a single cent, and even spent his own money to subsidize the city hall. He had no criminal record, not even a fight. He was completely a good citizen in the traditional sense, and it was completely legal to command the police department to quell riots to prevent more citizens from being harmed. His university studies were also quite excellent, and his performance as a counselor in Blanca was also quite adequate. His resume could be described as perfect, quite courageous, quickly quelling the rebellion, reforming criminals, and various measures to develop the economy were very useful. The only problem might be the age issue. But the La Pampa province constitution didn't have this restriction or regulation because the La Pampa province constitution wasn't perfect. This allowed many people who despised and looked down on him to only engage in verbal attacks, but they couldn't easily strike. San José never shied away from his gaucho identity. Such an identity was actually very popular in La Pampa province. La Pampa province, which is the southern part of the Pampas and Patagonia, used to be the territory of Argentina's minority indigenous peoples. This meant that there were a significant number of Indian mestizos and gauchos in La Pampa province. Almost half of the La Pampa province natives had Indian ancestry, although most of it existed through maternal bloodlines. Most of the male Indian tribes were wiped out by General Roca and the National Army at the time. These Indian tribes used to have a name called the Ranquils. Their leaders, Liumkira and Mangin, used to be very famous. His tribe once attracted a large number of fleeing gauchos, making them Argentina's most troublesome domestic problem at the time. The war made La Pampa province and Rio Negro province sparsely populated. At the time, they were already sparsely populated. La Pampa administrative region wasn't allowed to build an independent defense force. La Pampa province only slowly relaxed this ban last year. San Jose seized the opportunity to merge and divide Buenos Aires province, which was equivalent to revenge, and also established and formed the La Pampa Defense Force, which was also seen as a role in the revival and strengthening of La Pampa province and dispersing and introducing talents, expanding the market, increasing immigration, expanding the population, and developing the economy. Didn't show any tendency to split Argentina, and was also valued by some civil servants. San Jose was regarded as a hero of Blanca City. Most people could benefit from the development of Blanca City, and the influx of population didn't affect the good development of the original locals. As long as you didn't court death. President Aramburu himself didn't want to continue being president, and was more inclined to return power to the civilians. San Jose was now not only wooing military officers in large numbers, but also attracting elites who were dissatisfied with Buenos Aires. The three southern provinces worked together with one heart, and with Blanca City as a production base, they could very well stabilize prices. Inflation had also been greatly reduced, restoring Argentina's credibility in the international community and improving the economic situation of the southern provinces. Blanca City had become a new window for developing foreign exchanges. Blanca City had received more foreign investment than Buenos Aires for 4 consecutive months this year, becoming a new darling of international hot money in Argentina. Blanca City wasn't far from the Argentine market, and it was also convenient for transportation to several nearby countries. San Jose had raised a lot of funds for the public works construction of Blanca City. A batch of skyscrapers over 50 stories high had begun to be built in the eastern and western main urban areas to welcome international financial investment. San Jose also proposed to build a stock exchange in Blanca City to further compete for domestic funds, and at the same time accelerate Argentina's financial modernization reform. Everyone knows that Argentina's original stock exchange can no longer meet the needs of the stock market's prosperity and development. Our neighbor Brazil has 2 major stock exchanges, while Argentina only has 1, and the system is very backward, unable to meet the needs, and has become an obstacle to our financial modernization. I hope that the Parliament will allow me to propose that we establish an Argentine stock exchange in Blanca City to revitalize the Blanca City financial market faster. We all know that the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange was founded in 1854. It used to be able to represent the aspects of the Argentine economy and could compete with the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, and the Sao Paulo Stock Exchange, but now it has fallen far behind. Many excellent Argentine companies aren't willing to list on the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange and lack trading channels. After obtaining the consent of the City Hall and the Council, St. Hesser formally submitted documents to the La Pampa Provincial Assembly to establish the Argentine National Stock Exchange, focusing on the listing and financing of small and medium-sized companies, targeting small and medium-sized enterprises. Alternative names include the Blanca Stock Exchange, the Argentine Southern Exchange, and the Pampas Stock Exchange, with the aim of revitalizing the Argentine financial market and alleviating the thirst for funds from booming companies. St. Hesser does not have a single listed company in Argentina, but he has at least 10 companies that meet the listing standards. Apart from the fact that the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange is indeed terrible, he also doesn't want to expose his financial strength too much, or rather, lose control. After several reforms, the Cohen Consortium has become a very complex financial system centered on Barron Bank, with Barron Insurance, Barron Securities, and Plary International. These financial securities platforms complete the absolute control over its subsidiaries. The financial strength that is now exposed is still only the tip of the iceberg, but it is already very amazing. Just like La Plata Steel Plant, Plary Food, Miranda United Beverage, and Maya Chemical, these are basically at the level of number 1 in Argentina. The Rhine military industry before its disintegration was also the number 1 private military company. Now, The new coal and heavy industry has transformed into a comprehensive military-industrial machinery industry group for many companies such as Thunder Mining and Leiden Motors. St. Hesser did not directly appear in the list of shareholders, but instead entrusted his subordinates to hold them on his behalf. In addition, there are a large number of overseas assets, the acquisition and holding of some potential companies such as Sequoia Capital in the United States, brokerage firms in Brazil, Honda in Japan, Tokyo Electronics, and Audi in Germany, all of which are very concealed after the Falcon Bureau completely went underground. Many non-core members and supporting companies were split up, and these parts alone could form a large trading company. St. Hesser also began to streamline and merge some companies and factories, and abandon some unnecessary trading companies, in order to prevent too much energy from being involved, and at the same time, he could also release some of his development experience and models. Many companies and factories in Argentina are too primitive. Although trade protectionism can well protect local factories, they lack international competitiveness. This is very fatal. Many Argentine companies are vulnerable. Since Argentina's opening up last year, nearly 20 medium and large companies have been acquired by American companies and become subsidiaries in automobiles, tractors, grain and oil production, agricultural trade, food processing, and textile and apparel. Foreign companies, especially American companies, have created great competitive pressure on St. Hesser. Many companies and factories in Blanca City already have a very large competitive advantage, which is very remarkable in Argentina. Some world-leading factories have begun to appear in Blanca City, such as electric lamp factories and fan factories. These are slightly more technologically advanced, but they are not high-tech local factories. Most of these factories are invested by the Blanca City State-Owned Assets Committee, introducing foreign technology, building factories, and at the same time attracting local investment to produce parts and supplies for the core components of electrical appliances, such as the motor of a fan. The method of imitation is adopted. Pochon Copper, which is controlled by Thunder Mining, has established wire factories and motor factories for these core components in Blanca City. For other things like fan iron sheets and shells, you only need to knock and beat them, and you can make them with a small mechanical factory. Sean Glass Factory, headquartered in Blanca City, has developed into a large glass company. It has established 3 large glass factories in Blanca City, and also accepts glass bulb orders. It can be said to be quite extensive. It can not only produce automobile glass and food glass, but also electrical glass and building glass. St. Hesser, with his bulging wallet, set the scale of the new plant of the Blanca steel plant at 6 million tons, directly on par with the La Plata steel plant. The newly built blast furnaces are larger in scale, more technologically advanced, and more energy efficient. Not only do they use Austrian and Belgian steel blast furnace construction technology, but under Sain's leadership, they also introduced the most advanced American steel company production technology, directly leaping into the world-class level. In the future, there will be 3 super large blast furnaces here, each with a design volume of 2,500 cubic meters, with an annual output of 2 million tons of molten iron. The planned construction time is 2.5 to 3 years, and the estimated investment is more than $80 million. Blast furnace number 1 is already under construction, and number 2 and number 3 are also preparing to build the foundation. The 3 large blast furnaces are located on the easternmost side of the Alta district, which can also reduce environmental pollution to the city center. A large industrial import and export port with an annual throughput of more than 20 million tons will also be built here. Han Steel plant will also continue to expand its iron-making capacity, and will use 1,000 cubic meter and 1,580 cubic meter blast furnaces with cheaper prices and mature technology to quickly expand its iron-making capacity. The construction time can also be faster. Business is business, and feelings are feelings. You are all very excellent, but market competition is actually very cruel. I wish you success, impacted by internationalization and the myth of overnight wealth. Many excellent civil servants in the Blanca City Hall resigned to St. Hesser, and many civil servants in the Blanca City State-Owned Assets Committee left in batches. Another very important reason is that many international companies are poaching people. A capable City Hall official can be a very good lobbyist, but only God knows how long this lobbyist can be used. Some also have the reason for the internal City Hall to attack competitors. St. Hesser didn't retain them too much, and it was time to replace a batch of fresh blood. Market competition is very cruel. Some are because of making a game, and some are unable to recognize whether the platform is powerful or the individual ability is powerful. If it is the former, the probability of tragedy is high. It is too common to turn your face and deny people after leaving the platform. Now Blanca City has become an immigrant city, and many things are completely different. Saint Hesser has seen some of the methods used in later generations. For example, a position needs to be moved and the civil servants of the city hall cannot be dismissed. It will then, you can unite a private company and poach you at a high price. If you really resign from public office, you can just find an excuse to kick you away, or go back on your word. The money of the boss of a private company is not easy to earn. Some people are made a game, and then they find that it is not so good, and they want to go back but they can't. Mayor Cohen, you are a good boss. Many subordinates said this to Saint Hesser when they left, and Saint Hesser sneered at it. A good boss can't be eaten as food. Saint Hesser directly organized a civil servants examination to fill the positions in the city hall. A large number of new people flowed into the Blanca City Hall as for these civil servants with 1 or 2 years of experience. They may soon run into walls everywhere in this society. Many of these people are old people that Saint Hesser wanted to replace, but it was not easy to move them before this time. He can just set up a game and get rid of them, and he only needs to spend some insignificant money. However, there are still several very capable talents, which is indeed a pity. Saint Hesser also has the idea that the sky is going to rain, and maybe it can bring new changes to the competition in Blanca City. After all, the current entrepreneurial environment in Blanca City is indeed quite friendly. Chapter 267 City Hall Relocation Team. Through a series of maneuvers by San Jose, many within the City Hall who opposed the relocation were purged, leading to a significant turnover of civil servants. The blood was refreshed, and the City Hall's civil servants were also rejuvenated, allowing for better implementation of San Jose's development ideas. He had a grand development plan in mind, but there were many constraints within the original Blanca City Hall, which hindered the smooth operation of the entire civil service system, leading to buck passing, unclear responsibilities, and opposition for the sake of opposition. If you were to successfully run for the top position in the provincial government, then Blanca City would have to develop the Greater Blanca metropolitan area and the La Pampa-Rio Negro River urban cluster to achieve the initial industrialization of the southern province on a larger scale. Blanca City is still too small and is just an ordinary autonomous city. Although it is already a provincial capital in terms of administrative level, its status is far behind cities like Córdoba, La Plata, Rosario, and Santa Fe. Time is still needed. San Jose felt that what Argentina lacked most was time. Whether it was population growth or industrialization, it required time. Argentina's size was far from enough to achieve this goal, so it could only be a slow starter. The world economy is developing too fast now. Before the world oil crisis arrives in this super golden age after World War II, a developmental transformation must be completed to have a chance to face countries with large populations like Britain, Brazil, and the United States. Even if Argentina were to compete with Great Britain, it would not reach that economic level without a population of 60 to 70 million, unless it had 3 times the average productivity of Great Britain. However, no one in the world has yet been born who can exceed the old productivity of Great Britain by 3 times. Even Japan at its peak could not reach this level, unless Britain disintegrated into 4 small countries. Perhaps then it would be possible. Population is not just a market, but also wealth. Brazil only needs to reach 1/4 of Argentina's average productivity to easily surpass Argentina, not to mention population superpowers like New China and India. As a city, it is difficult to exert too much influence. For example, it is not qualified to participate in the Argentine Congress, and it is not qualified to participate in some important foreign trade conferences, and it cannot formulate favorable development policies. But as a province, it is different. Even if it is poor, it can still make its voice heard in the Argentine Congress and strive for greater benefits, including amending the provincial constitution, improving customs system construction, and developing foreign trade. It is also easier to be valued at the level, just like New China's going to the sea at the beginning. Working as a civil servant in the city hall now might not be as good as going out and taking a chance in the current Blanca City. There are really many opportunities for development. People are making huge profits from it every day, whether it is trade, production, export, or even being a commercial broker, helping people build relationships. They can all get very high returns. Many factories are opening every day. The Blanca City Commercial Bureau has specially established a commercial registration department, and each district has a dispatched agency to help these companies and factories quickly register and establish. By the end of 1955, the number of company and factory entities in Blanca City exceeded 6,000, ranking second in Argentina, second only to Buenos Aires City. Among them, the East District and the Alto District ranked first and second, with 2,700 and 1,900 respectively. Most of them are small and medium-sized factories with fewer than 10 employees. At the end of November, San Jose conducted a special population area census. The survey showed that the total population of Blanca City directly exceeded 1.27 million, which was more than San Jose had imagined. He originally thought that 1 million would be good. Such a number already ranks second in Argentina, and it is estimated that the entire La Pampa province has a population of more than 1.9 million. Most of them were desperate for Argentina's economy and future, immigrating to the United States, Britain, Italy, France, or even Brazil was originally their choice, but now it has been changed. In the 1950s and 1960s, at least 1.5 million people historically immigrated from Argentina to other countries. The United States and their former motherland were good places for them, which made Argentina's already scarce population worse. This situation is improving. These 1.5 million people actually represent a potential population of 8 million to 10 million in the next 50 years. The reason is Argentina's terrible economy and Mexico's. Most of these people are young people and also the hope for Argentina's development. The development of Blanca City has given them a new choice. Although some people come and some people go, at least there is a choice. If life is not really difficult, who would be willing to leave their hometown and travel across the ocean? In 1954 and 1955, Argentina's huge development in emerging cities such as Blanca City, San Martin City, Oran City, and La Plata City changed the forced emigration choices of many people. Even because of the amazing operations of cities like Blanca City, Argentina has once again become a country of immigration. In 1955, at least 200,000 people immigrated to Argentina from Southeast Asia and Latin America. Most of them migrated to Blanca City and became the emerging force of Blanca City. José, formerly a legal secretary at a British company in Buenos Aires, has English and half Scottish ancestry. Her husband, Andrés Osuna, is a famous Argentine opera and tango singer. Due to the economic crisis and turmoil, the couple both lost their jobs. They have 2 children, 4-year-old Olivia Hesse and 2-year-old Andrew Osuna. The couple originally planned to immigrate to England to join their father's family, but the Blanca City branch of Plary International recruited Joey Hesse with a high salary, and the newly established Blanca City Grand Theater also issued an invitation to Andreas with a salary higher than in Buenos Aires. They also planned to have 2 to 3 more children. In fact, the Osuna couple likes children very much, but the heavy economic pressure and despair for future development have even reached the point of divorce. Their experience in Blanca City has restored the relationship between the couple. Blanca City provides a large number of birth subsidies and housing subsidies to local citizens. The housing prices themselves are also very cheap. The Osuna couple has given up the idea of immigration and bought a high-end house on mortgage from Baron Bank. Andreas has also become one of the most popular opera and singers in Blanca City. Many song and dance troupes invite him to participate in performances, and his monthly income has increased several times. He has also received many newspaper interviews, and his popularity in Argentina has greatly increased. Little José and little Andrew were also sent to a high-end kindergarten. Although it is high-end, the price is not expensive, which reduces the parenting pressure of many couples. The large number of schools and nurseries built by San Jose have come in handy, and these schools alone can solve a large number of jobs. This is a virtuous circle. Why are big cities good? In addition to a large number of secondary industries, the tertiary industry, which is the service industry, can also generate a large number of jobs. The release is very amazing. The vigorous development of the secondary industry has attracted a large number of people, which itself is a huge market. There is a great demand for eating, drinking, sleeping, and raising children. The experience of the Osuna couple is not unique in Blanca City. Many outstanding talents from Buenos Aires have poured into Blanca City and have achieved great development. Even though Blanca City now has 1.27 million people, there are still plenty of job opportunities. Especially the employment generated by factories, and the wage level has reached the average level of Buenos Aires, and it also has a low price index due to the devaluation of the peso. Labor costs were actually not high, while other production costs were much lower, which made many factories willing to relocate to the city of Blanca for development. Many factories and companies even experienced a revival and achieved tremendous growth as a result. This also led many people planning to immigrate to come to Blanca for development, and it also generated many new wealthy individuals. Most people rekindled their hope for the future of Argentina. According to statistics from 11 hospitals that underwent large-scale construction, the number of newborns in Blanca in 1955 exceeded 44,000, ranking first among major cities in Argentina. Many couples, for the sake of Blanca's welfare benefits, came to Blanca with their pregnant bellies to give birth, resulting in an astonishing birth rate of 37.6 per thousand, while the fertility rate of women of childbearing age also remained at around 10%. Such a birth rate could not be matched even in Buenos Aires, which has a population of over 2 million. The newborn birth rate was also very high in the areas surrounding Blanca, as well as in areas like the sunny agriculture future farm and the Argentine border provinces of Salta and Jujuy at a time when unemployment rates were soaring in Argentina. This place was filled with a large number of job opportunities, and transportation was also very convenient. Argentina's extensive railway transportation system made Blanca a transportation hub, a powerful tool for attracting population unemployed. Go to Blanca. There are plenty of jobs there. The cost of living is too high. Go to Blanca, where prices are the lowest in all Argentina. Can't afford a house? Go to Blanca, where rent is cheap and you can buy a house after working for 3 years. Children are disobedient, and university is too expensive. Blanca has 6 universities for you to choose from. As long as you pass the exam, tuition is reduced or waived, and you can work while studying to reduce the burden and pressure. Quantitative change finally triggered qualitative change. In December alone, 150,000 people poured in. Blanca must also accelerate the pace of development, otherwise it will not be able to accommodate such a large population increase, and it will lose this opportunity to significantly increase its strength. The wages and benefits of many factories and companies were also good. In addition, a large number of American and British companies moved in, offering many salaries denominated in US dollars, and the income was indeed 1 or 2 times higher than that of the city hall. Most civil servants who left the city hall were indeed able to achieve good development. Most of those selected by St. José during the civil servants examination had some level of competence, and the old-timers who have been able to sit here steadily since the auto era must also be capable. Those who really want to slack off cannot be driven away, and they are not really doing nothing. St. José insisted on implementing the Blanca City Hall's civil servant assessment system, and did not care if some old-timers really did nothing. January 1, 1956, the beginning of the new year, St. José Cohen, the mayor of Blanca, announced at the City Hall that the Blanca City Hall was preparing to move to 1 Blanca Citizen Avenue, Pasca District. A large city hall was planned in the Pasca District, and 6 dedicated bus lines were open to solve the commuting problem in the short term. St. José had already selected the site in advance and started construction as early as October. He carried out new construction around the City Hall, the scale of which could be compared with a provincial government. In fact, the original scale of the Blanca City Hall was indeed too small, and it could not meet the needs even after several repairs. Many City Hall departments had to work outside the City Hall. The population of Blanca increased from 100,000 to 1 million. These are completely different concepts. The difficulty of urban governance has increased exponentially. Many people also felt that a new City Hall should be built because the office environment was too deteriorated. A small office used to have only 2 departments, but now it was stuffed with more than 50 people. And the building was also very old and quite dangerous. It was only because the distance was too far that they thought about objecting. After all, it was indeed a bit far, but since the great mayor has planned everything, then just follow behind and do things. The City Hall relocation team announced a complete plan, including which department, how to move, follow-up matters, residents, supporting facilities, all of which were announced one by one. The new Blanca City Hall is less than 5 kilometers away from the provincial government, which is very close. Much closer than the original 20 kilometers, but not too close. Large residential areas, parks, schools, and supermarkets are built around the City Hall. The Argentine district itself has also undergone large-scale construction and is now quite prosperous. It's just that St. José originally developed westward, and now the Pasca district is on the east side, which is a large open space. The new City Hall is located on the west side of the Pasca district. It can also effectively use the land for the next step of industrial expansion. The 2 districts themselves are neighboring districts and are very close. At that time, St. José had considered directly setting up the new City Hall in the Argentine district, but if that were the case, the opposition would probably increase by another order of magnitude. Besides, to develop the Pasca district, resources cannot be moved to the Argentine district again. That would not be in line with St. José's development plan. In this way, the urban area of Blanca officially expanded from the original 1,274 square kilometers to 2,100 square kilometers. And the basic framework of the metropolitan area can be completed, and it will not feel too crowded even if several million more people are stuffed in with the East District, West District, Pasca District, Argentine District, Macro District, and Alta District as the main urban areas of Blanca. The East District and West District are the old urban areas, and this time they will also be appropriately expanded in area and scale. The other 4 districts will serve as the new main urban areas. The adjustment of the other 8 outer towns and districts has also been completed, and development plans are being made as suburban satellite towns. Completing the basic development ideas for the next 30 years focus on improving the development level, comprehensive competitiveness, and industrialization level of Blanca's main urban area, promote the transformation of urban development from outward expansion to internal integration and improvement, lead development from point to area, achieve balanced development, and form an integrated metropolitan area with the towns surrounding Blanca. Subsequent adjustments can be made within the large framework. Blanca's total jurisdiction area of 6,924 square kilometers, a total of 14 districts and towns, can also basically ensure that Blanca has sufficient reserve land and future development. There are also 5 autonomous municipalities on the periphery of Blanca. These cities and counties were originally incorporated from the province of Buenos Aires, but do not belong to the scope of the 3 small coastal cities of La Pampa province. The area is as large as 5,000 square kilometers. Currently, they exist independently as part of the Greater Blanca metropolitan area. The population is not large, but it is also more than 80,000. It can also be incorporated into Blanca when necessary. Saint José also plans to improve the district government, a dispatched institution, during his term. The current district governments and town governments, in order to ensure control and flexible adaptation, are dispatched institutions. Most departments are dispatched as extensions of the city government, rather than independent, and cannot be independently accounted for. The police department and others are also dispatched institutions. However, the actual managed population of Alta District has already reached 340,000, and the east and west urban areas are 410,000 and 250,000 respectively. They are already the size of a large city. If everything has to be reported to the city government, there will be too many problems, especially now that the new city hall has moved to farther place. This will lead to chaos and major problems. This matter must also be carried out simultaneously. Saint José also officially launched the District Government Act, submitted it to the La Pampa Provincial Assembly for approval, and established 14 district and town governments. The town governments will have greater independence in development and a lower level of development. They belong to the city government and will be upgraded to district governments when necessary. The district governments have a higher degree of urbanization and are mainly led by the city government. The financial revenue and taxation are uniformly planned by the city government. The civil servants of the district governments are uniformly responsible by the city government, but have more independence. As formal subordinate institutions of the civil servants, they have formal establishment and departments. The first person in charge of the district government is the district chief and the town chief, who are not directly elected, but appointed by the city government. There are also deputy district chiefs, ministers, and other department institutions. Except for major resolutions, the city government does not need to be consulted for other matters. Chapter 268 New President. In Chapter X27, S concern. The Blanca relocation plan will cost $3 million, including the construction of a new city hall, office building and houses for 3,000 civil servants and state-owned company employees and their families. This amount is actually not too much, and it is much cheaper than the provincial government. If it weren't to support the bank, there wouldn't be a need for too many loans. Blanca's tax revenue skyrocketed at the end of the year, and they were worried about how to spend it. If they didn't spend more, they would have to save more, which would be a big loss. The money set aside for Santa Rosa is allowing Santa Rosa in the old province to catch up with fast-rising cities like San Martín in terms of development speed. The second largest city, Santa Rosa, directly copied many of Blanca's policies, adopted a follow-up strategy, and had a large amount of funds. With good conditions in all aspects, the economy took off directly. The headquarters of most of Blanca's state-owned companies will be relocated to the Pasca district to enrich the economic development there. After more than a year of development, Blanca's state-owned companies have basically developed well. The employees of state-owned companies alone exceed 30,000, which is already an important development force in Blanca, and the scale and competitiveness are also top-notch. Blanca's development can no longer be hidden. A large number of high-level officials are paying attention to this place and are trying to win over Saint José, and the new president is no exception. Buenos Aires, Casa Rosada, Presidential Secretary General Aclery Mortonk handed over the information from the Argentine intelligence agency to President Alambru, Mr. President, this is some information about Saint José, the mayor of Blanca. In terms of ability, He is very outstanding. The only problem is that he is too young. Acliri Mortonk was someone sent by other factions. Although he was useful, he was not very loyal. Well, let me take a look first. You can go and be busy. Acliri politely withdrew from the office and immediately contacted some people behind him. President Alambru didn't pay much attention and directly picked up the information and looked at it carefully. In general, President Alambru's political ability is indeed not very outstanding, which is related to his experience. He was originally just a military attaché at an embassy. After encountering good opportunities and benefactors, he successively served as the dean of the Argentine National Military Academy in a few years, participated in the coup, and soared all the way to become a general. Such a legendary experience is probably like an ordinary civil servant who basically only did odd jobs in the city hall for the first 10 years before directly becoming the Prime Minister of Argentina in 5 years now that he has been directly elected as president to confront Vice President José and Defense Minister Thompson Jr. The political situation is a bit chaotic. He continued some of the reforms of his predecessor, such as stabilizing the currency, cutting expenditures, and opening up to American capital. But the effect was not very good. Unlike the former Brazilian President Vargas, a dictatorial strongman, his experience in recent years has been more like a lucky man, and his experience is actually a bit similar to that of Perón, which makes him feel a little dazed until now. In fact, it cannot be said that his ability is poor. But the elites selected from 60 million people, Brazil in 30 years, and 16 million people, Argentina in 44 years, and 23 million people, Argentina in 55 years, are generally more outstanding, or rather, the probability is higher. For example, Cuba, which has a population size comparable to Argentina, has also produced a Castro-level figure who is not bad, or even more excellent. Cuba is also considered a big country in terms of population, with a population of tens of millions now. Castro is already preparing to seize national power, and Guevara is also going to meet him. In countries with larger populations, the competitive pressure will be greater, and the probability of elites appearing is greater. Even in countries like India, the highest administrative officers selected are the most sophisticated people, and they will not be as bizarre as the strange small countries in Africa. From the current conclusion, although both were brought to power by the support of the army, Juan Perón's level is far inferior to that of Vargas. However, the ending of the two is somewhat similar. Both were forced to step down under the pressure of various parties, mainly the army. It's just that Vargas chose to commit suicide, and everyone was very decent. The Vargas family still has influence in Brazil. His 43-year-old son, Vargas Jr., still has a bright political future. He is not only an excellent doctor, but also was elected as a Brazilian federal deputy twice in 1950 and 1954. It is said that he is also running for the top spot in the São Paulo Brazilian Labor Party. Perón chose to escape, fled Argentina, and sought political asylum. He is now living comfortably in Spain, and is also manipulating the Argentine political situation through his influence in the Justice Party, which Saint Tessa is a bit unhappy about. Former Brazilian President Vargas largely reshaped Brazil, turning Brazil from a country mainly exporting coffee into the largest country in Latin America exporting various commodities. Alambru thought about his own experience and the current situation in Brazil, and felt a little overwhelmed. He wanted to hand over power, but he couldn't convince those higher-ranking military officials, so he could only take it slowly. He contacted Frondizi, the head of the Radical Party, hoping to hold a new general election around 1957. It is not so easy to be the president of Argentina now. If you are not careful, you may be killed. He reread the information and made serious annotations. Saint Tessa Cohen comes from an ordinary family, but he has been able to stand out in a short period of a few years through his personal efforts, and is committed to promoting the reform of the Blanca City Hall, and has achieved outstanding achievements. This has made many Argentine high-level officials pay attention to this gaucho mayor, who has become a hot figure in Buenos Aires. Moreover, Saint Tessa was able to take advantage of the short period of chaos, a few months, when Perón stepped down and the new government came to power, to make the strongest province in Argentina suffer a small loss, and there were no sequelae. Everyone agreed. And even the people of Buenos Aires thought it was done very well. This provincial merger political event has greatly balanced Argentina's local political strength. This is a very strong political sense and ability. The influence is quite profound. And even Córdoba province has become much more obedient to the presidential palace because of this incident, forming a catfish effect. Before the city of Buenos Aires became a province-level administrative region, the Buenos Aires province surpassed half of Argentina's population and economic strength. Even until last year, its population still exceeded half of Argentina's total, and its economic scale still accounted for 30% of Argentina's level. Although many politicians have tried to weaken Buenos Aires, almost none have succeeded. Buenos Aires province occupies the best pampas grasslands in Argentina, and its geographical and climatic conditions are among the best in the world. The country's most important seaports are located here. In the past, the four important provinces of Córdoba, Santa Fe, Mendoza, and Entre Rios combined could not compare to Buenos Aires province. Now, the latter three combined have surpassed Buenos Aires province. This is a change, a very subtle change in Argentina's political landscape. La Pampa province originally had only 22 counties and autonomous municipalities and was extremely backward. Now it has 31 autonomous municipalities and counties, ranking second in Argentina, and its population has also caught up, with a very small gap compared to the city of Buenos Aires. Except for the separation of the city of Buenos Aires in 1887, no one else has been able to achieve this feat. Even though Bahía Blanca is just a corner of Buenos Aires province at that time, Argentina's president was the famous General Roca, who ended the 70 years of chaos that hindered Argentina's unification. At that time, the Radical Civic Union had not yet been established, and the ruling party was called the National Autonomist Party. Argentina was very prosperous at that time. During the famous era of 80s, Argentina then established its advantage over Brazil and was extremely successful. Brazil at that time was just a large agricultural country growing coffee, with a very large proportion of coffee exports at that time. Argentina's manufacturing industry was already quite good in Latin America, and its agricultural exports ranked among the top in the world. Its exports of wheat and grains surpassed the United States to become the world's number one, and its export products were quite diversified, far exceeding old Brazil, which could only export coffee, the wines of Mendoza province, the sugar production of Tucumán province, the beef, mutton, wool, and food of Córdoba, Buenos Aires province, and Santa Fe, the wheat of the Pampas grasslands, and the tobacco and minerals of the northwest provinces. This prosperity lasted until the 1930s, with an annual population growth of 3.5% and an annual GDP growth of 5%. Railway investment was second only to the United States, and a large amount of foreign investment poured into Argentina. Banks and credit developed rapidly, and the National Bank of Argentina was established. A large number of immigrants moved in, and urbanization occurred. With a population exceeding 10 million, it was not until the American financial crisis and World War II that Argentina slowly declined. Brazil welcomed Vargas, one of the greatest presidents in its history, while Argentina ushered in Perón, heading towards a completely different future. Now Brazil is prosperous, and Argentina is in decline. Many people in Buenos Aires province may not have even known about this small city before now. Less than a year after Bahía Blanca was separated, it has become a rising star among Argentine cities, and it has achieved this without any assistance from the presidential palace or other provinces, which is extremely rare. La Pampa province's economy has also soared like a rocket, going from the bottom of the country to directly ranking among the top two, surpassing Córdoba province and Santa Fe province. San José Cohen was born in December 1931 in a poor gaucho family in a small town called Sorrel on the border of Córdoba province. His father was named Hamira Cohen, his mother was named Nara Cohen, and he was an only child. His parents and family members passed away one after another. He attended Sorrel Town Public Primary School and Sorrel Town Public Middle School. He dropped out in the fourth year of middle school in 1947, turned to the Gauchos, and became a member of the Córdoba City Guard. His performance was average, but he became the captain of the City Guard and recruited a group of Gaucho teams. Starting in the second half of 1950, the whole person seemed to have changed. He achieved considerable success in the army, opened a canning factory outside, and also won first place in military training, defeating the National Defense Force and serving as a staff member of the National Defense Force. In September 1950, he enrolled in the private Lombardton Middle School, spending $5,000 to obtain a certificate. He spent 2 months completing his middle school studies. At the same time, he opened several factories, earning a lot of funds. In 1951, he passed the entrance exams for Córdoba University and the University of Buenos Aires, and finally chose to study in the law department of the University of Buenos Aires. Maya Chemical, Rain Military Industry, La Plata Steel Plant, Ballon Bank, Prairie Food, Prairie International, and many other companies are controlled by him, and his wealth is estimated to exceed $50 million. He has a close relationship with General Little Thompson, The two have had multiple contacts, and he is suspected of being a think tank for Little Thompson, and many factories are also under his protection. In 1952, he went to the United States. There are no major problems with his experience, but he is very likely to have had contact with American consortia. In 1953, he graduated from the University of Buenos Aires with a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Faculty of Law. In the same year, he married his girlfriend, Yin Liana. Yin Liana's father was the Deputy Minister of Agriculture of Argentina, and with the help of the Radical Civic Union, he served as a councillor in Bahia Blanca. During his tenure as a councillor, the industrial zone and economic development were very outstanding, and he successfully prevented riots during the crisis, becoming the first person in charge of the local Radical Civic Union. After Mayor Otto died in the line of duty, he successfully ran for mayor. During his tenure as mayor of Bahia Blanca, he reduced the crime rate, revitalized the economy, and established a clean, honest, and efficient local government. Through befriending José, he gave Bahia Blanca a stable external development environment and repeatedly expanded the scale of Bahia Blanca, eventually successfully dividing and merging, creating the new La Pampa province. Whether it was rectifying politics or increasing immigration and adjusting administrative divisions after serving as mayor of Bahia Blanca, he achieved remarkable results, winning widespread recognition from the society around Bahia Blanca and even La Pampa province. He, who came from the grassroots, has always gotten along well with various ethnic groups in the surrounding provinces of La Pampa province, and he has made amazing progress in less than 3 years during his tenure as mayor of Bahia Blanca. The economic scale of Bahia Blanca has expanded by 92 times, fiscal revenue has increased by 40 times, and the population has increased by 13 times. This time, for the La Pampa province change of term, normally the mayor's appointment is 4 years, but he was nominated by the parliament as a candidate for senior officials, and his support rate is not low. Such development is indeed very rare. Such an experience is really very interesting. This guy is really a genius, really amazing. Alambro touched his chin and said meaningfully, "Help me call Tucker over. I want to meet this person in person." Tucker was his confidant and helped him do some secret things. Chapter 269 Argentina National Stock Exchange. The generals under President Aramburg had no intention of controlling the Argentine government indefinitely. They planned to hand over power to acceptable civilian politicians. It would be best if this politician had close ties with the military, but there was a bottom line. This person absolutely could not be a Peronist, that is, a member of the Justicialist Party, and their target was the Radical Civic Union. The Justicialist Party's biggest opponent, the Radical Civic Union, and the Argentine military were important partners in overthrowing Perón. To prevent a counterattack by the Peronists, the military government introduced many measures, severely restricting Justicialist Party members in the eyes of many. Joining the Justicialist Party now was essentially ending one's Argentine political career, but quitting the Justicialist Party at this time and joining the Radical Civic Union would basically mean not being given important responsibilities. Such a situation was very disheartening. The Justicialist Party led a large number of labor unions in strikes to oppose the current military government, which was quite ironic. San Jose's view was that a larger population and enough factories were the foundation for a city's prosperity and development, while talent was the key to Blanca's catching up and surpassing others. San Jose had been constantly conveying and implementing this idea. At the end of last year, Blanca conducted a large-scale census, and the population increased by more than 500,000 in one fell swoop from less than 700,000. With a large number of unregistered people also choosing to join Blanca's household registration, greatly increasing the city's population. Many domestic unregistered people and stateless persons were joining Argentine nationality for the first time. These people were even more remote in origin than San Jose. Some were gauchos, some were indigenous people, or other ethnic minorities, who came to Blanca through various channels. Such a census was actually rarely conducted in Argentina, sometimes only once every few years. They did not have household registration, commonly known as unregistered residents, did not pay taxes, and could not obtain the rights of normal citizens. There were actually quite a few such people. Argentina was a very large country, sparsely populated, with weak control over local areas. Many backward provinces and regions also lacked the capacity to carry out census work, but the Blanca City Hall and the police department could, the Radical Civic Union could, and the La Pampa Defense Force could cooperate. The Defense Force, after a great deal of modern and scientific training, was a very important supplement to Blanca's administrative power. During the Blanca census, traffic arteries were blocked in advance. At the same time, the census could discover crimes, uphold justice, and improve the integrity of the city hall, opposing greed and bureaucratic corruption. Many factories in Blanca illegally employed undocumented workers in order to save more costs, seriously disrupting the market, and were subjected to some penalties by the city hall in order to rectify within a time limit. Such a census had many benefits. It could effectively manage and govern Blanca and enable reasonable urban planning. For example, regarding the housing problem, San Jose was now expanding towards a permanent resident population of 2 million. Areas such as Alto District and Pasca District, as the original wings of the city, were the focus of construction. Row upon row of tube-shaped buildings were rapidly built to quickly and easily accommodate a sufficient population. A large amount of data was accumulated in the construction of these tube-shaped buildings. After analysis and market demand surveys by the City Hall's think tank team, upgrades and transformations were carried out to meet various diverse housing needs. San Jose conducted a census of a large number of immigrants who entered Argentina from neighboring countries through illegal immigration channels and issued Argentine nationality to them. These people became Argentines and enjoyed all the legal rights of citizens. The number of naturalizations in Argentina each year was limited. In addition to applying for more naturalization quotas, Blanca also played small tricks, defining some illegal immigrants as unregistered people residing in Argentina but not yet since used, and granting them citizenship in batches after the census, saving the country through a roundabout route. An international ship of the Plary fleet could transport 2,000 people at a time, and sometimes 3,000 people. One trip could bring almost a small town's worth of people, and organizing this was also a great test of ability. Neighboring countries such as Chile, Peru, Brazil, and Colombia were already experiencing population explosions. International laborers could also increase foreign exchange, and some old relationships of the Hunter Bureau's international department came in handy. Many poor countries in Latin America did not regard population as wealth, but as a burden, so they were happy to cooperate and receive money in return. Why not? The Argentine Immigration Department had repeatedly warned Blanca that a city's immigrant population of more than 100,000 a year was too frightening. San Jose also transferred these people to neighboring cities to disembark, and then transported them to Blanca by rail, with the cooperation of the 3 small coastal cities and some port cities in the Rio Negro province. In fact, many times San Jose was not really committing crimes, it was just that he was doing things on a large scale, very formally, and in a straightforward manner, and did not obtain any benefits from it, so many people found it difficult to attack him from this angle. If there were any snakeheads who knew how San Jose did it now, they would probably treat him as an ancestor and erect a monument to worship him. These international ships were protected at sea by the Navy of Puerto Belgrano, and Blanca's trading companies paid for the employment. These trading companies were basically state-owned companies and fronts for San Jose's companies. Now, under the leadership of the Radical Civic Union, headed by San Jose, Blanca had achieved tremendous progress and development, allowing many outstanding people to choose to join the Radical Civic Union, and allowing San Jose to select more outstanding talent through this platform. San Jose, referring to the systems of excellent political parties in the world, carried out a large number of transformations, organizational reforms, and process optimizations to the Blanca Radical Civic Union and the La Pampa Radical Civic Union. Most political parties in Argentina were very backward and could not be said to be modern political parties. The Radical Civic Union occupied important positions in the City Hall and the La Pampa Defense Force. San Jose directed the City Hall and the Defense Force Army through the Radical Civic Union. Blanca had been providing more jobs, building more factories, and expanding its competitiveness. In addition to the quick method of poaching people from other cities, building schools was a process of cultivating internal strength. A number of companies and factories with higher technical content had appeared in Blanca, and the demand for talent had also greatly increased. Some rapidly expanding factories and companies also needed more advanced technical and management talents, especially some foreign trade companies. English talent was needed for trade with the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, and South Africa. German, French, Italian, and Portuguese were also relatively important. Some immigrant families who ensured the language of their motherland had an advantage. Schools basically used Spanish, which required special study. In the past year, Blanca had been building schools almost every day, which had become the most stable business for construction companies, more stable than various real estate investments, but it was basically the market for large construction companies, which needed to ensure quality. Moreover, schools were open to new immigrants, which meant that even if you were not an Argentine citizen, no matter where you came from, you could enroll with equal opportunities. But there were no official tuition subsidies. This policy was welcomed by nearly 200,000 new immigrants. Even if the teaching staff of these new schools was poor, there was a huge difference between going to school and not going to school. For many good jobs, a university degree might be a stepping stone. That's already a lot. In Argentina, the threshold for establishing a national university is too high. It's not that simple. National universities receive funding from the Argentine Treasury and are managed by the Argentine Ministry of Education, making them the highest level universities in Argentina. Secondary vocational schools are guaranteed a minimum of 20 acres of campus land. This plan once faced a lot of opposition. After all, even with low housing prices, land is still precious. Many people worried that some might try to illegally acquire land by building universities, etc. But St. José convinced them otherwise. The long-established Blanca City Higher Vocational School will expand its enrollment by 1,200 students this year, from 2,800 last year to 4,000. The National University of the South will also expand its enrollment again, from 2,000 last year to 3,000, becoming the national university with the most annual enrollments in Argentina this autumn. Blanca City will have 8 new universities officially starting enrollment, with a combined new students body of nearly 10,000. They are Blanca Steel Higher Vocational School, La Pampa Institute of Technology, La Pampa Business School, Blanca Normal Higher Vocational School, Blanca Chemical Engineering Higher Vocational School, Blanca Petroleum Higher Vocational School, Blanca Shipbuilding Higher Vocational School, and Blanca City Agricultural Higher Vocational School. The new 8 universities are mainly distributed in the Outer Ridge District, at the junction of the East District and the Alta District, forming 2 university towns, mainly to save some resources. For example, the libraries are shared at this stage. But the right to purchase and establish libraries for each university is reserved. The number of secondary vocational schools has also increased from 5 last year to 14, with a total enrollment of 10,000 students. On January 10, with the attention of various influential figures, the La Pampa Provincial Council submitted the application for the establishment of a stock exchange in Blanca City to the Argentine National Congress Senate and simultaneously declared it to the Central Bank of Argentina. After a series of debates among senators and members of the board of directors of the Central Bank of Argentina and 4 meetings, it was finally officially approved. The governor of the Central Bank of Argentina approved the establishment of a new stock exchange in Blanca City to explore the possibilities of a modern stock exchange. The Central Bank of Argentina is responsible for independently formulating and implementing monetary and financial policies, with a basic responsibility of maintaining the stability of the value of the Argentine currency. In order to achieve its basic responsibilities, the law authorizes the Central Bank of Argentina to manage the quantity of money and credit and to issue monetary, financial, and foreign exchange regulations in accordance with applicable laws. During the Perón era, it became a lackey of the Presidential Palace, an appendage of the Presidential Palace, and now it is simultaneously led by the Presidential Palace and the Senate. The excessive issuance of pesos has led to currency devaluation. In the past year, thanks to President Eduardo and President Arambura's measures to stabilize the currency and reduce the issuance of pesos, the value of the peso has been barely stabilized. The other main functions of the Central Bank of Argentina include supervising and managing the operation of the financial market, implementing the law on financial institutions and other regulations, acting as the government's financial agent, centrally managing gold, foreign exchange, and other foreign asset reserves, and promoting the development and growth of the Argentine capital market, and implementing foreign exchange policies. The new stock exchange was ultimately selected to be named the Argentine National Stock Exchange, and it will be directly supervised and managed by the Central Bank of Argentina and the Argentine Securities Commission to ensure the supply of securities in the market and to guide and manage the development of the securities market and protect the interests of investors. In order to ensure financial centralism, the Central Bank of Argentina has granted the Securities Commission significant powers to control the securities trading process, investigate, accuse, and crack down on illegal activities of listed companies in accordance with the law, and sanction illegal activities of risk rating agencies and traders, in order to prevent illegal activities of the stock exchange. Although the stock exchange will adopt a corporate system, it will also ensure that the stock exchange does not belong to any family or company. The newly established Argentine National Stock Exchange operates under a corporate system, which is different from the membership system of the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange. The corporate stock exchange is composed of banks, securities companies, and other shareholders. and its organizational structure and related legal relationships such as rights and obligations are subject to the provisions of the Argentine company law. The Argentine Stock Exchange Blanca City Commercial Bank and Balan Bank initiated the establishment of the stock exchange, with 15 banks and securities companies such as Argentine Industrial Bank, Argentine National Bank, Argentine Standard Bank, La Pampa Commercial Bank, Cordoba Bank, Buenos Aires Bank, Garcia Bank, and San Martin Commercial Bank as shareholders. These financial institutions simultaneously provide trading services to investors on the brokerage side. 10 securities companies, including Blanca Securities, Balan Securities, Buenos Aires Securities, and Garcia Securities, provide services for purchasing and selling shares of joint stock companies. The reason why the new stock exchange was named the Argentine Stock Exchange is that the senior management of the Securities Commission and the board of directors of the Central Bank of Argentina believe that the name of the Blanca Stock Exchange, that is, the White Bay Stock Exchange, was not specific enough and its popularity was not good enough. In terms of popularity, Argentina is a name that can be as famous as Buenos Aires, so it is better to make it bigger. Argentina's capital market is a market full of opportunities and continuous expansion and growth, but the Buenos Aires Stock Exchange is no longer able to meet the needs. Argentina now has nearly 300 banks, most of which are concentrated in Buenos Aires and surrounding provinces, and more than half of them are not listed. When the news of the approval came, Blanca City was in a state of excitement. St. José directly found the best government affairs hall building in the West District and transferred it to the stock exchange in preparation for its opening, and prepared to build a new stock exchange building. However, listing also has strict requirements. Only companies with annual profits exceeding $500,000 before tax, a minimum issuance and sale of 500,000 shares, granting ordinary shareholders voting rights, and regularly publishing financial statements are eligible to have their shares listed on the Argentine Stock Exchange. St. José selected Blue Cloud Garment Textile Company, Philip Industries, Miranda United Beverage Factory, and Sean Glass Factory as the first companies to apply for listing, and reorganized them into Blue Cloud Textile Company, Limited, Philip Industries Company, Limited, Miranda Beverage Company, Limited, and Sean Glass Company, Limited, to raise funds, expand factories, improve operations, and carry out modern corporate system reforms. The State-Owned Assets Committee also launched Blanca City First Construction Company, Limited, Blanca City Port Company, Limited, and Blanca City Transportation Company, Limited, to apply for listing. It has also received applications for listing from 19 other companies, and is preparing for investigation and review. Off topic regarding the update issue, it is estimated that there will be no way to update stably in the next few months. First, I am prepared for long-term unemployment. Interviews are too tiring and preparation consumes a lot of brain power. Basically, I have to sleep after finishing the interview. There is not much time or mood to update. Second, even if I find a job and successfully join the company, the first few months will be very busy. That's the general situation. Then, I wish you all good health, all the best, and all your wishes come true. Thank you all for your support. I will update when I can. Thank you again for your votes and rewards. I can't thank you all one by one. Chapter 270 Military Industrial Competition. With the full support of Horst Koch, St. Tesser's capable assistant, NewCo and Heavy Industries gradually recovered and achieved its initial strategic development goals of focusing on the three core areas of military industry, automotive components, and heavy truck manufacturing. Horst himself is also extremely capable. The nationalization of Rheinmetall military industry essentially wiped out 3 or 4 years of effort in one fell swoop. He remained calm in the face of this crisis. Apart from a few senior managers who were attracted by the advantages of state-owned factories, most of them closely followed him. The core personnel of each factory, especially the important German technical staff, were mostly brought to the new factory by him, demonstrating outstanding crisis management skills. In fact, these Germans didn't have many good places to go. Although the Argentine government helped them migrate to Argentina in the first place, it was also to escape hardship. Finding a good protector is not so easy, so basically all the German employees of the old Rheinmetall military industry joined NewCo and Heavy Industries. St. Tesser was responsible for providing them with various protections. The tolerant development environment of Blanca City was very attractive, even better than Buenos Aires. Strikes and political activities were very rare here. The current Austrian government is not the Austro-Hungarian Empire of the past, so the Austrian government is very happy to approve this investment, and even helped negotiate to reduce a lot of money, and also agreed to send engineers to the new truck factory, not only introducing complete vehicle technology, but also including key assembly technology, which is generally cheaper than the Fiat car project. The new truck factory is called Cohen Heavy Truck Factory, producing Cohen brand trucks, which belongs to new Cohen Heavy Industries. Moreover, Steyr Truck also gave a military truck technical drawing as a generous thank you to new Cohen Heavy Industries. $41 million is equivalent to half a year's fiscal revenue in Austria, and Horst does not simply purchase truck technology, but also introduces a large number of Austrian heavy artillery, light weapons, and metal material technologies. The total order amount exceeds $55 million. Of course, most of them are secret orders. Although Austria's current population is less than 7 million, it does have a lot of good things, which is a very suitable object for learning for Argentina, which is behind in the mechanical industry. The Cohen Parts Factory is second only to the German Automotive Alliance company in importance among Leighton Motors outsourcing companies. Last year, it provided nearly $20 million of auto parts to Leighton Motors, obtaining a lot of orders. The military factory development of new Cohen Heavy Industries has also embarked on the right track. In the name of the Pampas Defense Force, St. Hesser purchased a large number of new Cohen Heavy Industries products and promoted them to the new Caen Defense Force and the Rio Negro Defense Force. Although these military orders do not make too much money, the total orders once approached the procurement amount of the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense had to greatly reduce expenditures due to Argentina's fiscal contraction. A large amount of capital turnover also allows the military industry department of new Cohen Heavy Industries to have considerable cash flow. It can be fully developed. The tank factory is preparing to design a land combat vehicle, and with the auxiliary support of truck technology, the tank factory can further optimize the design, as well as high-energy metal materials and diesel engines, which are of great help. The newly established La Pampa Institute of Technology is the most valued among St. Hesser's universities. The university is built according to the scale of La Pampa University of Technology, located in the prosperous area of Achiri district, covering an area of 1,200 acres. Each major has at least one laboratory, and has recruited many outstanding students. The tuition fee of the engineering college is very low, but the subsidies are very high, because the number of admissions is small, and the admission score is even close to that of the National Southern University. Many majors are related to military and mechanical industries, and have received a lot of research and development funds. 5 or 6 laboratories have been established, such as the Light Weapons Development Laboratory, Heavy Truck Laboratory, and Shell Laboratory, which can also help Rheinmetall military industry improve its research and development capabilities. This time, Leighton Motors Company, as a brother company of new Cohen Heavy Industries, has also supported a lot of technical personnel. Now Leighton Motors Company can be regarded as the industrial company with the highest sales in Argentina, surpassing Maya Chemical, Argentine National Petroleum, Southern Petroleum, and La Plata Steel Plant. The booming car sales have allowed Leighton Motors' sales scale to continue to break records, accounting for 70% of the Argentine auto market. The remaining share is taken by imported cars. Leighton Motors is now really hard to find a car. These funds have also become one of St. Hesser's most stable cash flows, second only to Baron Bank. With the popularity of automobiles, the city of Blanca began to transform into a city on wheels. Motorcycles from Philip Industries also became hot sellers due to their high cost-performance ratio. For those who couldn't afford cars or motorcycles, they could opt for the Fritz brand bicycles from new Cohen Heavy Industries, which were quite affordable. Blanca's well-established basic industries provided cost-effective raw materials for the production of automobiles, motorcycles, and tractors. The prices of steel, plastics, and automotive glass were the lowest in Argentina, and the huge demand further stimulated these industries to increase production driven by orders. Blanca's non-ferrous metallurgy industry also began to develop. Alongside the crude processing at the El Patron copper mine, several non-ferrous metal smelters and hardware processing plants emerged, supplying stainless steel to Blanca's steel mills. Regarding other metals like silver and copper, San Jose also had some small processing plants, mainly producing and smelting precious metals mined by Thunder Mining, storing them for the Baron Bank. Blanca's machinery processing industry was a key area of support. Initially, it mainly focused on producing auto parts for the Raytheon Motors Fiat project, but later expanded to the entire machinery industry. It generally followed a 5-year tax exemption policy, and there were also subsidies for companies that met the turnover and worker number standards. attracting a number of foreign companies to invest and build new factories in Blanca. Blanca's business environment could be considered extremely excellent. Besides tax and factory rent reductions, the city hall was also known for its fairness and integrity. Some local civil servant families were broken up to prevent monopolies. Local bullies were also suppressed by San Jose. With a large influx of outsiders and consistent policies and regulations, it was a good place for many oppressed companies to go. The massive scale of Blanca's steel industry was a major attraction for machinery factories. Although the scale of hot steel in Blanca steel couldn't compare to La Plata steel, the overall business environment here far surpassed La Plata. Many Argentine businessmen had a bad impression of La Plata because they weren't very friendly to outsiders, whether civil servants or citizens. They didn't welcome noisy, polluting factories. While Blanca had no such discrimination, Raytheon Military Industries, which had been nationalized, was reorganized into the Argentine Raytheon Military Industrial Group. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Defense, Raytheon Military Group was given a very capable new leader, Isaac Tard, a former internal manager at Argentine Petroleum. He had previously led the construction of Argentine Petroleum's chemical plants and had a strong background. Rumored to be the nephew of the new president, the state-owned Raytheon Military Industries began to resume normal production and research and development, strictly limiting the loss of technical talent by increasing salaries. Several state-owned military research institutes were also merged into Raytheon Military Industries. With the support of the Ministry of Defense, many officers were removed, and it gradually returned to being Argentina's most powerful state-owned arms supplier. Although Isaac Tard was young, only 29 years old this year, his management skills were quite good. He not only restored many of Raytheon Military's systems but also promoted a group of new talents. Despite being heavily poached by Nuco and Heavy Industries, he managed to restore research and development work, even strengthening it by merging in several military laboratories. In the eyes of many relatives and friends, Isaac was an absolute genius. From the age of 5, he showed amazing learning and comprehension abilities, was energetic, and his interests were reading and sports. He was a good football player, having played on his high school team. Isaac had a wide range of interests and could often raise his own doubts and insights about books. He was fluent in Spanish, German, English, and Italian while studying at the Argentine National Military Academy. He even led his team to win the 3rd place in the University Football League. Many of those who work in the military industry in Argentina are outstanding people. It used to be an industry with no future, so they had to be either patient or geniuses among geniuses. Many have participated in the research and development of Argentine military aircraft and tanks, and some have even participated in the research and design of atomic and hydrogen bombs. San Jose coveted these talents, but they looked down on the former Raytheon Military Industries. Now, they have their wish. When these technical personnel saw Raytheon Military's blueprints, they could directly start optimizing them. Many Argentine firearms and tank design engineers were limited by Argentina's weak mechanical processing equipment and raw materials, especially steel, and could not fully demonstrate their strength. Old Raytheon Military happened to be good at this. The combination of the two produced amazing power. Old Raytheon Military and Nuco and Heavy Industries began a series of overt and covert struggles in the military industry, engaging in a great deal of competition. At least in San Jose's view, this was a good thing. Previously, Raytheon Military basically dominated the industry, and the development of various weapons was not very good, even after purchasing a lot of new technology. Now, with competitive pressure, the development speed of Nuco and Heavy Industries has also accelerated. Co and Heavy Industries designed an infantry fighting vehicle called TAM-56, an improvement derived from the former main battle tank project. With the tank project restarted, the Tank Design Bureau, which initially had 200 tank design engineers, was greatly reduced in size. Now, using the same tank chassis to optimize it, they have created an infantry fighting vehicle with lower prices and armor requirements. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, District Naming and Audi. The Argentina National Securities Exchange is undergoing intense preparations in Bahia Blanca. The management and supervisory personnel of the Securities Exchange, aside from the majority coming from the Bahia Blanca City Hall and various major banks, also include half the personnel from the Central Bank of Argentina, the Ministry of Finance, the Argentina Securities Commission, and other locations. 27 companies in Bahia Blanca have formally applied to list on the new exchange, and each needs to be inspected to ensure that compliant companies are listed on the new exchange. Other aspects, such as the Argentina National Securities Building and the various equipment and materials needed for the securities exchange, are all being prepared one by one. The securities building is projected to be 28 stories high. It was originally intended to be built as a commercial building and is currently the tallest building in Bahia Blanca, surpassing many 18-story and 20-story buildings, and is nearing completion. Possible names include the Bahia Blanca International Financial Center and the Argentina Financial Building. Some banks and securities firms will also move in, serving as regional headquarters, along with some regulatory departments of the Bahia Blanca City Hall. San Jose attended the completion ceremony of the securities building, and the opening of the exchange is entering the countdown phase. Under San Jose's requirements and the proactive preparations of the heads of various districts and counties, the various districts and counties of Bahia Blanca, as well as the towns under their jurisdiction, replicated the practice of the Bahia Blanca State-Owned Enterprise Committee. After becoming formal administrative regions, they established their respective economic development companies to carry out industrial investment and industrial zone construction. After 3 discussions in the City Hall meeting, San Jose officially standardized a renaming of districts, counties, and towns within the Bahia Blanca area to cope with increasingly complex affairs and to unify the government orders of Bahia Blanca, ensuring the standardization of future development. The previous round of adjustments basically determined the jurisdictional scope of each district, county, and town, but Bahia Blanca simultaneously had a large number of parallel administrative regions such as towns, counties, and districts, which could easily cause confusion. The current administrative divisions in Argentina are a headache, with a jumble of village-level cities, town-level cities, and autonomous cities, which is also not conducive to economic construction. Cities, autonomous cities, and village-level cities can vary in size by hundreds of times. The results of this City Hall and City Council meeting were also announced, sparking a great discussion among the citizens. Most out-of-towners expressed their approval, and the majority of local residents also agreed, believing that renaming was necessary. A new map of Bahia Blanca is also being prepared for updating after issuing meeting notices. Many districts and counties have begun preparing to make replacement signs. The City Hall is responsible for renaming the next level of districts and counties, while the districts and counties are responsible for renaming towns and streets, and the towns and streets are responsible for renaming villages and communities. At the same time, public facilities such as bus stops, regional hospitals, and schools are also being renamed. The rural county and city areas surrounding Bahia Blanca are completely incorporated into the unified jurisdiction of the City Hall, which can fully leverage the economic driving role of Bahia Blanca as a central city, gradually forming an economic zone relying on Greater Bahia Blanca, so that the scope of the economic region is basically consistent with the administrative division, and also reducing the resistance of the surrounding counties and districts to the City Hall. More resources can be obtained from the City Hall. Maidanas County Economic Development Company, Maidanas County Construction Company, Aquatic Products Company, Broadcasting Company, and Bus Company have been established successively, leading the construction of 7 large industrial zones and export processing zones, and carrying out water supply, power supply, communication, and port, bridge, railway, highway, and other infrastructure construction, improving the industrial development environment, directly attracting investment in the urban area of Bahia Blanca is very attractive to some leather factories, shoe factories, power plants, and breeding farms that require large land areas and may have relatively large noise pollution, and the economy has therefore developed. It is now the fastest growing county in the suburbs. Electrification is transforming the urban environment of Bahia Blanca. The huge thermal power plant and power grid in the suburbs have turned the urban area of Bahia Blanca into a city that never sleeps, and the night economy has also enlivened the entire market. Cheap electricity and sufficient power supply, and a large-scale hydropower station is being built upstream of the Colorado River. The short river energy resources in the Andes Mountains are abundant and can be fully utilized. Southern Power Company is also preparing to impact the listed company, raising funds to continue building larger-scale power plants to meet the expanding population of Bahia Blanca. People always admire and praise their mayor, Mr. San Jose, for his vision and foresight. When the population was less than 200,000, he had already begun to consider the power supply system for 2 million people, and introduced electrical companies to produce equipment, seeking localization, reducing costs, and creating a large number of jobs. In the past, Argentina could only import various power supply equipment from General Electric of the United States at high prices, and even screws had to be imported, and the prices were expensive, led by the Bahia Blanca City Hall, Southern Power and German Siemens Electric. American Westinghouse Electric, and Emerson Electric have a connected, which has well met the needs, and built power generation equipment factories, light bulb factories, cable factories, wire factories, and other power and electrical supporting factories in Bahia Blanca. Buno Electronics, Southern Power, and Philips Industries were selected as partners with foreign electrical companies, and respectively established joint ventures with Siemens Electric, Westinghouse Electric, and Emerson Electric to build their own electrical companies in Argentina in the future with the help of American Cohen Electric and the investment of San Jose's funds. Buno Electronics factory has undergone great changes. Now it can produce more useful electronic appliances, such as fans, radios, light bulbs, wires, and other products. The number of employees has also exceeded 2,000, making it one of the large factories in Bahia Blanca. In addition, the three major companies will also build refrigerator factories, washing machine factories, television factories, and other electrical appliance factories in the future. Although Argentina does not have a huge market, the influence still exists. It is also possible to enter Bolivia and Paraguay from here. Moreover, in the 1950s, a city with a population of 1 million still has a good scale effect. What's more, the Bahia Blanca City Hall is also willing to spend money to establish in-depth cooperation with these medium-sized electrical companies. After World War II, the Auto Union Company's automobile manufacturing plant in Saxony was confiscated and dismantled by the Soviet occupation forces and basically sent to the Soviet Union. Auto Union went directly from the second largest automobile company in Germany to Poitiers. The senior personnel of Auto Union went to the neighboring state of Bavaria to carry out reconstruction work. In 1949, Auto Union GmbH was established in Ingolstadt, inheriting the tradition of the old Auto Union. It uses 4 interlocking rings as a symbol, which is also the famous Audi car in later generations. Ingolstadt is located in the center of Bavaria and has convenient transportation. Although it is not as prosperous and well known as Munich, it is a transportation hub, which is also the reason why Auto Union used to regard it as a spare parts supply center. Statistics from Ingolstadt show that the establishment of the spare parts supply center has boosted local employment, fostering very friendly relations between the government and businesses. The convenient transportation also allows for full utilization of Bavaria's abundant labor resources. Of course, the most important reason for rebuilding the Auto Union in Ingolstadt is to preserve the well-maintained military town's century-old military heritage, vast land, countless barracks, garages, and turrets. This is invaluable to the Auto Union, which lacks the funds to build new factories. With the help of the Ingolstadt City Hall, starting from the headquarters of the military supply station on Schlosslawn Street, the Auto Union took over a batch of buildings such as the new armory, sheriff's office, vehicle hall, arsenal, riding training hall, and parade ground, and began reconstruction. However, the progress is quite slow. Incomparable to other automobile manufacturers, the Auto Union's facilities are scattered throughout the city, making daily and rational production almost impossible, and the workers ridicule the company as a small shop. The Auto Union's management overcame numerous difficulties, starting with simple motorcycle production, selling motorcycle engines, and outsourcing auto parts, engaging in any industry related to motorcycles and automobiles. Now, they are preparing to enter the auto outsourcing industry, with Volkswagen, the manufacturer of the Beetle, expected to be the outsourcing target. However, Auto Union has not given up its dream of developing its own cars, but it has been unable to implement it due to existing conditions. Bavaria is located in the southern part of the new Federal Republic of Germany, with Munich as its capital. It covers an area of 70,550 square kilometers and is the largest state in the new Federal Republic of Germany. It also has a large population of 8 million, comparable to 4 or 5 La Pampa provinces. It is also the only state whose territory remained intact after the collapse of Nazi Germany in 1945. After the war, the Bavarian government took active measures to attract various talents, new technology companies, and scientific research institutions to settle in Bavaria, initially realizing the transformation of the economic structure from agriculture and animal husbandry to an industrial state. In less than 10 years, Bavaria has become a state with a good economic foundation, basically complete infrastructure, and a reasonable economic structure. Bavaria has made rapid progress in electronics, machinery, automobiles, and other fields, And now the financial industry is also beginning to develop many well-known companies of later generations, such as Siemens, BMW, MAN, Adidas, financial and insurance companies such as Allianz Insurance, Munich Reinsurance, Hypovereinsbank, and scientific research institutions such as the Max Planck Society and the Fraunhofer Institute, all have their headquarters in Bavaria. BMW, or Bavarian Motor Works, headquartered in Munich, has been recovering and developing very smoothly with the help of American capital. Auto Union is also very envious, but now it can only do OEM and parts business, as well as motorcycle production. The current Auto Union has still not been able to develop on the right track. 1954 was the first year that Auto Union was profitable, with a profit of about 400,000 Deutschmarks, which is a huge gap compared to BMW in Munich, and also far less than Volkswagen in Wolfsburg, Lower Saxony, and Mercedes-Benz in Stuttgart, a neighboring state. The annual profits of these three automobile manufacturers are now basically on the scale of tens of millions of marks, which is really not worth mentioning. On August 9, 1954, a major strike broke out in the Bavarian metal processing industry. This was one of the earliest large-scale industrial disputes in the young Federal Republic of Germany, and metal processing companies called it the most significant event after the war. At that time, the new Auto Union company already had 5,000 employees. As one of the largest manufacturers in Ingolstadt, many employees also threw down their production tools. The workers demanded shorter working hours, increased wages, and improved working and living conditions. The strike lasted until August 31, 1954. Through arbitration, labor and management reached an agreement, and the Bavarian general strike ended. The result of the strike was that workers' wages increased by a little more than 4%. The new Auto Union company spent an extra 920,000 Deutschmarks due to the Bavarian general strike, which is one of the reasons for Auto Union's tight funds. Auto Union needs partners or strong new shareholders. Philipp Industries, Reuden Auto Company intervened after this, solving the urgent need and bringing in a large amount of capital. Philipp Industries registered Philipp Industries Germany in Hamburg in 1953 and hired a group of German management personnel in the machinery and automobile industries to be used for the acquisition of various technologies, including but not limited to machining, automobiles, motorcycles, tractors, trucks, and other technologies. At the end of 1954, Philipp Industries Germany registered Reuden Auto Company in Munich, with automobile-related technology as the main acquisition target. The two companies only connected at this time. Reuden Auto General Manager Philipp, in the name of Reuden Auto Company Germany, successively invested $8 million to acquire 70% of the equity of Auto Union AG, including the equity from other companies that had already purchased Auto Union, as well as investment in purchasing production equipment and renovating factory buildings. Auto Union is a piece of fat, and many companies and families have set their sights on this company without a leader. Although the original senior executives re-established Auto Union, the new company lacks strength and is very fragmented. Philipp also has his own advantages. During the long-term process of purchasing German technology, he met a group of German bankers and partners. Philipp often went to the Federal Republic of Germany to hunt for goods and established a network of contacts, defeating those companies and families that coveted the German Auto Union. The German Auto Union Company is not a company that is of great concern to large consortia in the United States, so the acquisition work went quite smoothly. People are more concerned about BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Volkswagen, these large automobile companies. Auto Union, with a profit of only 450,000 marks, did not suffer too much opposition. The United States gave the new Federal Republic of Germany a large amount of economic aid to counter the Soviet Union's expansion in Europe. As the Federal Republic of Germany's economy recovered, it was not watching so closely, but there were still a large number of secret agent organizations distributed. Philipp also realized that this automobile manufacturer would need partners with a large amount of capital for future development. So he also brought in Barons Bank Hamburg branch and Hamburg City Commercial Bank to provide low-interest industrial loans to the German Auto Union. After the divorce, Hamburg is now the largest city in the Federal Republic of Germany, as well as Germany's most important seaport and largest foreign trade center. It is also Germany's second financial center, second only to Frankfurt, and has many financial institutions. In the past few years, the products produced in Ingolstadt were only two-stroke DKW motorcycles and automobiles. Now, after the German Auto Union Company was acquired by German Reuden, it was officially renamed Audi Auto Union GmbH, and a new large-scale factory building was built in the suburbs of Ingolstadt. The scale of workers has increased from 5,000 to more than 10,000, The production and sales of parts factories have expanded several times, and a large number of advanced machine tools have been purchased, and development has been very rapid through patent technology licensing and other methods. Audi increased the technology research and development capabilities of Reut in Argentina, and Reut in Argentina also secretly provided German Audi with a lot of technical data of Fiat cars. This is the world's most advanced small car technology, which is exactly what German Audi needs. German Audi has a fairly high degree of autonomy and development, a wealth of contacts, and great advantages. With the help of German Audi, the Fiat 600 was successfully mass-produced, and new corn-heavy industries benefited a lot. The speed of research and development of Reut in Argentina has accelerated. Based on the Fiat 600, Reut developed a Reut 800 model. The internal structure and appearance are completely different. The technology optimization is more complete, and the QQ price is lower, and it is ready to invest funds for mass production. German Audi is now a talent pool for Reut in Argentina. A large number of excellent parts talents join Reut in Argentina through labor dispatch. The strength of German Audi, located in the mainland, has not weakened. Now Germany has abundant talents, and the automobile industry and precision machine tool industry are developing very rapidly, which has also increased Audi's strength, and it plans to launch independently developed models. Reut in Argentina's new car Reut 800 is a microcar, with good cost performance and appearance. It has been creating momentum and publicity in the Federal Republic of Germany, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, and France. The first production line will be established in the German Audi factory also because many of the technologies of the Reut 800 are also from German Audi, and some Fiat technologies are integrated. Argentines may not need the Reut 800 very much, and plan to take the form of export to domestic sales. Reut in Argentina is currently still mainly producing Fiat 600s to make quick money, and the overall research and development strength is still not as good as German Audis, which requires time to accumulate. Chapter 272 Stock Exchange opens. February 6, Monday, in the middle of summer. The weather was clear and sunny. The morning temperature was already 22 degrees Celsius, and the sky was clear today. Saint Tessa got up early, washed up, changed his clothes, and had breakfast with his wife, Eilina, and daughter, Brittany. His wife was now 6 months pregnant and unable to attend the stock exchange opening ceremony today, so she stayed at home. His eldest daughter was almost 3 years old, quiet and well-behaved, making people feel sorry for her. After breakfast, the butler, Luke, had already prepared the car, and the security team was also in position today. The La Pampa Defense Force arranged a regiment to maintain the defense around the stock exchange, and the Blanca City Police Department also arranged 4,000 elite police officers to be responsible for the on-site security in the Western District. In addition, White Harbor Security, a security company that had formally separated from the Falcon Bureau and become independent, also arranged all its personnel to be responsible for the auxiliary security work in the surrounding area. The people who came today were all very important, so Saint Tessa was also going all out to prevent anyone from causing trouble. The Falcon Intelligence Bureau has now completely transformed into an elite intelligence agency, reorganized once after being purged by Saint Tessa. The Falcon Bureau's personnel were greatly reduced, and it once again became an important aid to him, mainly responsible for intelligence gathering and other intelligence processing, closely following Saint Tessa, instead of setting up institutions everywhere as before. Grelit, the head of the Falcon Bureau, had also chosen to withdraw from the Falcon Bureau due to serious work errors and not adapting to the new development situation. He founded a trading company in Blanca City, which was doing quite well. He was still very good at being a commercial broker. He helped him to wipe out the Bird Brotherhood in Cordoba, and he had always been meritorious in the Potassium Triangle area. Grelit recommended Dante Rizal, a member he favored the most, to serve as the new director. Saint Tessa agreed after investigating. Dante was a graduate of Rosario University, 3 years older than Saint Tessa, and a born intelligence agent. Dante has a strong strategic mind and can quickly formulate corresponding tactical measures according to the changes in the intelligence situation. He has obtained a large amount of useful intelligence in the United States and Europe. He is the most outstanding head of the European branch of the Falcon Bureau's International Commercial Intelligence Department, helping Rhine Armaments, Rhine Industries, La Plata Steel Plant, Prairie International and other companies complete a large amount of intelligence collection. Dante is a top military expert with rich combat experience and military knowledge. He participated in the Blue Delta military project and received an S-level rating. After officially serving as the head of the Falcon Bureau, He made great changes to the Falcon Bureau's reforms. Some of the other people who withdrew from the Falcon Bureau were incorporated into the Blanca City Hall system and became members of the Secretariat Office of the Mayor's Office. Some joined the General Staff Department of the La Pampa Defense Force as staff officers, and some completely withdrew from SYNOPSIS command, choosing to formally join some companies to work and return to normal life. Some with strong abilities took SYNOPSIS funding to settle in Blanca City and started their own businesses last year. Due to various funding shortages, SYNOPSIS reduced his investment in intelligence acquisition a lot, and the Falcon Bureau's intelligence acquisition capabilities were also weakened, resulting in missing important information many times, which was a very profound lesson. Even such an outrageous thing as the nationalization of Rhine armaments was not found out. Although this matter was also within a very short time window, it also proved from the side that the Falcon Bureau at that time was no longer able to do intelligence work and became a deformed semi-commercial institution, which violated SYNOPSIS' original intention of benchmarking against world-class intelligence agencies. This incident caused SYNOPSIS heavy losses and made him start to reattach importance to the Falcon Bureau. Finally, he was determined to rectify this institution and carry out a thorough purge and intelligence specialization. Several security companies were stripped out of the Falcon Bureau, separating from useless military construction. Among them, the largest commercial institutions of the Falcon Bureau are Thunder Mining, Pochone Copper, and Andes Tobacco Company. These three behemoths have also been completely stripped out, and a group of parasites have been purged. Standing at the entrance of the securities building, SYNOPSIS, as the host, warmly received the powerful figures from all sides. The new president also sent his confidants, as well as the Ministry of National Defense, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Central Bank of Argentina, and a group of military and local powerful figures. These powerful figures are basically in their golden age of 40 or 50 years old, but most of them are out of shape. These people standing there are the kind who hold great power. Often an order can affect the livelihoods of tens of thousands of people, or even the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. The protagonists who came to the stock exchange to ring the bell today seemed quite uncomfortable. Most of these people were young business talents, who seemed a little excited and nervous. The oldest of them was no more than 40 years old, and most of them were in good shape. They were all well dressed and had extraordinary temperament, but standing with SYNOPSIS and others, they seemed slightly inferior. The current head of Blue Cloud Textile is SYNOPSIS' old subordinate, Lucien Miller. He stood on the periphery of the crowd, with a high nose bridge, giving people a feeling of being in control and quite eye-catching. Back then, Lucien was the #1 salesman in the domestic sales department of Prairie Foods, alongside Little Nick Schmidt of the international department, making them the most formidable salesmen. This was also one of his greatest achievements at Prairie Foods. Later, he was in charge of the Cohen Brothers Company, the largest human resource reserve machine. After it was merged into Blue Cloud Textile, he became the director of the largest St. Martin textile factory, managing the dispatch of more than 4,000 people, becoming Blue Cloud Textile's cash cow. Now, he is responsible for the operation of the entire Blue Cloud Textile Corporation. Prairie Food Factory was SYNOPSIS' earliest factory, where a large number of talents were trained. Many of them became SYNOPSIS' confidants. The first factory director, Cross Hassan, is now the mayor of St. Martin City. Today, a total of 10 companies are listed for trading. Only Blue Cloud Textile shares under SYNOPSIS' banner have passed the listing review. He gave the opportunity to other new companies, also hoping to bring out a group of leading companies. Compared to 5 years ago, SYNOPSIS has become more mature and reserved, mature and steady. The mayor of Blanca City is the focus of everyone's attention this time. His movements exude a sense of gravity and composure, and his aura is not inferior to those powerful figures in their 40s and 50s. After speaking at the presidential palace, the Central Bank of Argentina, the Ministry of Finance, and the La Pampa provincial government, it was SYNOPSIS' turn to speak with a serious face. He was responsible for giving a speech at the opening ceremony, and the noisy crowd quickly quieted down. Today, the Argentina National Stock Exchange is officially established. This represents the further development of our country's financial market. Finance is the core of the modern economy, and the capital market is an important engine for the economic development of Blanca City. After SYNOPSIS finished his speech, there was a huge round of applause. The entire city of Blanca was also plunged into an ocean of joy. Fireworks produced by Maya Chemical will be released in the main urban areas of the city, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., and a fireworks display will be held in the evening. The Argentina National Stock Exchange also officially opened at 9:30 a.m., and trading began on the spot, ending at 3 p.m. With closures on holidays, the standard Western Hemisphere stock trading hours, the Argentina Stock Exchange introduced the trading system of the New York Stock Exchange, as well as a batch of equipment from the United States, and personnel to maintain the equipment, and a group of Sequoia Investment Bank personnel are responsible for optimizing the workflow of the exchange. St. Martin Avenue in the western district of Blanca City is crowded with people everywhere. The opening of the stock exchange is a very important event for the citizens of Blanca City. 00001-0000010 stock codes. Each industry has preferred joint stock companies, which also started Blanca City's gold rush in the financial market. Uno Electronics, its stock price rose by 2 times in the morning, and its market value reached $12.9 million. Blue Cloud Textile rose by 3 times, reaching $17.7 million. The issued shares were almost instantly snapped up. The stock exchange did not set a limit on the increase on the first day, which also increased the hype of the securities firms. The market value of the 10 newly listed companies, the first 7 have already been ranked among the top 100 listed companies in Argentina. The feast of wealth has begun, and all stocks have risen sharply today, giving people a strong wealth stimulus. The propaganda machine quickly spread to all parts of the country, with newspapers and radio stations being the main media. The feast of the capital market has begun. The Buenos Aires Stock Exchange was also stimulated by this, and many stocks rose a lot. But the overall decline is still the mainstream. The Buenos Aires Stock Exchange has almost been falling for 2 or 3 years, and a large amount of wealth has turned into bubbles. It has been falling steadily. The securities market has invigorated enterprises and the economy. The 10 companies raised funds from the capital market, which can be invested in production and research and development to develop enterprises, which is a win-win situation. This opening of the Argentina National Stock Exchange marks that Blanca City's position is no less than Córdoba and Rosario, La Plata, and is infinitely close to Buenos Aires. This time, St. Hesser has established good relations with the presidential palace and other local powerful figures, and the debut of the stock exchange can also attract a large number of local powerful figures to set up new companies in Blanca City. St. Hesser and senior officials from LATA consulted again and negotiated a lot of follow-up matters. He plans to step down and move the LATA family to Blanca City completely, and also rely on the help of St. Hesser, the local snake. So the two are very happy now. The situation in La Pampa is not complicated now, but there are also many frictions between the original La Pampa faction and the Blanca faction led by St. Hesser. With the expansion of Blanca City, and guiding the development of Santa Rosa City, and relocating the provincial capital, La Pampa province and Blanca City have begun to completely integrate, which is a good thing for both sides. Blanca City needs an economic hinterland, and La Pampa province needs a seaport and a strong economic core. The economic development this year has been rapid. In addition to Blanca City, other cities have also made great progress, and have almost become the only province in Argentina to achieve positive growth, and the amount of growth is very huge. Many local powerful figures also have the purpose of inspecting the economy of Blanca City. Argentina is rich in products, and many local products cannot be exported very well. Blanca City has broken the iron plate of the Argentine Ministry of Commerce and enjoys the rights of a free port and free export. Everyone wants to earn more, and local powerful figures are no exception. There was no chance before, but now the opportunity has come. Moreover, the listing of the stock exchange is also very crazy. In the afternoon, it rose a lot again. St. Hesser's paper wealth increased by $20 million in one day. Several listed companies are related to him and have investments. Therefore, outside the stock exchange, Blanca City sent the most elite investment promotion department to connect with the subordinates of the big shots. St. Hesser held a victory dance party and invited the big shots to participate. Chapter 273 Argentine Customs Service. Under the deterrence of the two powerful organizations, the Army and the Police Department, no one dared to cause trouble when the exchange opened, and any signs of trouble were nipped in the bud. The deterrent power of the regular army is still very strong, which was not formed from the beginning, but also through long-term efforts. The La Pampa Defense Force, in conjunction with the police department's Marine Police, formed a maritime defense force to combat illegal smuggling and trafficking, and purchased many fast yachts, but the results were often not very good. It was not until after many failures that they discovered there was an informant. Even after solving the problem of the informant, the situation was still not very good. Later, when cracking down on black factory crimes, they discovered that many times the snakeheads who were smuggling were unscrupulous and did not enter through sea and land smuggling, but entered through legitimate routes, gradually dismantling the vigilance of those poor people. Once, the chief of the police department personally led a team to crack down on illegal black labor and rescue illegal black workers, pulling out a huge criminal network. Some of them even entered through San Jose's official fleet, and were lured into the Blanca City area, and had strongholds in the bustling urban areas of the East and West districts. Most of these people were served with good food and drink for a few days, spending a few good days in bars and luxury hotels, and then uniformly escorted to farms outside Blanca City. There were no people within a few kilometers or even more than 10 kilometers, and there were a large number of armed guards. After these people were sent to a certain farm, they began to change their faces. About 100 or so stowaways were crammed together. Most of these people were thin and locked together, coming from Brazil. Some of them could not even speak Spanish. Like slaves, they were auctioned off, and those who resisted were beaten with rattan or rifle butts. Their eyes were full of confusion. Here, some people would be selected and taken away one after another, entering black factories and black farms in the suburbs of Blanca City to work. There was no salary, and they usually lived in cowsheds. When someone inspected, they would be sent to the basement and locked up. Those who were disobedient would be locked in a small dark room and starved for a few days, or eat pig food. The stowaways were considered better off. Those rescued from factories and black farms were basically dull-eyed, and even had injuries all over their bodies. They had already despaired of life. Most of them were coaxed over, yearning for a better life, but lived a life worse than pigs and cows. The pigs on the pampas grasslands were more free than them, and they didn't even have to work. Fortunately, after many severe crackdowns, confiscation of assets, and serious cases being sent to Argentina's Antarctic prison, these black factory owners did not dare to be too presumptuous. In addition, with the influx of a large number of foreigners, the shortage of labor has improved, and such situations are becoming less and less. The thugs and criminal gangs raised by these black factory owners once posed a certain personal safety risk to San Jose, so they were simply arrested and stuffed into prison for reform, or sent to the bottom of the sea to let them experience how they treated those poor people. Argentina does not have the death penalty, but that does not mean that these people cannot be executed. Some subordinates will help him do these things. Now is not the period of the dirty war. In later generations, urban guerrillas and terrorism have not yet appeared, and perhaps will never appear. That kind of extreme situation can only occur when the army collapses, the economy collapses, and society is completely chaotic. At least it will not appear in Argentina today. Even a workers' uprising cannot be achieved now. Argentina has a sparse population, but the proportion of the army is not small. There are only about 1 million workers in the country, but there are almost 400,000 various troops. Unemployed Argentines are waiting for relief, and those who are not unemployed have become a little cautious, especially those in non-state-owned factories, who dare not participate in parades and strikes. Even in Buenos Aires, where there are the most workers, a large-scale strike lasting for a week is only for a wage increase, not for the establishment of a new regime. Although a large part of the army has a low level of combat effectiveness, it is still very powerful compared to urban workers who have no training and can only fight guerrillas. At least in San Jose, or rather, under the control of the Southern Radical Party he leads. Blanca City is economically prosperous, has many job opportunities, and people with ability will not take risks because of unemployment. Of course, in economic development, with the influx of more than 1.2 million foreigners, there are many kinds of chaos and crimes, which is unavoidable. However, the police department strictly controls gun licenses, and has not issued them for a long time. The circulation of illegal firearms and weapons is also strictly restricted, which has blocked many vicious crimes. Within the scope of Blanca City, non-police and non-military personnel are basically prohibited from holding guns. Even White Harbor Security, this favorite son, has very strict audits of armed personnel. San Jose organized 30 special action teams, each with 10 people, composed of the most elite police department personnel, known as special police, also known as SWAT. They are distributed in the core areas of urban transportation and can quickly crack down on armed crimes. If the force is not enough, they can call for heavy force at any time and directly apply for army support. Cold weapons have become the mainstream of criminal organizations in Blanca City. Under the police department's investigation, illegal firearms and ammunition are regularly destroyed. Most criminal gangs only dare to do extortion. Murder and arson have rarely appeared in Blanca City. After all, if something happens, they will be locked up for a month, and the loss will be great. The entire city can be regarded as well organized. The Southern Radical Party has controlled the community, but it is not annoying. The Southern Radical Party has also absorbed some elites from the Republican Party and the Socialist Party to join the Southern Radical Party, bringing fresh air to the Southern Radical Party complex, and dark buildings are also relatively rare in Blanca City. Most of them have been transformed by San Jose, which has brought great convenience to the police department's handling of cases, making it difficult for criminals to hide. Sheltering criminals or suspects will result in more than half a year of social reform, and serious cases will result in several years inside. As an elite law graduate from the University of Buenos Aires, San Jose has made a large number of revisions, replacements, additions, consultations, and references to the laws and regulations of later generations to the simple Blanca City law, so that the Blanca City legal system has been improved, and it has been supported by the Supreme Court of Argentina. The current Chief Justice is San Jose's mentor, Professor Pukins. The integrity of the Blanca City Hall is also quite rare. San Jose established a new independent department, not under the jurisdiction of other departments, specializing in cracking down on civil servants and police department crimes. The image of the civil servants in the City Hall in Blanca City has been greatly improved after repeated crises and developments, and the support rate is very high. Many young people are also determined to enter the City Hall. With repeated crackdowns on civil servant crimes, a group of young civil servants joined, bringing many different ideas. Stable salaries higher than the city level and good social status make Blanca City's civil servants level rank in the first echelon in Argentina. San Jose also regularly conducts crackdowns on civil servant crimes, so it is not difficult to see the governance of Blanca City. Few people want to destroy this beautiful Argentina that does not look like Argentina under the strict control of weapons circulation. It is difficult for a modern country to be defeated by an uprising from ordinary cities. More replacements come from the struggle between armies. When military leaders believe that there are problems with a civilian government, then it is their time to take action. After the last workers' army in Argentina, the Labor Federation, was disbanded, it was destined that it would not be possible to succeed in this regard. The La Pampa Defense Forces uniform and disciplined military discipline has also made many people look at San Jose with admiration. The equipment of the La Pampa Defense Force is also new equipment. San Jose adopts a method of imitation plus independent research and development, no longer limited to the former three axes, that is, a large number of improvements in large-scale production of high-quality weapons. After all, it is not a time of war, and large-scale production is not necessary. Argentina is not the Soviet Union, and there is no need to spend too much money on reducing the cost of scale. The newly established NUCO and Heavy Industries rebuilt its Military Research Institute, extensively copying American and Soviet weaponry and equipment. Although the performance was inferior to the original versions, the prices were much lower. Furthermore, they could learn through imitation. While they couldn't reach world-class levels, that would require time and a sufficient number of military research talent. St. Etheridge supported a group of gun and weapon parts processing factories in Blanca City. NUCOA now only handles the final assembly work, which greatly saves costs, reduces the complexity of building factories, and eliminates the need to stock too much inventory, significantly reducing risks. St. Etheridge's international distributors innovatively offered them barter trade, exchanging minerals, gold, and timber for arms. Although these knockoffs are not as powerful as the originals, the quality is still reliable. After all, they are not handmade workshops. Even if many processing machine tools are only second-hand or third-hand, under modern production methods, the quality doesn't differ much. No company or city can resist the allure of continuous growth, especially in this era of uncertainty. The arms industry in Blanca City has therefore embarked on a different path of development, leveraging cheap labor, abundant imitation experience, and St. Etheridge's foresight of 60 years to unleash tremendous power. A massive military-industrial zone is quietly rising in the Alta area, already housing dozens of supporting parts factories responsible for producing various gun and artillery parts. Operating at full capacity, it can produce 50,000 guns a day, enough to arm an army of 300,000 men in a month. The military-industrial park is very close to the Blanca Special Steel Plant. Maya Chemical has specially established an explosives chemical plant, as well as a special plastics plant, Philip Heavy Industries machine tool plant, and Pachon Copper's copper smelting plant, all of which greatly reduce production costs under St. Etheridge's strict requirements. These guns are mainly used for export or to equip the La Pampa Defense Forces and SWAT teams. Among the big shots who came to Blanca City this time were also people from the Argentine Presidential Palace, the Ministry of Finance, and the Customs General Administration. They were preparing to upgrade Blanca City Customs to a first-class port in Argentina, On par with Buenos Aires customs. Although Argentine military officers have poor administrative skills, the civil servants are quite talented, but most people are just professional civil servants, and their abilities are very strong currently. Blanca City's import and export trade is increasing rapidly, but the tariffs provided are very small, which has created a very rich source of tax revenue, a large part of which is taken by the Blanca City Hall. This does not refer to tax revenue, but development revenue, which has created a tariff depression or gray area in Argentina. Tax reform in Argentina has been slow, which is directly proportional to the speed of centralization. Argentina once had prosperous trade, but in recent years, the scale of imports and exports has continued to decline, and the status of the Customs Department has also continued to decline, even often delaying the salaries of civil servants. Blanca City's sudden rise in the past year or so has given the people of the Customs General Administration hope. The Argentine Customs Department is affiliated with the Ministry of Finance and is Argentina's security monitoring and tax revenue department, mainly responsible for monitoring and collecting taxes on international inbound goods. Exports are not under the jurisdiction of this Customs Department, but are managed by other tax revenue departments of the Ministry of Finance. Europe and the United States are currently the two most important consumer markets in the world, and Blanca City's exports to these two supermarkets are still growing. Blanca City attracted the attention of the Customs General Administration by building a large number of bonded zones, free trade ports, and export processing zones, but Blanca City did not establish customs, and activities were carried out in the name of the Investment Promotion Department. With the support of the Argentine Ministry of Finance, the Blanca City Investment Promotion Department is a strong department that can regulate many places and create a lot of revenue. It originally didn't pay much attention to the people of the Customs General Administration. The Customs General Administration originally managed the customs of Buenos Aires province and the two nearby provinces at most, and the tax law also stipulated this. The economies of many provinces in Argentina are weak, and the customs departments are small, even with only a few people. In the eyes of many people, there is no need to establish customs in other places except Buenos Aires, which is a waste. In Blanca City, it is impossible to complete such a large-scale customs tariff work without the cooperation of the City Hall Investment Promotion Department. St. Etheridge will not miss this opportunity. The development of Blanca City's Investment Promotion Department is still somewhat deformed. Therefore, it is also necessary to separate the Investment Promotion Department. The Investment Promotion Department has a tendency to become too powerful, and this is a good opportunity. In the afternoon, the City Hall Investment Promotion Department team and the people from the Customs General Administration signed a series of agreements and passed a resolution to build a first-class Blanca City Customs, abolishing La Pampa Customs, and Blanca City Customs is responsible for the management of the 4 coastal cities sub-customs, carrying out unified management work. A part of the personnel of the Investment Promotion Department were allocated to form the Blanca City Customs Department, which is affiliated to the Argentine Customs General Administration, to carry out work. And the Investment Promotion Department cooperated. St. Etheridge also considered that many things are in a gray area, and it is more appropriate to take a formal path. Blanca City's population continues to maintain rapid growth. In less than 3 months, it has increased by another 200,000 people, half of whom have poured into the Bosque area where the new city hall is located. The growth in Blanca City not only comes from the influx of foreign population, but also the growth rate of the newborn population has begun to show a continuous baby boom. Good future expectations make many people willing to have more children, and Blanca City has also made newborn children a long-term and stable incentive policy, which has affected many people's future decisions. Many cities and provincial halls also took the opportunity of the opening of the stock exchange to learn development experience. The prosperity of the West District is amazing, and the urban planning is quite good. The boulevards are lined with lush green trees, and there are lawns and small parks everywhere. The Fiat 600 cars driving on the road all make people admire the wealth of Blanca City. The wide roads, the clean municipal environment, the many shops and the Sanchez department store, and the pleasing greenery are all very attractive. Behind this represents an efficient city hall. Besides that, there is no other reason. The big shots compared the most prosperous streets of Buenos Aires with the West District of Blanca City, and even felt that the narrow and dark streets and the developed slums were so ironic. People come to the city to survive or pursue wealth, but they become the poorest people at the bottom, penniless. Even worse than in the countryside. For new industries and new companies, the Blanca City Hall provides houses, people, and materials, and fully supports them. Some foreign companies have also seen the sincerity of Blanca City and are willing to move here. The summer days are a bit darker later, and the sky still bright in Blanca City at 7 o'clock in the evening. St. Etheridge arranged these powerful big shots in a large luxury manor in the West District. This was the Gahan family that St. Etheridge had taken down, and was later acquired by the City Hall and converted into a guest manor. The manor is quite luxurious and has a good environment. It covers an area of more than 200 acres, and the villa area is very large, with many houses. The architectural style is French, and St. Etheridge cordially invited them, and most people did not refuse. The largest villa is as large as tens of thousands of square feet and can accommodate a lot of people. Chapter 274 Banquet and Campaign Preparations. St. Hesser changed into light clothing and, with the support of most people, arrived at the banquet hall with a group of high-level officials and subordinates from Blanca City. Fortunately, the banquet hall had turned on the air conditioning early, otherwise everyone's image would definitely have been a bit unsightly. The wealthy Blanca City Hall logistics department had been preparing here for a whole day the freshest seasonal seafood, fine Cuban cigars, and top-quality beef and mutton from near Blanca City all show the luxurious preparation of this banquet, which had reached the level of high-end banquets in Buenos Aires. At least it wouldn't be too rude, and the big shots also received meticulous reception. Dozens of luxury cars from Britain and Germany were provided by the newly wealthy in Blanca City and driven by skilled military personnel to pick up and drop off the big shots. The reception etiquette personnel were provided by the old three major families, which was their way of showing off. The new rich in Blanca City may not have much else, but they have a lot of money and can compete with some companies in Buenos Aires. But apart from the 5 richest companies and those who rang the bell today, most companies were not qualified to participate, even though they had started lobbying long ago. In short, they were not qualified enough. St. Hesser also prepared a banquet of similar standards for these hundreds of wealthy individuals, except that the big shots didn't attend. The other standards were comparable to alleviate their dissatisfaction. St. Hesser arranged the most outstanding investment promotion team for them, along with 2 deputy mayors and municipal officials. Only the top businessmen and families in Blanca City could send representatives to the Argentine National Stock Exchange's thank you banquet. This banquet was only for hospitality. St. Hesser kept his interactions with these powerful figures brief, only offering casual greetings. He only needed to obtain their approval so that Argentine funds could continuously pour into Blanca City. Blanca City's desire for funds and investment exceeded that of any other city in Argentina. In fact, there were many acquaintances and some enemies attending the banquet, but St. Hesser maintained his composure, neither being too intimate nor causing conflicts, only appearing as the host among the people sent by the Radical Civic Union. Besides the old acquaintance Luis, who had been promoted to Secretary General of the National Office, there was a Radical Civic Union member named Besato Americo who almost clashed with St. Hesser. St. Hesser didn't bring his wife but brought Nora Messens from Future Agriculture. As a result, this guy was quite lecherous. He took a fancy to Nora and started pulling and tugging at her. Nora had never suffered such treatment and slapped him twice directly across the face. He endured it in order not to spoil the atmosphere. At least for now the relationship with the Radical Civic Union was still quite pleasant, and the help was great. Sabo was the nephew of Frondizi, a giant within the Radical Civic Union, and was as lustful as his life. The female companion he brought was actually quite attractive, but he wanted to play some tricks, which turned out to be quite tragic. The Southern Radical Civic Union was not directly affiliated with the Radical Civic Union, but a hybrid. After persuasion from others, that was the end of it. Sabo left early with his female companion. Apart from this unpleasant little incident, St. Hesser also got acquainted with the Argentine Minister of Economy, Andrés Cell, who was over 50 years old. He looked strong and vigorous on the outside, but in reality, his body had long been hollowed out by wine and women. He was holding a mixed-race beauty in her early 20s, looking like he was losing his strength. This mixed-race beauty had a pure and lovely face, no less than Nora. It was said that she was a newly debuted starlet, a canary he kept. Minister, I wish you a pleasant time. The conversation with the Minister of Economy was quite pleasant. With Andrés' approval, Blanca City would have more freedom to develop. St. Hesser only needed to pay a small price. As for what the price was, no one knew when the banquet ended. It basically followed a strict order of status, with the higher-ups leaving first and the lower-ranking ones leaving later. As the host, St. Hesser saw them off one by one to the most luxurious hotels or estates. This establishment of the stock exchange officially ended. Although the top Argentine bosses didn't come, there were still some gains this time. St. Hesser, as a local tycoon, had friendly conversations with the major bosses, securing nearly $70 million in investment, as well as investment intentions from 47 companies. St. Hesser offered land and loans. The energy of these big shots was still quite amazing, and Blanca City had the potential to be the most foreign trade-oriented city in Argentina. No one would dislike having more money. In addition to discussing some stock exchange matters, St. Hesser continued his investment promotion efforts, hoping to bring more excellent companies to Blanca City. St. Hesser didn't feel much excitement or pride in the current development of Blanca City. The world was developing too fast. The development of Blanca City could only be said to be eye-catching in Argentina or South America. Compared to other countries and established cities in Europe and America, it didn't stand out. Most Argentine companies or state-owned manufacturers, affected by trade protectionism policies, didn't participate in export competition and didn't have much motivation to update their products. Argentina still had many excellent companies and factories that held a position in South America. The annual output value of these companies, which weren't part of the St. Hesser group, was around $500,000 to $2 million, and they were still living quite comfortably after Argentina opened its doors. A number of excellent companies in the industry had already been acquired by large companies in the UK, US, and European countries. This situation mainly occurs in Buenos Aires. As the capital, Buenos Aires has nearly 60,000 companies and factories of all sizes, accounting for almost 40% of the total number of companies in Argentina. In contrast, Bahia Blanca, even after its rapid expansion, only has around 7,000. The excellent enterprises in Buenos Aires are also the focus of St. Hesser's poaching efforts. Despite large-scale economic expansion, the economic size of Bahia Blanca is only about one-fifth of that of Buenos Aires, currently at a scale of $450 million, ranking second in Argentina. This is due to the commissioning of several major projects after the war. Refineries, steel plants, and automobile factories are all powerful tools for boosting GDP. And these factories have also greatly promoted the economic development of Bahia Blanca. It is estimated that Bahia Blanca can grow by another 30%-40% next year. Buenos Aires GDP accounts for approximately 30% of Argentina's total GDP. Last year, Argentina's total economic output was approximately $7.5 billion, $1.3 billion less than Brazil's $8.7 billion in the 1950s. The economic levels of the two countries were not much different, but now Argentina has been completely surpassed, and Brazil's economic growth rate is even higher. Argentina's foreign exchange reserves have slowly recovered this year, reaching $380 million, $190 million more than when Perón stepped down, while Brazil's foreign exchange reserves have exceeded $600 million. Of course, in terms of national average wealth, Brazil is still far behind Argentina. But these figures are only passable in South America. The United States, Britain, Canada, Japan, West Germany, Italy, and even formerly impoverished Australia, India, and New China have begun to develop rapidly. The economic scale of the United States has exceeded $390 billion, far surpassing the Soviet Union, and it is also the world's largest market. The Soviet Union is currently hovering around the $100 billion mark, with fierce pursuers behind it. Australia, across the Pacific, has a very fast economic growth rate. Last year, its GDP was close to that of Argentina. This place, which was once almost a penal colony, has discovered large-scale mineral deposits and is rapidly developing them to supply the world under the leadership of Nehru. India's development is very rapid, and it has begun to fully unify the country, clean up the princely states, and implement centralism. The economy of New China and East Asia has begun to take off, completing its economic recovery and starting the first 5-year plan, with its economic scale directly reaching $30 billion. Italy, once the weakest of the major European powers, has also begun to take off, with its economic scale exceeding $10 billion. Britain and France have directly exceeded $50 billion. Second only to the United States, West Germany is also approaching a scale of $50 billion. India, Japan, and Canada have all exceeded $20 billion, among which Japan's development does not seem fast, but its investment is amazing. The scale of investment in steel, chemicals, and oil far exceeds that of India and New China. The United States also needs to support an Asian bridgehead. The strength of a city is still too weak. After a few more days, the market value of the stock exchange doubled again, reaching $140 million, which is a good start. Next week, start screening new companies for listing. Bahia Blanca is also creating momentum across the country. taking the opportunity to expand its influence. This is a win-win situation. In 1 week, another $40 million of intended contracts were signed. In return, SYNOPSIS personally endorsed them. The Bahia Blanca Customs also announced its establishment. The Free Trade Port, Bonded Zone, and port-adjacent industrial zone began to be legitimized and entered Argentina's national strategy. The province of Buenos Aires announced the establishment of the La Plata Customs and Monte Hermoso Customs to counter the Bahia Blanca Customs. But with little effect, Argentina has entered a new era of opening up and development. Foreign trade has begun to become a growth point for the Argentine economy, with the share of industrial equipment growing rapidly. The main export goods are still beef, mutton, and grain. Argentina is expected to have a bumper grain harvest this year. Autumn has arrived. March 5th, Bahia Blanca, Cohen Manor. A large room. Cohen Manor is a new manor built by SYNOPSIS, with a main structure made of reinforced concrete, built by Cohen Construction. It has 5 floors underground and 3 floors above ground, built quite solidly and discreetly. Only SYNOPSIS's most capable subordinates are qualified to enter. Only 13 people are seated on site. The entire room was very quiet, and some people could even clearly hear the sound of their own heartbeats coming from their chests, and the heartbeat was very clear. SYNOPSIS cleared his throat and looked at these core members around him. My campaign goal this time is very simple, which is to win the second term of the La Pampa province high-ranking official position. The term of office for high-ranking officials in Argentina is generally 3 years, and they can be re-elected. Generally, if they get more than 50% of the votes, they can be directly elected. If not, they need to carry out other work, such as re-election among the candidates. Although we have obtained the support of the La Pampa high-ranking official, our campaign is very difficult, so we must be fully prepared. SYNOPSIS has many opponents in the election. Although he is capable and has achieved quite a few results, he is not stable, and there is a possibility of failure even with so many votes in Bahia Blanca. His age is a major weakness. He has publicly stated that he is already 28 years old, and will be exactly 29 years old when he participates in the election, and his actual age is only 25 years old, just after his birthday, and he is already the father of 4 children, including 3 illegitimate children. The competitors tried to amend the election law, but SYNOPSIS's people rejected it. SYNOPSIS is more than capable of being the mayor, but many people still have concerns about him taking charge of a province. Our goal is to dispel their concerns and let them cast their votes for me. Off topic, the chapter is wrong. It should be chapter 274. I didn't contact the editor to change it. I will try to update another chapter tomorrow. I wish you all a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 275. Officially participate in the election. The security of this manor is excellent. It can be described as an underground bunker, equipped with the world's most advanced civilian technology, with many appliances from the American Cohen Electric. Thanks to the air conditioning and air exchange system, even in the late summer approaching autumn in Blanca City, the indoor environment is quite refreshing. Longor Electric, headquartered in New York, USA, is preparing to establish an appliance branch in Blanca City, introducing various production lines to manufacture various household appliances such as televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines. Longor Electric's core secret now is working on centrifuges and nuclear fuel enrichment, etc. To outsiders, it already looks like a very Americanized home appliance company backed by the large tree of Sequoia Investment Bank. It is also the only foreign affairs enterprise of the Falcon Bureau. Only the most elite agents can go to the United States to be responsible for secret nuclear industry departments, requiring not only a clean background and high loyalty but also proficiency in languages such as English and Spanish, and outstanding workability. In terms of salary, it is also very high in the United States. St. Heinz has always been generous with money, but equally ruthless to traders under St. Heinz's deliberate control. On the surface, the asset growth rate of American Sequoia Investment Bank is not too fast, lagging behind several major Wall Street investment banks. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, Salomon Brothers, and Lehman Brothers are all developing at an astonishing rate. Sequoia Investment Bank, through its secret allies such as Blackstone and Blue Origin, still earns astonishing wealth to consolidate control over Sequoia. Sean of Sequoia and Martin of Blackstone Investment have also become American citizens, but they are both very low-key. The operations of Sequoia and Blackstone have become extremely complex, making it difficult for ordinary senior executives to see too much. Only with the help of establishing an internal intelligence system can one control this complex wealth empire. Sean always wears his old-fashioned black rimmed glasses, and his daily attire is basically a black suit and white shirt. He is not prominent at all in the crowd on Wall Street. People often overlook his existence, and he doesn't have many special hobbies, except for regular gatherings with allies such as the Johnson family of Fidelity Capital and Bear Stearns. He rarely participates in other upper-class activities, of course. Due to Sequoia's outstanding performance in the stock market, he is much more conspicuous on Wall Street, although he doesn't look like a person who breaks the rules at all, lacking the leadership qualities and extraordinary energy of a big-name CEO. Sequoia Investment Bank's marketing strategy is unusual. Fast, accurate, and ruthless have almost become Wall Street's impressions of Sequoia and Blackstone. Through the massive wealth earned in the stock and futures markets, invest in countries such as Brazil, West Germany, the United Kingdom, Japan, Italy, France, and Spain through transnational platforms, sharing the fruits of development while avoiding risks. Although Argentina has also received a large amount of investment, the overall investment-to-output ratio is relatively poor. But after all, it is an investment, and the results are good and bad, and profit and loss are normal. There is no truly guaranteed business. It's just that many Sequoia employees don't understand why the shrewd chairman insists on investing in Argentina. Many people can only attribute it to his Argentine origin. While investing in Argentina, he never contacts the local Argentine dignitaries, but goes to Japan and Europe more often. This kind of sensible new immigrant has also made the CIA gradually reduce its surveillance of Sean to increase the degree of concealment. After Ungor Electric's successful production of tape radios, it actually acquired several home appliance factories that were about to go bankrupt, purchased a lot of second-hand home appliance production lines, and also established large-scale production factories and research laboratories in California, where labor is cheap and the strength of the American CIA and FBI is relatively weak. When the United States encountered strong economic growth and national income soared, several newly designed household appliances of Ungor Electric, after advertising, directly exploded in business. And a huge amount of money entered Cohen Electric. This money could not be used directly, so it had to be spent elsewhere. Cohen Electric continued to increase the salaries of scientific researchers and expand the scientific research team, increased research and development efforts, advertised in major American media, optimized production lines, and improved product quality. As a result, it embarked on a path of virtuous development. Now it is doing pretty well. Last year's annual sales easily broke through $60 million, which can very well hide the secret work of nuclear equipment development in the United States and Canada compared with the difficult expansion and development of Argentine companies. Under the $300 billion gross national product in the United States, the difficulty of an American company achieving $50 million in annual sales has been greatly reduced. Now there are many large companies in the United States with annual sales of $1 billion or even $2 billion, and the largest American, General Motors, has sales exceeding $5 billion, truly being rich enough to rival a country. Among the people participating in the meeting this time, there are many familiar old faces. These are also the most trusted group of people by St. Heinz. Some have been with St. Heinz for 5 or 6 years, while others have joined in the past 2 years. The 12 confidants in front of him are all elites who can stand alone, and they are all cultivated and brought out by him, and are completely trustworthy people. This is not the entirety of his team, but it is the core staff team. He is participating in the election this time. Chief of Staff I. San Carlo, Campaign Manager Kip Marcel, Head of the Falcon Bureau Dante Reeser, Little Brother Direct Aragon, Head of the Security Team Achille Cooper, Logistics Manager Nori Messenders, Head of the Blanca City Radical Party Office Eddie Luco. Since St. Heinz took office as the mayor of Blanca City, he has come into contact with elites, if not 1,000, then 800, but when it comes to trust, these people are still reliable in Blanca City. He is already extremely powerful, and everyday people try to get something from him. There are smart people, there are stupid people, and there are stupid people who think they are smart after all. A large city with a population of 1.6 million now has enough interests passing through its hands every day to make people's eyes red. Sitting on the left is Little Brother Aragon. After Blue Delta Security was officially commercialized, Direct Aragon withdrew from the management of Blue Delta, handed the company over to his deputy, and came to Blanca City with his family. He is St. Heinz's deputy in the Defense Army and is also responsible for training elite agents. After 4 or 5 years of experience, Aragon has shed the youthfulness and naivety of the past. Now he is experienced, has a deep mind, and his fighting skills are also at their peak. He is ruthless and cruel, has done a lot of dirty work for St. Heinz, and is one of the people he trusts the most. Chief of Staff I. San Saint Heinz's shadow. His skills and abilities are top-notch. Saint is a native of La Pampa province, from a poor family. He is 28 years old this year. At the age of 17, he was admitted to the National University of Santa Rosa, but dropped out because he couldn't afford the tuition. Saint is 1.78 meters tall and has an ordinary appearance. It can be said that he has no characteristics. If you put him in a crowd, you will lose sight of him in the blink of an eye. He is a natural talent for an agent. He did train in the Falcon Bureau for a period of time, and was also responsible for handling intelligence for the Falcon Bureau. The overall economic strength of La Pampa province has slowly caught up with Córdoba province, and is approaching Santa Fe province, but the overall situation is still poverty, which cannot be quickly resolved in the short term. The issue of education is also very important. Apart from Blanca City, other cities in La Pampa, except for Santa Rosa, basically have few schools, or they are dilapidated. This requires overall planning and good solutions. Many people in La Pampa province have not enjoyed the fruits of Blanca City's economic development very well, but have become poorer. It is a small group of people who have achieved rapid wealth growth. This is also a problem that many people have not considered. Anyway, the world is like this. Even the powerful United States has many poor people, let alone those new countries that have been independent for a few years, the former colonies and semi-colonies. What San Jose needs to do is let the people of La Pampa province know that only he can drive the development of La Pampa province and developing the economy, investing in education, expanding production, and providing employment are exactly what San Jose is good at. La Pampa province, which has accumulated a certain amount of initial capital, already has the potential to achieve leapfrog development now. A new senior official is needed to stimulate this potential. Another very important issue is that we must at least persuade the old La Pampa residents, led by Santa Rosa. Although these people are not large in number, they also have a great influence. As voters in La Pampa province, they must have lived in La Pampa province for more than 2 years, have Argentine citizenship, and be over 18 years old. In other words, unless the provincial constitution is amended, the obstacles to San Jose's election are still very large. Although more than 1.5 million people now live in Blanca City, at most only 200,000 people are eligible to vote. San Jose still needs to persuade 150,000 people to vote for him, which is still quite difficult. In addition to San Jose, the team has identified several other candidates nominated by other parties, most of whom have rich experience, at least on the surface, and most of them work in the provincial government. Boss, should we? Aragon gestured with his hand across his neck. There is no need. San Jose shook his head. Actually, everyone doesn't need to worry too much about this election. Just do a good job of preparation. San Jose's expression was natural, and he exuded a strong sense of confidence. From the leader of the municipal government to the leader of the provincial government, he was determined to win. The 3 coastal cities are now the territory of the Radical Party, and organizations have also been established in the inland areas. The Radical Party is the core of this election. There is another team of San Jose there. The job assigned to the confidant team this time is to be responsible for controlling and eliminating unnecessary risks. As a formal and legal Argentine political party, the Radical Party has penetrated the entire La Pampa province and is the source of San Jose's confidence in the election. He has transformed the Radical Party in Blanca City into a modern political party. In terms of organizational capabilities, the Socialist Party and the Republican Party in the several provinces near La Pampa are not as good as the Radical Party. However, the Radical Party cannot blatantly control the military team. This is not allowed. San Jose can control the defense army in another capacity, not as the head of the Radical Party in Blanca City. The situation here is extremely complicated. As long as the La Pampa Defense Army is in hand, even if he is not elected, San Jose will have the opportunity to control a province. It's just that the name is not justified, and he doesn't like the name of the military government very much, and he doesn't have a military rank now, which may evolve into other military conflicts that would just be a repeat of Córdoba province 50 years ago, which is not conducive to future presidential elections or obtaining supreme power. At least in Argentina, this is not a good choice. San Jose hopes to build La Pampa province into a vote bank for future presidential elections. Through this election, a certain connection will be established in the hearts of the people of La Pampa province. The Radical Party can also officially become the ruling party of La Pampa province. The current senior official of LADA was originally a member of the Justicialist Party. His ability to sit firmly in Diaoyote during the Perón's downfall shows his strength. His rapid retreat also has the meaning of avoiding risks now. Throughout Argentina, The ruling party of La Pampa province is still the Justicialist Party. The Justicialist Party is suffering the biggest failure since its establishment, and his choice to cooperate with San Jose also has the meaning of handing over power, including the establishment of the La Pampa Defense Army and the relocation of the provincial government. These actions all show that this 50-year-old senior official is not as simple as he seems on the surface, but San Jose also accepted the olive branch of the senior official of Lada. He needs a province as a base, and he will help the senior official of Lada at the appropriate time in the future for his open conspiracy and sincerity. For example, running for senator is also possible at this Securities Exchange founding meeting. In addition to San Jose's various relationships and the consent of the new president's cabinet, the senior official of Lada also contributed a lot, operating his network of relationships and bringing in many bigwigs. This also meant paving the way for San Jose, and also vaguely won over the director of the General Administration of Customs and the minister of the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the cabinet for San Jose. Otherwise, it is estimated that there would be fewer people who would pay attention to San Jose. A self-governing city, even La Pampa province, which is still at the forefront, is still regarded by many as the rural port of Blanca, which is not so attractive, and the son of the senior official of Lada is now participating in training in the investment promotion department of the Blanca city government. He was nominated by San Jose as the deputy director of the newly established customs department, which is also a small reward for San Jose. The more friends the better. After the staff meeting, San Jose talked to each person separately about many precautions before letting them leave one after another. San Jose and Nora spent the night at the manor before returning home. Yelena and her daughter had not yet gotten up, so San Jose drove to the city hall again to arrange work at the same time, prepare for all tasks. Even if the election is successful, Blanca City must be firmly in his hands. Without this super engine, the development of La Pampa province would be almost impossible to continue, and the future development of Blanca City also needs the strong support of the La Pampa provincial government. On April 1st, San Jose was officially nominated by the Radical Party as the candidate for the first leader of the provincial government. The candidate for senior official was also designated by San Jose. He chose Juan Paso, a 36-year-old subordinate of the Radical Party. Juan Paso is the current head of the Alta district. He is very effective in execution and has rich experience in the investment promotion department, Blanca City First Construction, and department stores. The current first deputy mayor, Rostek, is his envisioned next mayor of Blanca City. This time, there will be a month-long campaign for senior officials. The senior official of Lada and the high-ranking officials have also expressed their affirmation and support for San Jose's work, and other parties have also launched their own candidates. The battle for the election of senior officials has officially begun. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.